up, everybody? Welcome in. I am Kyle. I am one of the hosts this weekend. See, I already started. I hit my microphone. First 2 seconds. Oh, what a day. Joining me now is Miss Jen. We will be two of your hosts this weekend, along with other comic retailers from around the United States, here for the first ever EXP Expo, which is just a wild thing to think about because we've been building this thing for days and days and days, and it's finally here. So, Jen, are you ready? Like, we have some great guests today, including our first guest, which is coming up in just a few seconds, Miss Allison Sampson, who everybody should know from her work on. Oh, come on,
Sleeping Beauties.
Beauties.
Kick-A!
You know, she's killing Jen in the future in Sleeping Beauties. I'm sure they'll talk about it. You know, it's wild times. But I want to shout out everybody who's watching. Make sure you head over to if you're here on YouTube, make sure you head over to all the other social medias. We'll have links for them throughout the day, throughout the page. Head over to the comic shop or to comicshoppingexperience.com. You can visit our website. We'll also have links to all of our creative friends who are coming on the convention on there as they come up throughout the day. So make sure you head over there and check that out. My camera is freaking out. Can you see that my camera is freaking out?
The aliens are trying to take over. Pretty sure.
Let's see if that helped. I flicked it. Let's see if that helps.
Do you have a hammer?
Huh?
Do you have a hammer? Just whack it.
Yeah, do we have a hammer? It's true. So we are just a few seconds away. Jen, who are you excited about for this weekend? Is there anybody in particular you're super excited about talking to or hearing from this weekend?
Really, everybody, because we've been away from each other for so long. The only way we've had any contact with each other is via Zoom. So this is really like me getting to hang out with my friends that I would have normally gotten to see at convention. And I've got some new people that I've never got to meet that I've always wanted to. Like I get to talk to Twisted on Monday, which I'm still a little bit nervous about. Not because I'm scared of them, but just because I'm afraid that they'll see how dorky I am. And so uncool.
Well, you are dorky, but that's why we like you. So, without further ado, we're gonna show you a thing with all of our social media on it. And then we're going to bring on Allison Sampson and get this thing started. Are you ready?
Yeah.
All right. Last coffee break. Here we go. All right.
It's morning time. Okay, so it's not morning time for you. It's midday.
It's just coming up to 2, and I think this is the first Zoom convention I've ever done in daylight. So thank you for that. It's like daylight.
It's the first for a lot of things, right? It's the first EXP Expo. It's the first broadcast officially for the experience as a channel. First daylight interview. By the way, that you're glowing. It's so beautiful.
This is my haven't been outside in a year face. It's like no tan.
Yeah, we're both very pale individuals, and that's how I rock it. Rock it too.
I'm honored to be here. Thank you for having me on. And the first person as well, so that's cool.
I have got to tell you this morning. Oh, actually, no, I did it last night. Last night, I tore apart my house looking for my very coveted little eyeball pin that you gave me. I wanted to wear it with all my heart, and I swear it's got to be on a lanyard that I wore sometime and is hanging somewhere that I could not find. But
I wouldn't worry. I'll give you another one next time I see you.
I'm sure I've got it. Yeah. My new goal is to acquire the butterfly pin.
That is nice. That is really nice. I was going to say I should really have one here, but it's yeah, no, they've been tidied away. See, no conventions I sent out all my Thought Bubble stock before Christmas, and like the next thing I have going out is when the Sleeping Beauties graphic novel comes out, which I am actually like stoked about. And then at that point, it goes on my shop, and then it's like everything from the shop is go again. You know, if people want the graphic novel and stuff will go out with it, and at that point it'll be like, you know, shops open. So yeah, that's kind of, I have a whole load of drawing to do, and then I'll open the shop up. I'm not very good at doing two things at once, so drawing then shop.
You have a lot of things on your plate. So I have a question for you. A lot of people probably watching are probably thinking that same thing. We all know you from your work in comic books, and the pins were a surprise to me that you made those. Are there other things that you do that people might not be aware of at all?
Well, probably most. I was going to say, I don't know how much people really know. I mean, I spend most of my time, if not all my time, trying to draw comics, which is particularly for me quite a time-consuming experience. But also, and I think I'm not quite sure why this is a thing for me and not so much for other people, but I do like to make things. That I'm an architect by profession, and you know, and I'm not practicing right now, but I am qualified to practice right now, and I have done until fairly recently. And it's just a thing I like doing. I like making material things. Like I like making books, and that's why I care so. I mean, particularly my image books. That's why they're so personal. But like, I like making stuff. So I have these pins, which are I have a pin for each book. So the current one for Sleeping Beauties is the giant golden blue moth, which is the current thing. But I like materials. It's like when people come to my table at conventions, it's like it's the touchy-feely table. So, you know, people are feeling the paper and they're stroking. I mean, our books are actually quite strokeable, and stroking the books. And I have tea towels, which I need to top you up with. And so things like this, I have these big white screen printed tea towels, and it's a way of people being able to own the black and white original art without actually having to pay very much. It's the price of, what is it, 3 floppies gets you big piece of screen printed art. And so they do quite well, and I have at least one for each book. So that'll be doing one for Sleeping Beauties will come next.
I know that those in particular are highly coveted because I believe at New York Comic Con, people did a look over there and took a bunch, didn't they? That was
no, the thing is, I mean, how could I put this? People go to conventions and shops, and there's many books, and people will be going around with like an armful of books, and it'd be like, and what else can I have? And it's like, well, I haven't got one of those. So if you have something that is of a type that is not else available,
It's that transatlantic internet connection.
It is.
There she is. She's back.
my internet just quit out. I don't know what that was. I'm so sorry. It just was like, I was in mid-sentence and then it was gone. I was going to say, yeah, no, people, my tea towels, people can like buy them and they can wrap their books up in them for travel, and it's like, they're just useful. And I've had this conversation with people where people are like, oh, you know, I want to keep it nice to put it on my wall. And I'm like, look, you know, there's going to be another one. You know, I do one every year. It's like, just use it in your kitchen. Wrap your books up in it. It's washable. They're really good. You know, you can wash it. And so yeah, it's, you know, I try not to be overly precious about them. I mean, it's like, this is the thing. It's like, you know, you've lost my pin. You have another one. There's plenty more. Or somebody else has one or something. So yeah, it's nice. I think something that's really important to me is that art should be for everybody. this is really, 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 in fact, this is it. It's like, you know, I've dealt with the fine art stuff, but I've worked for quite a long time in architecture at the art end of things. And when you're on site in a big muddy hole, and there's somebody next to you who's digging the hole, and there's somebody just there who's waiting to pour the concrete, and you all know that there's this end thing that you're trying to achieve, which is this beautiful thing that will enrich the bit of the city that you're in by people interacting with it, living it and working it and walking past it, and all these things. And everybody knows, from the person who's digging the hole in the ground to the person who's wrapping up the reinforcement steel. And like, I know they know, and I know they appreciate it, and we are all doing it together. And therefore, I really, really strongly believe that everybody is capable of appreciating art and understanding it and getting something out of it. And comics are just the business for that, really. In fact, they're the only thing that is quite so democratic.
I want to retouch back on something that you said, that to you, the tea towel was just like an extra object to wrap in your books and be useful. But like the pin, I think a great many people attach an emotional memory to those objects. Like to me, it got handed to me by you. That's a special pin to me. It's not just a pin. And a tea towel to them isn't just a tea towel. And you handed the tea towel to them, and they got to talk to you, and they're going to remember every time they touch the tea towel, it's going to be the discussions, the wonderful time that you spent talking to them at the convention. It'll be forever in their memory.
It's true. It's true. But also, I would say, I am in their kitchen every day, which is more than nearly any other piece of merch will do.
It's true. It's a brilliant.
It's true. It's very. I won't say it's sneaky, but it's not unuseful. It's like, yeah, you know, you're being useful drying the pots. I'm okay with that.
Were you inspired to make a tea towel by seeing someone else doing it, or was it?
No. It comes down to be honest, it comes down to the materials again. It's just the black ink on the very crisp white cotton is a lovely, lovely thing. It's the people who make them for me, they're really, I mean, I can just appreciate a nice thing, you know. So it's the cotton is kind of slightly textured, and it's very white, and it's kind of starchy, and then the black ink is very black, and it suits my work well. And I just like them as things, and you know, and they come tied up in ribbons and stuff, and yeah, I think it just suits a lot of purposes, and they are lovely things. It's like black and white stuff. I mean, everything I do, and I find it very hard to address this, is everything I do comes back to being an architect again. It's like I'm doing people's kitchens again, you know. So many things I do come back to things I was already interested in. I think with comics particularly, and it's whatever you were doing before, what you do now is a product of everything that you are. So for example, I've had this conversation with, say, Jen Bartel. I think it's a very good example, where she's worked in product design, and she's worked in retail, and she's worked in a certain kind of retail, and all these things come together with her illustration work to make her business. It's like she knows what she's doing exactly. She's done it before. She's a product of all her previous experiences, and I think we all are that, which is why I think it's kind of helpful to have done something else, and you can just bring it all in. And it's not, I mean, not everything we do is the art on the page. I mean, you know, I organize a group on Facebook called Comic Artists Group, where it's a group of artists, and basically it's not a particularly fancy thing, but for example, through lockdown, we've all been able to check in on each other. We have quite lonely lives anyway. You know, it's not exactly like you're getting out a lot with this job. So for example, you know, but it's when you can't go out, that's a whole other thing. And so, for example, we say, "How are people? Are you okay?" I don't think many people have been ill. We missed Alison Brown, who ran the Cartoon Museum front of house in London. She passed away this week, and I think it's only just really starting to hit that this is us as well. And she was very, very, very central to comics in the UK. I mean, everybody pretty much knew her. I didn't know her terribly well, but like I've met her several times, and like she was a big organizer and what's the word, morale person.
Mm-hmm.
So she will be very much missed. And so I think the reality is coming to us now. You know, we're coming up to we're 10 months of being stuck indoors, and it looks like we're going to have a bit more. And yeah, it's good to check in on each other. So no, nice to see. I mean, this is particularly nice that, you know, how are you? How's things over there?
Everything is, I live in Texas, and Texas has had a little more freedom than, like, say, California. California's been in a hard shutdown for a while, and so is New York. I've had a lot more contact with other human beings face to face because of that. We're really safe about having retail, but I can totally understand the not having what I get to do, which is to go out and at least see my customers 6 feet away. That I get to have those connections. It would be really, really hard to, not get to see any of them for 10 months would be impossibly hard. Because part of reason I do retail is because I like people, and part of my deal is I love giving hugs. So that's been the hardest part for me, is I haven't gotten to give a customer a hug in the entire 10 months. That
is hard. But you are, I mean, with I was going to say comic book experience, you are available. It's like, it's not like you're not there. And also you're available here, which is like crossing the Atlantic, Jen. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
It's all right, I think. It's
technology
working.
is cool, man. I love technology. It's
oh, what did we do before this? What were we, I mean, what did I do before the internet? Blimey, this job would be impossible. Firstly, I would not be in this job if it was not for Twitter, because I didn't even know comics existed. And secondly, I really would not be able to do this job because all my books are set in America, where I have been. I've been more now, but definitely less than 10 times. I forget how many times I've been, maybe 8 times or something like that. But my job is entirely set there, and my bosses are all there, and my editor Elizabeth is in California. Yeah, no, it's all. This current thing is in West Virginia, which is a challenge, I have to say, because it's not like, what I have to remember with Sleeping Beauties is that it isn't the well publicized poor bits, frankly. It's just people. And I have to get a bit further than the surface that reaches the UK, the surface imagery that reaches the UK. I have to talk to people in West Virginia and go, and what is where you are like? And, Heidi, who I talked to, who lives in Charleston, and she was like, this is my favorite bookshop. And like, we'll include that. And I was like, where do people go shopping? What's your car like? What's your house like? Where do you go? And that is, to me, really, really, really important, that you have to kind of address real people stuff rather than perceived news headlines. It's like, what do you like doing? Where do you go? What's your car like? What's your house like? What's your garden like? Do you have an allotment? Do you grow vegetables? What do you eat? or where do you like going? Do you have favorite places in West Virginia? I made a map, which is in, I think, Sleeping Beauty's 5 maybe, and it's, amongst other places, there's a number of places where people are from. I had to basically make the map up, because if it's made up in West Virginia, you can't kind of just pick a bit of West Virginia and use it. You have to have a piece of collated West Virginia. And so it's a number of places where people in West Virginia who've seen my work or I've interacted with, where they're from, in these quite strange place names, some of them. And then also there's a number of family names of people as well, because of course some of the place names are like that. They're where they are people's names. And so this is a bit like you being in the book, actually. It's a massively personal book. It's really, this is something that I don't think, going back to things people don't really know, is pretty much most of my work is really, really personal, in one way or another. So, for example, I mean, Sleeping Beauties is almost entirely real people, many of whom are in the US. I mean, now we're doing this on the internet. Of course, I'm not limited to them being here, which they have been. Hit Girl in Mumbai was all real people, mostly British Asians, or people of, I was going to say Indian descent, but they're not even that. They're sort of Nepalese, Trinidadian, Polish, many people. But all this making of the book is deeply personal. It's like, I bought you, for example, I bought you a prison uniform, which was frankly super gross. I'm very disappointed you're not wearing it, by the way. And you've got to wear it. You've got to wear it at some time during this convention. And I bought you a uniform, and you wore your uniform, and you did some stuff, and then I drew you in the comic book, which took quite a significant amount of time to do. And you're doing stuff. You're doing stuff in it. And oh my goodness, it's there somewhere. And I did that one.
This is how detailed. I mean, you can. There's no.
That's definitely you.
That's me.
I think it's great. So it's all really personal, and so not only is it the look of the thing, but there's the making of the thing. So I'm dealing with people all the time. I think in Sleeping Beauties, in this particular issue I have on the table at the moment, which is in front of me, which part of my glowy glow is from my Cintiq, which is switched on. It's my white page. It's I think there's 24 different speaking parts, and that's just the speaking parts in this single issue. And then in the next issue, I've counted them, there's something like that again, and it's not all the same people. I think you're back in the next issue, actually. And it's just an awful lot of people. And so they all have to look really different. Everybody has to be carefully differentiated. It takes ages. Drawing people's hair. I was up at like 1:30 last night drawing somebody's long hair, and it's like, it's a lot of it. So yeah, that's one of the things people don't see, is this for me is a very, very social job in a slightly weird way, but I like it like that. And it is important to people that when I got into this, before I drew any comics, as I say, I was working as an architect, and I got made redundant. And when I was made redundant, I was going to job interviews and things. And then I got really bored of going to job interviews. And I was like, I really should be doing something else with my time. And then the job interviews on top of that. And then, so what I was doing was I was drawing people's children for them. And this was, I thought, do some drawing. So I would draw people's children. And it might take me a day to draw somebody. I mean, it was a struggle, to say the least. And then you would give it to the parents, and it would be like really, 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 really important to them, like as you were saying earlier. And like, maybe it had taken me a day, but I know people who I've done artwork for, and it's still sitting on their TV 10 years later. They see it every day, and these things are very important to people, and sometimes more than you can know. There are people, for example, in Sleeping Beauties, where, as I think is fairly widely known, the novel of Sleeping Beauties is about a gender binary, men and women, and and what happens. And I think when the book was complete, that Stephen and Owen really realised that this was not actually quite how things are, and they asked for the comic to be done differently. And so in the comic, there is not a gender binary actually, and there are many people who I've involved, and also it's written into the script, and there's aspects of the story that are different from the novel in this way. But I've involved a number of real people who are drawn into the comic, and it is important for them to be in those spaces and be present, even if nobody else gets to know. They know, and I know, we know. And so it's I'm trying. Inclusion is really important. It's like, I did not need to do this, but it's meaningful, and therefore it's worthwhile, I think. So yeah. So Sleeping Beauties has a whole bunch of people in it who I may not identify publicly, but they know, and those people who care to know will know. So no, that is something that is different from the novel to the comic. And if people want to know more about that, we did a podcast for Thought Bubble where Elizabeth Bry, who is the editor and involved in the adaptation, comes on and talks somewhat about it. That the fact that this comic is an adaptation, it's a huge deal for what we're doing and how the thing works. I think people have to remember that Sleeping Beauties was not written to be a comic, hence apart from anything, it's a massive number of people. No page budget here, and no, and hence many characters and so much hair, and actually it's not, a lot of it's set in a women's prison, which is not actually something that offers a great deal art-wise. It's not exactly the Goblin Market. The best you're going to get out of people in prison is people.
Yeah,
and
having worked in a women's prison for a year and a half, I can tell you, you're doing a great job.
I would hope so. I mean, that was what's quite nice about this is there's another woman involved called Lily, and Lily plays Vanessa, who is James has asked a question. I'll come back to you in a minute, James, and answer that. There is an answer to that. Lily historically has been a police officer in the UK, and it's kind of quite hard to describe. And it's maybe a very British thing, but this is strange to us, but she knows how to wear the uniform. And
I understand that comment.
We for example, in the UK, we see a lot of people from the US dressed in various uniforms as almost recreation, but here we don't do that at all. And so wearing a uniform is meaningful in a slightly different way here. And she wears the uniform well, and she is in the comic as Van. And having people who've actually been trained to be in that environment, it makes a huge difference. I mean, for example, at one point she has to have a gun and shoot people, she does actually shoot someone. She saves you, in fact. And yes, and she was actually trained to do that. So I got her. We have things called red guns. I will get one. Hang on a moment.
Oh, yes. I love to learn all the behind.
No, I've lost it. That's not very good. We aren't allowed to have real guns in the UK. So there is a thing called red guns, where they make the replica gun in the same weight, but it's made out of red resin.
Okay.
And they're very weird looking things. I don't know where it is. I have a taser in here, which is a red gun. And so she's holding the red gun, but they are trained to do that. So, but to go back to the question of James, hi James, how do I research locations in the US? Yes, absolutely. Google Earth is my friend. And also, I mean, there's a number of ways of doing it. I ask people about locations. For example, if Heidi hadn't helped me with Charleston in West Virginia, I would have been completely lost, because I was Googling around for absolutely ages, looking for the shopping district in Charleston. And she just told me where it was, basically. And I needed that. And then she told me what she liked about it. And I was like, okay, got it now. But like, I did need to be told. And I use newspaper reports, and I look on the internet, and I spend a lot of time on Google Earth, kind of looking around. And I use articles, and then I sometimes use a newspaper article to find a place, and then I can go into it on Google Earth and then find locations. For example, I was going back to my location map I did. I was looking for. How can I put this? There's a difference between a not well off area and an area which is well lived in, and you do need a bit of help to find that. And when you see it, you know, and if that makes sense, you know. Yes. So yes, I use everything I have at hand. I mean, I'm in the UK. It's like we really do not have any of that stuff here. I live in a very small brick house, which I don't think a housing type appears in the US at all. You know, this is a really small Victorian house, which I love deeply, but it's quite tight. And it never astonishes me to see how much space you guys have. And we don't have the space. We live pretty much on top of each other, which is why I've not left the house. I think I've left the house 6 times since last March.
Wow.
Hence the indoor glow. You know, so it's tight here. But making a comment remotely is actually quite helpful, because of course there's a level of editing you get. I only see what I really want to see largely. People ask me this about making Hit Girl in Mumbai. You know, have you been to Mumbai to research this? And that's like, I could have. And with hindsight, I don't think it would have done any harm. Now I've been there. But at the time, I thought I wouldn't be able to see the wood for the trees. I thought, I'm going to rock up in Mumbai, and I'm going to be so many people, and I'm just going to be, I was going to say, shocked and awed by the amazingness. And so I drew Hit Girl in Mumbai, and I did what I could. And I talked to people, and I took advice, and I used Google Earth, and I used a lot of research. And then when the book was done, Mumbai Comic Con invited me out, which was just awesome, like amazing. And I went to Mumbai, and the volunteers of the convention took me into central Mumbai. And if you go to Mumbai, it's basically, it's probably like Los Angeles in that traffic, actually Houston as well, maybe, traffic is going to be a thing. You know, it's like, but the experience of being in traffic in Mumbai, I actually got to see so much. And I was like, yeah, actually, I did get this. You know, this whole sort of thing that a lot of Mumbai is about transit. You know, people are coming in from outside to work, and there's office parks, and it's. I think it made me realize something I hadn't really understood, which was that everybody in Mumbai is working. It's not something I won't say I didn't expect it, because I sort of did, but I saw it's a very dense place. There's a lot of people everywhere, coming, going, working, doing whatever, and none of them what must have been thousands and thousands of people I saw, none of them were doing nothing. You know, you might go to other places and there's a bit of hanging around going on, and there was no hanging around. It's like, this is amazing, actually. No hanging around going on in Mumbai whatsoever. And I was like, shit, you know, there is intention and energy here.
But I have to say,
and not very long, I'm going to be working for them.
The effort you put into that really is really good. There's mistakes that are made. For example, Scarlet Spider was based in Houston, which is it was a great book. The mistake that they made is they put a character that needed to swing between tall buildings in a city that has a downtown that has tall buildings and then no tall buildings anywhere else. So he would have had to only solve crime or prevent crime in downtown Houston, which it's a big open space. So, there's only, the book kind of ended after, 16 issues or something, probably because there was no more crime to fight.
Yeah, that is the thing. We've had that with Sleeping Beauties as well, where tall buildings have been written into it, and I've found the tallest buildings I could find, which were not really very tall, but you adapt things, I mean, Charleston may not have skyscrapers, but it's got a couple of big buildings, and churches aren't small, and you use what you can, and if it's not there, then you use what you have. And I mean, there's other things, geography, for example. West Virginia, it's got hills, it's got steep bits, it's got a lot of trees, and but it's got I was going to say quite cute geography. That's really not the word. It's not cute at all. It's got some great stuff there for drawing, and which I appreciate. And I draw a lot of trucks, which is also fine. Now, I mean, you can't see this. I have Excuse me a moment. I'm going to turn this around so you can appreciate my truck collection. There is a truck mountain. That's my truck stack. Sorry to make everybody seasick there. And no, so I have a pile of. We don't have those here either. I only know one person who's owned one of those. They tend to be a bit out of town, and we don't have big trucks here because we don't have room for them, and or we can't afford the fuel, so we just don't have that stuff. Yeah. So no, I have tiny and not so tiny trucks. They're everywhere. I mean, like, this one's for this issue.
That's hilarious. So yeah. From what I know you prefer to have either physical objects to reference or photos to reference. Is that just so you can get it exactly right?
It's, how can I put this? My main thing is about relations, one thing to another. So, for example, I've got the squash, and although I can draw a squash, it's drawing a squash that is consistently the right size. So the squash, it's does this make sense? And it's a bit like I don't drive, and so I find it quite difficult to get people in relation to their steering wheel and then the rest of the car and the right size and where they're sitting. So, for example, I sit myself back in my chair and hold the steering wheel. My head is really small, my hands are really big, and the wheel is like that. Mm-hmm. And this, I find, it's really, really important to get that stuff right, because particularly something like driving or shooting a gun, or I was going to say holding a squash. These are things people know well and know better than I do. I mean, I will show you something funny. Somebody gave me this. It's a mini steering wheel. It's an actual steering wheel from a Mini. And my friend Laker, who works on cars, he gave that to me as a gift last year. And I was like, this is amazing.
So perfect.
That is actually my absolute best thing. But what it enables you to do is you can ask somebody to hold it in a driving position. They hold it in the right place, and it's it helps me get things right. I do an awful lot of drawing of people in cars, and as a non-driver and non-car owner, I really need that. Because otherwise you're like this.
So I'll tell you some American driving cars with this funny. Old women tend to push themselves way up close to the wheel.
Yeah.
Close to their face.
Yeah.
And the younger you are and maler you are, you do lean back as far as you can away from the wheel.
Yeah. Yeah. And these things are really important. These things are really important. It's this stuff. Hi, Trish. This stuff tells the story. It's like we're talking about steering wheels and where you sit in the car and what you're doing. And it's like, this is absolutely key. This is what we're doing. How do you drive? One hand on the wheel? No hand. Hands down there, one hand there, one hand out the window. What are you doing? Are you talking? Are you, how do you use your phone? Are you like this? Are you like this? Are you like this? Or do you have it hands free? So what's going on? Exactly. Yeah. Not so easy to draw that. Sleeping Beauties is actually, the novel is close to 700 pages of conversation. It's a hard book. And you tell the story through everything else. And I think of all the books I've drawn, and possibly all the books I could draw, it's one of the most edited in that way, where it's 700 pages of conversation in a women's prison.
Yeah. He likes people's psyche and their minds and how they think, and he always tackles characters that aren't like you and me. So he can put it really in that fantasy world that he gets into. It's like completely unexplainable.
Yeah.
Like, this could totally be right.
Yeah. Also with tigers as well. I should say, I don't actually have a tiger. I was like thinking maybe there is one here somewhere, but no tigers. But have to manage with some things. But like, you use what you can. I mean, it is a monthly book. It's supposedly a monthly book. It's really hard to draw quickly, just because of the amount of stuff that it's really hard to condense a 700-page novel down into 200 pages of comments. Like, really hard.
So I have a question for you specifically about when we see the women show up in whatever the other side is. Were there hints about what that's supposed to look like in the book? Because I don't remember those, or did you just have to come up with your own thing?
There are, I've come up with my own thing. I mean, bearing in mind, again, we're still in West Virginia. But also, it's in West Virginia. It's not quite so easy to do. But also the other thing about it is it's relatively straightforward to draw without reference as well. There is that, but it's a bit of a gift in that way. I think the hard thing is when you're drawing something that is hardcore real, that you need the reference more than if it's not real, then it can be what it needs to be. Or it can be a bit more, relaxed in how you do it. I mean, yeah, no, that it's not unhelpful. That, I mean, at the moment, the only thing I'd say about that is it takes me longer to draw things that are somewhat dishevelled. There is that.
Lots more folds.
Yeah, just more stuff. It's not clean. There is more to draw when things are in disarray. End of, and that's kind of. It's not unenjoyable. I mean, to be really honest, I'm not that far on that. There's not that much of the other side shown yet, and also. There's the way the novel's written, and then there's the way that America actually is. That, for example, and this is my understanding, is that shopping is not always a particularly maximal experience. You you have shops which are out on roads somewhere, or say going to the supermarket is not what it is in other countries. I mean, for us, we have all our stuff out on the street, pretty much everywhere, and you don't so much. It's different, and I think even from one part of the country to another, it's different. It's a bit like you're talking about, you know, Houston having or not having tall buildings. It's like where the novel is written and where it's actually taking place, slightly different things. And I don't know. I'm making some adjustments for that. It's kind of.
I think it would be lovely if Houston had some of their groceries kind of like out. Like I like the fruit stands that you see in images of other places. But the truth is, man,
what I'd say about West Virginia is that, in my understanding, and if there's people listening from West Virginia, come at me, give me your stuff. I want to know. But like, if I'm getting this wrong, but it strikes me that shopping is not a very maximal experience. No, it's like, and it's. We're talking about Sleeping Beauties. Hi, Trish, which is set in West Virginia. And hi, Richard. And people are going around in their cars and they'll go to a place and do a thing. And not lots and lots of shopping going down. And or indeed, if there is, it's not right out on the street happening. Or it's not in my face anyway. And if this is why I had to ask Heidi about where her favorite commercial district was, because I wasn't going to find it on my own. And yeah, it's just people are doing different things. Yeah.
So I want to talk a little bit about architecture. Has anything that you've made, is it somewhere you can drive by and get to enjoy?
Oh yeah, in fact, nearly all of it. I specialised in large public works, so yeah, you'd know it. I was, amongst other things I've done, in no particular order. I mean, all my stuff, with the exception of something at the Potsdamer Platz in Berlin, which puts an age on me, is in the UK. I don't think I've done anything in the US at all, probably. And which goes to show, it's the fact I can't remember my project shows how long it has been. It's not so much. I practiced as an architect for 25 years, and I cannot remember all my projects, to be honest. And the things I have done, I worked on the control tower at Heathrow, which is the one that looks like an ice cream. I was one of the site architects. I was the person who set out all the stuff on the Greenwich Peninsula. I was the site architect of the Millennium Dome, which is now called the O2, which is the big old dome in East London, which has concert venues, which people might know. I wrote the design guide for King's Cross train station, which if people come to Thought Bubble and you come through London, you will go through King's Cross to get the train. It's a very widely known train station. Right in the centre of the city. What else have I done? I feel like I've done a lot. Oxford University, not Oxford University, Oxford Brookes University, new bit, which was very, very large and won some awards, which was kind of nice. I'm actually a 20th century conservation specialist, so if people know about the Balfour Tower, I did the survey on that. I was the expert policy. I'm an expert policy advisor on Una Goldfinger. So I basically specialise in the really ugly bits of fairly recent mid-century modernism, which this is my advantage. The thing I've got at most in my various jobs is I tend to pick up the jobs that other people don't really want, that are a bit uglier or a bit difficult, and not really the famous things or the lovely things, and I make something of them. So, this kind of unfashionable, as it was at the time, it's very fashionable now, but at the time, hugely unfashionable, brutal, ugly, concrete tower blocks that nobody really wanted to live in, and go and survey them and find the good bits about them and then help them be refurbished. And so I've done a couple of big housing estates, which I'm massively proud of. But like, you know, helping somebody not have mouldy curtains is not particularly, what's the word? Starry? Not fancy.
Yeah.
Not fancy, but it is meaningful to me. And hopefully, I think more meaningful to them, actually. There's a big difference between having frozen mouldy curtains and not having frozen mouldy curtains, I think you'll find. And yeah, so there's the housing estates are very well known, but people don't see housing estates in quite the same way as big fancy buildings. Depends who you are, I guess. And so Millennium Dome, King's Cross Station, Control Tower. Feels like not very much. I feel I've done more than that. What have you been doing?
I suspect that if you put together like a paid trip to visit all of the cool sites that you've had your hands in, and you could like do this site, I'm going to tell you all the cool stuff about. Like, you would have a lot of takers, because I know.
Yeah, I've done. It's got a good geographical spread. Well, there was the big office building I did in South London called Palestra, which is right near Waterloo train station, and like, I think architecture is a team thing, and there are lots of other people involved. But that one, more than any other, I spent more work on for various reasons. And I think people don't really it's a bit like comics are like this, where people think, you know, you will earn a fortune and there's millions of people doing it. And it's like, actually it's often one person just sitting in their bedroom or in a room like this. And Palestra is slightly one of those things where I don't think people quite believe, you know, how it was done. But no, I mean, it's like, as I say, coming back to comics, you know, it has this huge outcome. You know, what am I watching at the moment? I'm watching Disney Plus, and I'm anticipating more Marvel-y type stuff. I very, very much like superhero comics, actually, and I am currently following Nick Klein's. Of course I do. And I'm currently following, my favorite one at the moment is Nick Klein's Thor, which I think he's an amazing, amazing artist. And like, I can just, the atmosphere of what he's got going in the books, where it's like, it's so imaginative and yet it's so present. I think is amazing, and I'm anticipating all this amazing sort of Marvel stuff, and yet that stuff, which has this huge outcome, is made by people sitting in small rooms around the world with their head down and headphones on, you know, and the coffee and you know, their pens and their squashes, and their, as I say, steering wheels. If anybody wants to donate me their steering wheel, you're very welcome. Yeah, all of that. And yeah, send me a picture of it. Yeah, this is a good one. Send me a picture of your truck, and I will try and put it in the comic. If you what is it? You can just what's the word? You can just email me. My email address, which is entirely public, is Alice Sanders, ALISSAMP at P for person at gmail.com. Email me a picture of your truck, or if you have a car or whatever, send me a picture of your truck, and I'll see if I can work it into the comic, because we don't have any vehicles like that here at all. And you know, frankly, I've only got like 5. Really, West Virginia has more than that.
All right, we've got about 10 minutes, and I just want to say to anyone that's watching all day long, this is a totally interactive convention, so you can interact a lot. Please, please, please put comments, questions.
Yeah, ask me questions. I'm not here much.
Throw it up, because it's your opportunity to, you know, save yourself some flight money and a hotel money but still get to see someone that you really love.
Yeah. Is there any questions I didn't answer? I think I've probably got them all so far. What else? In terms of when am I coming over? When I'm allowed out and when I'm allowed in? I don't know at the moment when our next convention experience is going to be. I would expect that the next one I would do would probably be New York, or depending when things are. I mean, I had hoped, to be really honest, that conventions would be together by this autumn, and I'm not convinced now that that's going to be the case, because as much as we have vaccines, I'm not sure that enough people will have been vaccinated to be comfortable, and I may not, to do it. So maybe, I mean, I have a very the conventions I like. Well, actually, I like all conventions. I like the whole thing. Frankly, it's just like you go to a place and you find out about it, and then you go to have some meals in that place, and then you talk to a bunch of people in that place. And I think my favorite conventions are the ones which are local. So, for example, I know a lot of people don't think of C2E2 as a local convention, but relatively, from my point of view, it is, where it's gathering up people from the Midwest. And you'll meet people at C2E2 you don't meet anywhere else. And it's a certain kind of convention. And I really like it. There was a bar at the end of my row, and people would buy the beer in the morning and come up the row, and at every table they would stop and they would buy a book, and there were people going around with huge armfuls of books. And I like this. That this is like,
might have the largest, in my reckoning, the largest what they would call an artist alley. It's like aisle A through U double.
Oh yeah,
and it's huge.
But also, in my experience, a lot of book buyers, they're drinking the beer and they're buying the books, and I'm like, these are my people. Yeah. I like this. Where is there a place to buy your books that you can recommend? My shop. You go to www.aliceandsamson.com. I have a shop and I do ship stuff. And actually, because books are printed, I can ship them from here to there. And I am doing, for when the graphic novel of Sleeping Beauties comes out, I'm doing original art book plates. And it's the only way. That's it. It has a shop. It's got /shop has a shop. And I'm doing original art book plates, which is the only original art that there's going to be for this book at all. And it's quite bargain-tastic. And the other place you can get my book is, of course, from Jen at spacecadets.com. I think it's spacecadets.com. Is that right? Anyway, get
spacecadetscollection.com.
Something.
I know, because I was just coding on it like while you guys were talking.
Yeah. Something like that. And so there's my shop, there's buying things from Jen. You can get it most places. The only thing I'd say is if you can avoid getting it from Amazon, that would be cool, because I think Jeff Bezos already has enough money, frankly. The other good place, is obviously London comic shops. Gosh Comics. Now, this is not so much for my book as pretty much everything else. They have a very nice curation of gorgeous graphic novels. They're very good. They're extremely good at selecting stuff. And my other favorite one, which is OK Comics, which is in Leeds. And when we go up to Thought Bubble, OK Comics is, of course you can shop directly from me. But OK Comics in Leeds is in this gorgeous Victorian arcade, and it's not a massive shop, but Jared there has a really good curation of stuff. And when I go, I like try and buy stuff from him, and he always has something that, I think one of the nice things about going into comic shops is you go in and you're like, I'm going in to get my Thor comic, and then there's like, oh, what's that? And you're like, oh, I want one of those, and it's like, nice. And Jared pretty much has that for me. Actually, OK Comics and Gosh Comics, good curation. And like, as I say, a nice material selection. They've got beautiful graphic novels and things. And it's like, if you're going to buy print, and I don't always buy print. I mean, I can't store it. Look at my house. Digital comics help me a bit. If I'm going to buy print, I want nice print. I have to say, IDW just emailed me the advert for the Sleeping Beauties graphic novel yesterday for approval. It is looking pretty wonderful. Yeah.
I'm excited.
Get that book. You can pre-order it now. Pre-order the graphic novel for Sleeping Beauties. It's going to come in 2 parts. So this is part 1, and part 2, I believe, is October, something like that. October, November. They haven't solicited it yet. Or maybe they have solicited it. I'm not sure. So it is coming in 2 parts, but the graphic novel for Sleeping Beauties is good. And because the whole thing was written as a novel, in my opinion, it is better read as a piece. Although, obviously, I mean, IDW have just made such a wonderful job of it. I'm just like, I'm normally really picky and weird about comics where I'm like, could have done that better. And it's like, no, it's wonderful.
Yeah, I'm always at the end of every issue of Sleeping Beauties going, okay, now I have to wait for the next issue.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I have to make, it's like, it's made by hand, you know. It's like, not only is it made by hand, I drew every single hair on everybody's flipping head myself. I went, I went on the internet and bought the cars. It's like, these things are not small enterprises. I mean, it may only be one person, but it's a lot of work.
There you go, everybody. Just blame any lateness on my hair, because my hair is really hard to draw.
No, your hair is actually really great to draw. It's the wiggly waves. It's like, it keeps my fingers exercised. The hard ones to draw is facial stubble. And also when people have pigmentation on their faces. Yeah, sorry, Carl. It's you. It's you. It's getting it the same every time. It's also people who have a bit of stubble often change it up quite a bit. And it's like, there's a lot going on, you know, there where you're like, where does it stop? And there's also people with pigmentation. I mean, if people have brown skin and sometimes they have some darker pigmentation on their faces, that is a complete pain, because I think it isn't obvious to other people that people's skin can be more than one color. And so for me to depict that, I mean, there's a lady in issue 6 who's had a stroke and her face is what is it, left side of the head, a bit like that. And like, I'm looking forward to people saying I can't draw faces straight. It's like, no, she's had a stroke, she's in a wheelchair. It's like, life goes on, you know. It doesn't just stop because you have a slightly unfortunate event. You carry on even if your face isn't quite as it was before. So yeah, it's I like to get these things right, you know. It's like, inclusion is important. When I've had a stroke when I'm 60, I don't want to be shuffled off either. You know, it's important not to shuffle people off.
Well, thank you so much.
Shuffling people off, we got about 30 seconds.
Yeah.
So, Allison, do us a favor. Tell us where people can find you on the social medias, where people can, other tthan the website, where people can find you and things like that.
I'm on Twitter at Alice Samp. That's at ALISS_SAMP. I've said my email. You can just write to me and ask me stuff. I don't mind. My shop's there. I'm on Facebook. It's not a private account. You can just come on Facebook and follow me there. And it's like, I post art there sometimes. I'm not as on the internet as I would like. And I'm on Instagram as Alison.Sampson. And my Alison has 1 L, British spelling. And that's kind of it. It's, I think. Oh, yeah. And I've got on the Thought Bubble YouTube stream, I did 3 talks just before Christmas. If you want to know about Sleeping Beauties, I'm talking to Ron Wimberly and Emma Rios about Place. And there is a horror comics one with Steve Niles and John Lees and Abigail Harding. And so if you want to hear about, if you should wish, I am on YouTube on the Thought Bubble channel relatively recently as well. And otherwise, come and find me at a convention. I'm always happy to chat. I mean, frankly, if I travel to the US, it's nice to sell books, but really that's not what I'm there for. I'm there to meet you. You know, I'm here to say, send me pictures of your trucks, you know. Like, I'm here to find out about stuff and meet people.
Next convention, I owe you a meal, Allison. We'll go and we'll spread together.
That would be lovely. I think we had oysters last time. It's like, yeah. Roll on the next
All
one.
right. Well, we will be back. I want to thank Allison for being here. We will be back in just about a minute with a cosplay panel with Cheryl. I'm going to, Jen, this is going to be a problem all day. You're going to have to keep me on track. I already forgot the name of Cheryl's thing, so we'll talk about that in just a minute. But we'll be back in just about a minute and 15 seconds.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing it. Oh, one of your favorite costumes that you've made is right behind you. I'm
so excited. I know. These are a couple of my absolute favorites. I figured I'd pick the comic book themed ones for today. So
let everybody know how they know you outside of your new awesome career in cosplay and your famousness as a cosplayer. How know you?
Yeah, this is like, how do we know each other, right? I spent 20 years at Diamond Comic Distributors. And so that was my comic book claim to fame. You can blame me for barcodes on comic books, since point of sale was my that was what I did at Diamond Comic Distributors, is the point of sale program. And so the reason there are barcodes on every comic book is because of me. Most comic books had barcodes before I came along, but most of the independents had to convert over. So that's been, that feels like a lifetime ago now, though.
But it's so necessary. I think about the way that all of ordering of comic books and ringing up of comic books happens now. And I think that it would be impossible, really, if we had to go backward right now to like 135 ka-chunk. I don't know if that would work.
No, it was one of those things that I saw that was really necessary in the industry. And that is, I guess, my legacy, which I'm very proud of. And I miss all of my customers like you, Jen, and get to see you now in a different capacity.
Yeah, I can remember the first time I saw you at convention in a different way. And I was like, wait, what? I mean,
yeah.
Because I'm a player, and I was like, if I'd only known this, we would have hung out so much sooner.
Who would have known, right? So, yeah, this was, I've been doing this all along. And the one thing I can give Diamond Comics a lot of credit for was that because Steve Jeppy was a mailman before he sold comic books, he said you could do a side career as long as it never interfered with your day job or with your work. And so I was a sewing teacher and quilter and all of this on the side while I worked at Diamond Comics. And so this transition has been quite a lot of fun.
Okay, so let's go back to when you were, I'm assuming you started when you were a kiddo like I did. What was your very...
Oh, yeah. So cosplay and I was, gosh, now I'm really going to date myself, though. I was cosplaying before it was cool. When cosplay, you were just a bigger nerd than the other nerds. You were not, it was not a great thing to be a cosplayer, but now it is such a great time to be a nerd. It's such a great time to be a cosplayer. Cosplay is so much more accepted now, and it's fantastic. So even though I could not cosplay during my Diamond Comic days, I always went to the conventions and talked to the cosplayers. It was my favorite thing about the conventions was seeing all of the costumes, and to now make this my career. It's so cool.
Here that it used to be called, I think when they started using the term cosplay, I was like, man, I always just called that just dressing up.
That's what we called it too. We never called it cosplay, although I think the word is really perfect. And the word comes from Japan, where they have great words that fill in our words. And so to me, costume play, that is kind of what we're doing. And now we're even seeing cosplay in the craft stores and the big box sewing stores. And so that cosplay has come a long, long way when people are really starting to understand what cosplayers want and what they do. And I remember a time when people would ask you at the sewing store, what are you making? And you're like, I really don't want to tell you. And because you're going to think I'm weird. And now, we just tell everybody what we're going to make, because it's good times out there.
The sewing places weren't as hard for me to try to do that, because they're used to Mimas making costumes for their grandkids. But to go to like Lowe's or Home Depot and try to describe, I'm making a Mothra with a 24-foot wingspan, so I need to have. I'm making a harness that's able to hold that weight and be able to still move. And they're just like, "What, sister?"
Oh yeah. Even the DIY stores, Home Depot and those places, they start to know too. They're like, well, I'm not building anything per se. I'm making, wings that move, and really just amazing. The creativity is my favorite part, because, everyone that we've encountered is so creative, and for me, it's a great way to get my creative expression out, to be the characters I always wanted to be. It's awesome.
When I talk to kiddos now about that are definitely nerds, and I see them in costume, and I want to be kind of encouraging of their schooling. I'll tell them, I'm like, right now, you're not understanding why you're learning math or geometry, but I'm telling you, I use math and geometry in making costumes all the time.
All the time. Yeah. Yeah, I never thought you would use a protractor ever in your life. And then I use one all the time to draft sewing patterns. And so it's definitely skills that all your math skills, all those fractions you're learning, you need them in sewing.
So what was your very first costume? Do you remember?
So, I even go back to like the Trekker folks, and I was a member of the Klingon assault group, and I was the only one who had a sewing machine that could sew through the leather and pleather. So I had that friend. But yeah, that was my very first one. I was very active in my college. I guess you would call it like a geek group or whatever you wanted to call it. We were like a gamers guild, and we actually even had a LARPing group. And so we dressed up and ran around in the woods, and we did all of that stuff. And that was in the 90s. That was early 90s. And my latest costume is of course Wonder Woman, and I even have a Wonder Woman sort of like ball gown. So that one is the one that's being worked on right now.
Oh man, that's a lot of work.
It is, but it's worth it.
Okay, so there's simple ways to make costumes, and then there's costumes that need thousands of hours. What is the costume that took the most time that you've worked on?
It is a costume that has a lot of work in like there's a cage underneath it for the outfit, like so that the dress lays on these underpinnings, there's just I want to say in that costume there's 300 hours. So yeah, they can be very, very complicated, but if you're just starting out, you don't have to be intimidated by that. You can cosplay right out of your closet. You can pick a character that is fairly easy to do. My favorite costumes are the ones that you just make with like a pair of scissors and some paint. You can cosplay pretty much as anything. And that's, the easiest way to get started with cosplay is to just look in your closet. And if you're on a budget, the best way is to go to your local thrift shop or even the discount stores. I know like Old Navy is great because they have so many like basics. You can just pick up different t-shirts in different colors and just use that to start with. And that's some of the easiest ways to get started with cosplay.
Oh yeah. Have I seen you have some more? How do I want to call this? Like a produced show? Did I see that you had a produced show?
Oh yeah. So I'm the host of a web series, which is it's a really cool show. We have 4 seasons right now, and it's called Con Crunch Challenge. And anyone who is in cosplay probably is familiar with the Con Crunch, and that's I have 24 hours left before the convention and my costume is not done, and the mad sewing and the mad painting and the mad crafting that happens right before the convention so that you can wear your costume out on the show floor. And so every cosplayer has gone through this. Everyone I know has gone through some sort of con crunch. So the show is cosplayers come on and they have 2 hours to make a costume, accessory, or a whole costume. We've had people make an entire costume in 2 hours. And the whole challenge is, can they beat the clock? And what's great is that everybody's always successful. There's always something that they have finished that's show ready in that 2 hours. We have had cosplayers of all kinds. We've had, young cosplayers like preteen, and we've had, experienced cosplayers who are major guests at big conventions around the country, and they've all taken the challenge. And this past season, I took the challenge, and it was a lot harder than it looked. It was to be on camera and know that you still have to finish this thing in 2 hours. It was a lot harder than, and I'm the host, and I've watched all these people do it, and here I was taking the challenge for myself.
So what you're telling us is that it's not all fake. They don't actually have 10 hours when the camera is not on them.
No, we tape that 2 hours in a continuous tape, roll, and then we cut it down to about 22 minutes. And so that has been the really coolest thing. But yeah, it's been a lot of fun. Again, watching people really take the challenge and get to know all of that. It's been a lot of fun. I just feel like there's been, there's other shows where there were people going head to head against other cosplayers. And when they approached me about the show, I thought, You know what I don't want to be involved in is watching cosplayers go up against one another, because somebody always goes home disappointed. And when you're beating the clock, like you are the winner every time. And so I like that part.
Sorry, I'm trying. Someone says there's feedback, so I'm going to see what I can.
Sorry.
No, it's not you. I think it's probably me.
Oh, okay. The volume, the feedback.
And I can do it, so I'm gonna try my best to make sure it's not me at all.
Okay.
What is the most common injury on the show?
Burnt fingers. So yeah, like it's always the glue gun. There's always the glue gun burnt finger injury. The other biggest one is gluing your fingers together with super glue. Those two are the biggest. We have not had anyone really damage themselves or the set, but yeah, those two burnt fingers on glue gun. Everyone in cosplay pretty much has numb fingers by now. They've been burned so many times that either from your iron or from the glue gun, you pretty much don't feel your fingertips anymore. But that's always a lot of fun. Yeah, so it's a great show. Again, we have 4 seasons you guys can check out.
Are you going to be back to shooting more seasons when it's possible?
So we actually did 2 seasons last year in 2020, if you can believe it. We went into a bubble, and we all had to get tested and make sure we were all okay before we went on set. And it was a closed set, so that was really great. We socially distanced on the set. It was a lot of fun. But yeah, that has really put a cramp in cosplay in general, not just our filming, but everything. Because without conventions, a lot of cosplayers feel like there isn't anything to dress up for. And that 2020 has been a huge challenge for cosplay, because even very seasoned cosplayers, even myself, I think I made 1 costume last year. And a lot of us feel like, without an event to go to, just like our sojo, our sewing mojo, our sewing mojo is down. And so that has been a big challenge for 2020. But yeah, we did get to film, and we're waiting to hear if we are going to be doing a new season or not. Yeah, more than likely we will. A lot of it always depends on the sponsorships that we get from the sewing industry, and whether or not they can come into the show. So
I think that what we'll probably see when conventions come back is either the people have to kind of like ramp up their skill set again if they've been kind of taking the time off, or we'll see some master class costumes because people have had, a year and a half or whatever to put into the dream they've always wanted to do, because there's not as many distractions as you would have in normal life.
Yeah, there's been this movement towards slower creation and slower crafting and slower sewing. And the idea is to make it right the first time. I know as a cosplayer, when I was first starting out, I would make something, and there's that whole idea where you make what you make doesn't match up with where your personal taste is. And so you look at it, you think, well, I'm really disappointed with this. I wish I'd made it this way or that way. And then, as your skill set gets better, you want to go back and you want to change what you've made. So I think a lot of cosplayers right now are saying, well, I'm just going to take the time and learn the skills that I need to make it right. And there's just so much education out there on YouTube and Instagram and TikTok even. There's so many ways that you can learn how to do costumes and any technique you think you need to know, there's a video out there for it.
I agree with that for sure.
And I love that cosplayers are so giving, and they share all of their information and their build tips, and I mean practically everything, which is amazing. And the other thing that's amazing too is when I cosplayed, and I'm sure Jen, you remember the old days, if you wanted to make a particular thing like this Wonder Woman, you know, armor, you had to do it with like a still photo that you found somewhere. Or you're looking at comic books to figure out like how does this collar stand up and how exact tall is it above the person's head, and these were all things that we had to figure out for ourselves. And now, I mean, this armor is a pattern you can buy. So the availability of going from what you want to be to finished product is way easier than it has ever been. And that's just the power of cosplay and how commonplace it is right now. It's so much easier to do than when I was younger.
Yeah, I've learned a new trick to follow the actual costume designer and ask them, can you just send me over what you had as like production still, concept art, or anything? Because there was I did a costume for the Kingsman 2 character Poppy.
Oh, how cool!
And there's a costume that she wears on screen that you never see the bottom half of it. It's just like it doesn't exist. And I told them I made the costume for San Diego Comic-Con Masquerade, and after I came off stage, they actually came and talked to me and said that it was exactly right. I was like, well, I'm so happy to hear that because I had to guess. They're like, no,
Yeah.
it's really all over the internet. I'm like, you show me the picture of this costume on the internet anywhere, and I'll eat my hat. And they went on and they were like, we never did post that.
You're right. And that is a huge challenge even now for a lot of cosplayers. I know that what we do is we'll even go out and buy the action figure just to turn it around, because the action figure had to have been used some sort of production photos, you know, with the license in order for the rest of the costume to be made properly. So it was like, oh, that's an easy way to figure out the backside or the bottom is to buy the action figure. And that way you get, you know, what they had sent over for the license to be produced. But that, you know, one of the things too is that the costume designers are now more available. And the ones that I have spoken to, I've spoken to a couple of them from Game of Thrones. We did a week-long Game of Thrones extravaganza when the finales came out. And the costume designers are so thrilled that cosplayers would want to be their designs, and that, you know, to them is so gratifying that they tell me that, you know, the fact that a cosplayer wants to dress up as something that I designed or that I made is so important to them. And so now they are entering into a lot of conversations with cosplayers about what were you thinking when you designed this, or, you know, what was the thinking about how, you know, characters move in the costume, and they'll explain how those parts are important. I know when I watch movies now, I am very cognizant of how the characters are moving in their costumes because I need to know how that's going to translate into, you know, a costume that I might want to make. And so I know I watched quite a bit of the Wonder Woman 84, mostly just to see how she moved in the costume. Which it doesn't look very comfortable.
What I think is so cool right now is if you go and look at some of the promotional press for that movie, there's a still image of her doing her like deep back bend to like, it's kind of like in the rotunda scene.
Mm-hmm.
See in that picture front and center that she's got a pair of flat shoes on that are just designed to look exactly like the other ones. And so you can wrap your mind around, like, there are some parts of costuming that we see on the screen that the, like, you know, the back of the costume might be open so that they have more moving.
Right.
That's fixed in, you know, like they're, you know, you only see them from the back, and the front of the costume has something different about it that's designed for that scene. So sometimes what we're trying to make as cosplayers may not exist as a static thing, except for like when they're not moving. So a moving version of a costume that works 100%.
Yeah, and I know in anime this is a real I can't even really call it a problem, but it's an issue where in anime or in manga the collars and just the draping, they defy the laws of physics. And so cosplayers are now trying to make that costume, and they're mystified at how does this collar end up standing like straight out with, like, you know, what kind of structure do you put inside of that in order for it to happen? And those kinds of challenges are some of the most exciting ones to me, because that's where, you know, I was able to design products that could help sewists achieve those things. And so when I started back into the cosplay business, I had all these sewing business connections, and somebody said, well, what would you make for cosplayers? And I was able to go ahead and do that, which was kind of awesome. And so the So Much Cosplay line of products is now available in sewing stores, independent sewing stores, because you know me, I love my independent businesses. And even some comic book stores are carrying it. And so it's really kind of a cool way to bring together my comic book and sewing things and put them together in a line of products so that you can achieve the cosplay that you always wanted to, and defeat some of those gravity defying things, you know, like collars like this one that stand up, and armor that is actually plastic but looks, you know, like it would come out of a movie. So this is you know, what we do in cosplay. We solve those challenges, and we use unusual materials, and that's been part of the fun. It to me, the unending joy of cosplay is that we're seeing everybody just express themselves in this super creative way. And I know that you know, in comic books, the artists and the writers, like, they love seeing their characters in person as well. You know, when somebody cosplays as your character, or as design that you drew, that I think that's, you know, a great marriage of, you know, what these two hobbies could become.
Absolutely. So I know we talked about it a little bit before the show. Did you end up having some things you wanted to do, some show and tell for demo?
You know, I will put them up on our Instagram so that you guys can see them. But I, you know, was going to share all these, you know, images of people that we have seen at the various shows. One of the things that we do here at So Much Cosplay, we actually vend. We vended at Comic Palooza in Houston. That was the last time I saw you. We also vended at Dragon Con, and, you know, anywhere that there's a big cosplay presence, we're going to try to show up there. And what we do is we do the triage booth.
So needed.
It is. It just happens, right? You know, accidents happen, cosplay blowout happens, you know, whatever. And so we run a triage, as well as selling products for cosplayers to pick up while they're at the show. And you know, what's cool is that's when you really get to meet the makers and you really get to, you know, and they know, they're like, oh, I'm so sorry, I glued this and it came undone. And we get to talk about how to make it better. And that's really, really cool. But yeah, the convention scene, just that whole experience there, it's it's just, to me, like, again, being able to help people and being able to teach. I've been on a few panels. I've taught full classes at shows before, at Comic Cons before. So it's been a lot of fun. And now we're starting to bring the cosplayers over into the sewing conventions, and that's been a lot of fun. I don't know that many people know that there's sewing conventions. And so now we have that too. But yeah, so all of our pictures that we take of people who have had their cosplay repaired by us or at the show, I'll stop people all the time and ask them to take their picture. And just the amazing variety of costumes, from casual cosplay all the way to the ones that have taken thousands and thousands of hours and sometimes years to make. I just am so inspired by everybody, and that just makes me want to go out and make more costumes.
So I want to talk a little bit about the sewing industry and the sewing conventions that you go to. Do you see an aging of that group, that there's not as many young people that are interested in the industry, and how you can fix that?
Yeah, so what was really interesting to me when I was still at Diamond and not yet doing sewing full time, people would ask me, as the young person in the sewing industry, which is really scary that I'm one of the young people, but they would ask me, where are all the young people who sew? And I would immediately tell you, they're at the Comic Con. They are cosplayers dressing up and sewing and making things for Comic Con. And inevitably, the sewing industry gave me a universal, what's that? And so there's been a huge push to educate the sewing industry that sewing is being done by people who are quite young, who are very enthusiastic about buying sewing machines and materials and notions and all of these things. And they are sewing, but they're not learning from the traditional sewing store or by going to the sewing convention. They're learning through YouTube and TikTok and online, and they're purchasing their materials online. And so they really don't have as much direct interaction with the sewing industry that the sewing industry was hoping for. And so part of the idea behind the So Much Cosplay line of products was to bring cosplayers into these independent sewing stores and to start to form a relationship between cosplayers and the stores. Now, some of the stores, they were like, this is a little too strange for us. And that education hurdle has been huge. But really, for us, the acceptance of cosplay by the big box stores has completely changed their mind in the main sewing industry to say, oh, yeah, no, that's a good market. And, you know, and then I would go to sewing industry trade shows and I would tell them that, you know, Comic Cons are a multi-billion-dollar industry. And when you have 30 to 40% of people going to Comic Con to cosplay, that's a huge segment of dollars that the sewing industry just woke up and said, "Oh, we probably want to part that."
It's not just people making one costume for one day. They've got a costume for each day. So multiply that times the 150,000 people that go to Comic-Con.
Exactly. And I think that when they started to realize just how deep the cosplayer really was in their hobby, they could start to see that, oh, that's very similar to our quilters. Oh, that's very similar to our embroiderers. They're super fans of their hobby, and cosplayers are super fans of their hobby. And yeah, we may not yet understand it, but they understand that passion. And so that really started to wake the brands up. And what I'm starting to see now, which is amazing, is the the sewing brands are starting to bring on brand ambassadors of cosplayers. So now they're saying, oh, well, we want this top cosplayer to be using our sewing machine when they're sewing. And so now we're starting to see this connection between sewing brands and cosplayers, which I never thought I would see this soon. But within the 3 years of my company starting, we've already made a huge impact on the sewing industry for cosplay, and it's just going to get bigger.
I noticed that didn't you have wasn't there a sponsorship from one of the major sewing machine companies for your booth at Comic Palooza? It looks
So that was Singer Viking Pfaff. And of all the brands that have really embraced cosplay and cosplayers, the Singer brand has been the top, brand to really say, yes, we even are going to make a machine just for cosplayers. And that, was like a aha moment for cosplay to really cross over into the sewing industry, because they're listening to us. They made a machine with the accessories and the stitches that we need, and at a price point that's really affordable, because they know that cosplayers are usually in a position in their life. When I started cosplay, I was in the beginnings of my career. I didn't have a lot of money. I made cosplay when I could afford it and with the materials that I had at the time. And as my career grew, so did my ability to, better my machine and my materials and things like that. So I don't want anyone to be discouraged by not having a lot of money for cosplay and things like that, because, over time we all get better, and we are all able to upgrade our equipment and the materials that we're able to use and things like that. And so I just say, use what you have now, and the brands are listening. And like I said, with Joanne's being working with Yaya Han, and she has really opened the door for so many cosplayers to be able to walk into a Joanne Fabrics and find the stuff that they need, and have staff members understand what it is that they're making. These are just huge deals and huge hurdles for cosplayers who want to make.
big difference, because most everybody has probably a Joann's or at least another small sewing store where they live, but not everybody has access to the fabric district in LA, for
Right. Yeah, and I'm super lucky. I'm here in Chicago. We have, a lot of the great fabric stores like the major cities do, New York, LA. But, out in the rural areas, Joanne Fabrics might be the only thing that you have. And to have a fabric line in your store just for cosplay, and not just at Halloween time either, that was a huge hurdle. We could buy a lot of these cool fabrics around Halloween, but now to have it available all the time is like I said, it's a great time to be a cosplayer.
I wonder if they've got internally at all those companies like a tracking for that they notice that 6 months out from Comic-Con there's a huge surge for buying what they would consider Halloween fabrics, and in the area for New York, is there a huge surge 6 months out from New York Comic-Con, those kinds of things. I wonder if they actually started to track that kind of movement.
I mean, if they're not doing it, they should. And of course, the point of sale person in me is like, yes, give me the data. But I would say, yeah, from a trending standpoint, we almost were afraid that sewing was going to take this big hit, much like, the independent comic book store. We were worried that sewing was going to take this huge hit, but mask making has turned sewing into everyone needed a sewing machine and everyone wanted a sewing machine. And so actually machine sales were through the roof during the pandemic. But that means that now everyone has these sewing machines that they could start making costumes with. And I think we're going to see some upticks in making across the board, across all the sewing types, quilting and embroidery and sewing crafting type products. But we're also going to see a huge uptick in cosplay. And now that conventions might be coming back, we really do hope that means the making will be turned up.
I suspect there are a lot of people that finally found time to catch up on the unfinished projects they had and realized they needed more stuff for new projects. So yeah, I'm glad to hear that the sewing industry has done well through this. That warms my heart.
Yeah, and me too. And I was really worried about my independent stores that carry so much cosplay products. Of course, they need a lot of support because what they have are employees that don't understand what all this cosplay stuff's about. And that's my job, is to help educate them on what cosplayers need and want, and what kind of classes they could run that would entice cosplayers to come in. And as a sewing educator, I go to the major sewing conventions, and I run cosplay content there, so that there's now this sort of bridge between the sewing projects or the sewing world and the cosplay world, and trying to get them to come together. So we've been doing like cosplay contests at the sewing convention and things like that. And those days are the best days. You see people walking around in their costumes at the sewing convention, and you'll get that little old lady who's like, what is going on? What have I come into? And then they have to be told, oh yeah, there's a costume contest today. And then they start to get it. And then they'll talk to cosplayers and talk about construction and, how did you make this? And tell me how, what stitching you used on this costume part. And that's when, everything all comes together. And that's my favorite part.
Okay, so I'm just guessing that there's going to be other, comic book store owners or other people that have businesses that are related, they're watching. Do you still have your program that you can help people out? They don't have to know anything. It just comes all together as a...
Yeah, it comes together on a rack. You can buy the whole thing and you get all the products you need. And yeah, it's a really awesome thing. And also now we do have an e-commerce site. So if you are a cosplayer and you are looking for specialty sewing notions, that's what we carry. And, so much cosplay.com is where you can go and learn all about it. And like I said, I was really, really pleased to sort of be that gap, fill that gap, especially for the independent sewing store. Big Box has all their cool stuff, which is great, but your mom and pop sewing store, which there are thousands of, and they didn't have anything specific to cosplay for them. And so but also as a sideline, right? Comic book stores can carry, the foam making stuff, some of these tubes of glitter and foil and things like that. And these are easy. Just go home, cut it up with scissors, iron it on. you know, they're simple to use, but they're also really great as far as putting in that special touch on your costume, and that's what some of this stuff is. And I love to use my own products.
What would you consider specialty cosplay products? What would be in the list?
So we carry like the foam that makes this whole Wonder Woman. So the foam that's under all this paint, it comes in 24 by 24 inch sheets. And so this is, that standard EVA foam or EVA foam that people use to craft with. So this is something that the stores can carry. And it just, again, it's at a great price point. Are we trying to replace Joann's? No, we're just trying to be another place that you can get stuff. We also have this sewable foam, which you would put into like your collars that need to stand up. And I love this stuff because you can make your costume. It will be very big, but you can fold it up, put it in your suitcase, travel to a Comic-Con, pop it out of your suitcase, and it pops out just the same as it when you stuffed it in there. And that to me is, it fixes a problem, that cosplayers have when they travel from show to show. How do I get it there? How do I, pack it and get it to the show? And so this stuff, this foam, again, helps defy gravity and makes it still look like, like the character fresh out of the suitcase. So these are just, again, there's all sorts of tutorials on our YouTube channel on how to use all this stuff. So we don't, expect that every store is going to have to know how to use everything. We've got training and tutorials and all of that stuff. But just one more.
Is there a costume that kind of like feels like the most epic? You'll have to like really do a lot of research and spend a whole bunch of time, but you really, really want to make it. Are there any of those?
So there were, and it was at Comicpalooza of all places that I saw these ladies, and they made French court dresses. So very 17th century historical reenactment dresses. But when you got closer, they had the Batgirl logo, the Wonder Woman logo, and the Superman logo or Supergirl logo. And I thought, oh my gosh, they're the Justice League, French Court Justice League. And I was like, my mind was just blown. Those kinds of historical reenactment crossovers, that's my jam. So I've been really thinking about what costume can I do that will take those two like historical reenactment stuff and the comic book thing and kind of mash them together. And that level of creativity is pretty awesome. And so, yeah, I've been noodling that one for a while. I don't want to give away my secret just yet, but but yeah, so I've been doing that one, and then I've been doing sort of a giant sewing themed dress, and it's sort of like all the sewing motions, like a pincushion bottom for the gown, and the strawberry emery, is my purse, and a thimble for a hat, and a sewing needle for a wand, and it's sort of like Glinda the Good Witch meets all the sewing motions, and I thought that was a cute little mashup.
People follow you around and try to borrow your pins, and
yeah, it's tough when I go to Comic-Con and I'm vending. I don't wear cosplay because too many people stop me to take photos, and then I can't sell anything in the booth. But I would like to have the costumes up on mannequins, because what I think is that people would look at it and say, oh, I can imagine myself wearing that, because cosplay is the great equalizer. It's for everyone. They're for every body shape. And I'm a plus size girl, and so I can tell you, yeah, that's made for me. It's for every body shape. It's for every race, every gender, every ability, every age. There's no age limits anymore. I've met 75, 80-year-old cosplayers. I've met 2-year-old cosplayers. And so that has really been to me, the one of the best things about cosplay is that, you know, you can be anything. Like, I love my Doctor Strange. Some of my favorite photos are of me in the Doctor Strange, but that's like, you know, that's like that gender bending, you know. And I do love being the female version of Doctor Strange, and I have lots of awesome friends who make wonderful cosplay where they dress as, you know, they just take, you know, like the female Joker and her boyfriend is Harley Quinn, you know. And so it's really awesome to see how people interpret the character. And, you know, yeah, so I try not to wear right.
She's freaking out.
Right. Yeah, I try not to wear the costumes in the booth, but that doesn't mean that they're not made for me. So anyway, yeah.
My most rewarding experience as a cosplayer is walking on the floor at San Diego Comic-Con as Inigo Montoya. Like, and I put on hair that looks like real chest hair.
Oh, I love it. Yes.
I put on hair that's real stubble. Having a full conversation. I try to do the voice as well as I can, but I'm a girl.
Yeah.
Right? I'm having this conversation walking down the floor with this guy who's like, dude, I love your costume. It's the best thing ever. And he's like, what's your name? I'm like, Jen. He's like, Jesse? No, Jen. John? And then I changed my voice, my real voice, and I said, Jen. And he was like,
yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you know, again, it's that amazing ability to be anyone or anything. And cosplay is really, you know, again, just so freeing. You know, there's certain things that people shouldn't be. Obviously, don't try to change your skin tone to be a different race. That's still a no-no. But other than that, you know, if that costume speaks to you, you know, you're going to get a lot of support for wearing it. And, you know, if there is a hater, and I don't come across them very often, but if there is one, you know, shrug them off. There's too many other people who will love you and no matter what you wear. And that's, to me, again, just that connection and the community around cosplay is so amazing. We got each other's backs, and I love that.
Jesse, you could totally wear that costume. Don't worry about the beard. It'll just work perfectly. Put braid something cool in there, like W's.
Yeah, I just wear it with like a black, like bob wig, and I'm like the female, you know, Doctor Strange. It's kind of cool that way. So sometimes I don't even worry about the gender as much.
Oh yeah. Anything else you want to talk about that we didn't cover today?
You know, so I would love for everybody to come to somuchcosplay.com. We have a special for those of you who are watching. We have a coupon code you can enter to get 10% off of our entire website, EXP10. So EXP10. And you can get 10% off our website. And we are on the Instagram, Facebook. We're pretty much everywhere. So come and join us. Come see us. If you have sewing questions, reach out to us. We're happy to help. That's what we're here for. Because first and foremost, I'm an educator and a teacher, and that's what I'm here to do.
You guys still have 5 minutes to get your questions in. Throw them up there.
That's right.
awesome she is, and you've watched her show, and you've been a fan for years. You can type all those things in too. That works.
That's right. Yeah. I mean, and what kind of characters would you guys want to make, as cosplay? And, think big. Don't think small. I always got to tell my son, think big. It's so much cosplay. So it's so much cosplay.com. So that's where you can find us. Also, so much cosplay, all one word, on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook. We're kind of everywhere. Everywhere but TikTok yet. I just, haven't got up the courage to do the TikTok thing yet.
Where do you usually do your work? Do you have like a work table, or do you have a whole different room, or you just...
Yeah, so this is my video studio. We record all of our video content in here. And then across the hall is a bedroom that's turned into a sewing studio. So I have, which I'm in the process of moving around. I rearranged the furniture at the end of last year, and I hate it. So now I have to turn it all to the other way. It's just, when your workflow is messed up, it's like a kitchen. It needs to be like a working area, and it's just the call it the feng shui, whatever you want to call it. It's just not working in there. It makes me not want to go in there until I get it fixed.
So we have just like 3 minutes left, but I have a quick question. If you look like this, and you're not willing to lose the facial hair,
right?
What's something you can do to like cosplay characters without facial hair?
So what some people do is they put makeup on it so that it, like, you can just blend it out. And I know that seems strange, but sometimes you can even use makeup products to kind of like form the beard close to your face, or you just pick characters that have that facial hair, and that would be something you can do too. There's so many characters that have facial hair that's what my husband's in the process of thinking about. What character can we make that he's got a full beard? What can we do for that full beard? But even with Doctor Strange, I told him, just put darken the beard to the color of so, and just put that temporary color in there and go to town. But yeah, I say go ahead and just work with what you got.
Well, we are just about out of time. Everybody head over to somuchcosplay.com.
Yeah.
If you go to bit.ly/the EXP web, you can visit our website, and on there's a page for all of our guests for today with the links there. You could also head to bit.ly/EXP guests to head straight to that page. Thank you so much, Cheryl.
Thank you, guys. Thank you for having me. This has been a blast, and good luck.
We will be back in just about a minute and a half with the legend, Bob Layton. See you in just a minute, guys. Welcome back to day one, part one, the morning of the EXP Expo, the first ever. We're joined now by one of my personal heroes, comic book writer, editor, artist. The dude co-founded Valiant Comics with Jim Shooter. We have the legend, Bob Layton. Bob, thanks for joining us, man.
Good morning, Kyle. How you doing?
I'm doing wonderful. So I have to ask the question before we get into the real nitty gritty here. Why did you choose comics?
Because I learned to read off of them before I started school. It was one of those things where the power of the medium was immediately brought to my attention because I remember bugging my sister Sue Ann to tell me what was in the little bubbles above their heads because it was the Jack Kirby and Wally Wood comic in the 50s, right? And so the storytelling was perfect. I could tell what was happening, but I got so curious to what they were saying. I was 4 years old. My sister sat down and taught me how to read, and as a result, I wound up skipping a grade of school, which wasn't all that great, by the way, because I graduated at 17 and I still couldn't get a job or anything like that. But the hook was in me at that point. The power of that medium, that made me want to learn to read was always there. But it's not just being a cartoonist or a writer or artist. I always consider myself a storyteller. So it's storytelling, and comics was such a powerful medium for telling stories, and that just put the hook in me from day one.
So, what came first for you, the writing or the drawing?
Well, the drawing came first, although I was always coming up with ideas and everything. But I actually started my career as a background inker for Wally Wood, because inking. You got to remember, we're talking about the mid 70s, right? And we got paid nothing back then. I mean, $20 a page if you're lucky, right? And you had to bang out, 22 pages, and you had like 2 weeks to do it. And as far as like penciling and writing and everything else, the easiest way for me to break into the business was as a inker. I worked for Wally Wood for about 9 months, and then Woody retired, and I went to work for Dick Giordano and Continuity Associates with him and Neil Adams. But mostly I worked for Dickie, but because we both lived near each other in Connecticut. So my intent was always to be the guy who does everything. Dickie always pushed me to be the guy that does everything, not just the comic side, but the business side of it too. He says, understand the business you're in. If you're going to do this for a living, understand the business you're in. That's why you've seen me on both sides of the desk.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and I know just from talking to other people that you came to the industry, the big time, as it were, the same way a lot of guys of your era did through the zines. You were doing it yourself before before anybody knew who you were. You were doing it yourself.
Yeah, we were publishing. Me and Roger Stern were publishing in the back bedroom of my apartment in Indiana a little bi-monthly digest fanzine called CPL, and we discovered this artist up in Canada, an unheard of guy named John Byrne. And he joined us, and so and what happened with that was the beginning of my entrepreneurial life as well, because what happened after we put out a few issues, it became very popular. We started sending 20 copies up to Marvel and DC, hoping that somebody would read it, and it really, because we didn't have the internet back then, that was the way we kind of as fans communicated with the professionals, and so we started getting professional contributions. And we got noticed that way, but the magazine turned out to be like a who's who of the comics now, But this was 1973, like I said, me and Roger sitting there with a saddle stitcher, putting together little digest copies. Eventually,
I
what
did
happened
that
was
one summer as a job. Oh,
yeah, I eventually made a deal with Phil Suling, who the man who invented the direct market. And Phil Suling and Bud Plant got together, and they kind of financed us. They basically give us the money and they bought the entire print run, and half went to the East Coast, half went to the West Coast, and that's kind of my start in publishing. But it also got me, John Byrne, Roger Stern, and a bunch of guys into the industry.
well, and I think maybe the zine thing was a Midwest thing, because I know that's how a lot of the Detroit Mafia guys broke in as well.
Yeah, but also
our
you gotta
Vellum
remember
guys
our sister publication was Etc., run by Paul Levitz and Paul Kupperberg out of
there
Brooklyn.
you go.
So, you know, and it's like so, and we all kept in touch with each other, and it was really cool. And Paul and I wound up working together at DC later on. So it's been a long road, man.
So that was how you got hooked up with Wally and got to Marvel.
Well, kind of. What happened was we started publishing the Charlton Bullseye, which is a fanzine about the old Charlton characters that was sanctioned by Charlton Comics themselves, because at the time Marvel had Foom and DC had the Amazing World of DC Comics. So Charlton, who was trying to break back into the superhero biz market, they basically asked us if we would create a fanzine for them, which turned out to be more popular than a lot of their comics. But again, it was another stepping stone. But what happened was, through that connection with Charlton, that we worked with Bill Pearson, and Bill Pearson was a very close associate of Wally Wood, and he's through Bill Woody saw my stuff and said if I was ever on the East Coast to come on out, and he could always use me as an assistant, which with $200 in my pocket and an old Galaxy 500 station wagon, I got in a car and I drove, because I wasn't going to pay. Because the first comic I ever read was a Wally Wood comic. So there's serendipity there,
Right. The man tells you, hey, come visit. You start planning that second how you're going to come visit, right?
Yeah, exactly. So I've never been averse to taking risks. If you know anything about me, that I've never been averse to taking risks. That's how you get anywhere. So that's what I did. I had no idea. I slept first couple of weeks. I slept on Al Milgram and Walt Simonson's floor in their apartment in Queens. Until I could find a place to live up there. So it was like, because I met them at a Comic-Con or whatever. They were nice enough to let me crash at their place until I could find a place to live.
And that's an interesting thing about the industry at the time, is that it was you and Roger in your apartment, and then you're sleeping on the floor at, Al Milgram's house, and everybody was so connected and we're so tight.
Oh yeah, in the building where Al and Walt shared an apartment, downstairs Bernie Wrightson and Howard Chaykin shared an apartment. I mean, it was and then there was a whole crew of guys up in Woodstock, New York. There was like Starlin, Barry Windsor Smith, a whole bunch of guys who lived up in the Woodstock area. Joe Sinnott. So there was a whole crew, upstate. A short train ride up there. There were like pockets of cartoonists all over the place.
I'm talking to Howard later. I'm gonna have to ask if he's got any apartment stories.
Oh, well, tell her about the first time he took the goy out to have Jewish food. Because coming from the Midwest, I didn't know anything about, so he took great delight in taking me down to the local Jewish deli and give me matzo ball soup and show me how to eat a bagel with a schmear. I remember that.
Oh, I bet that's a story that I bet that's a great story.
Well, he was fascinated because you grew up in the Midwest. You don't know anything about culture, any culture whatsoever. There is none, right?
And I know Howard's a foodie too, so it was probably really good.
No, yeah, oh yeah, absolutely. No, but this was Howard in his prime. Okay, he was just full of piss and vinegar, right? But he was also, he's always been like someone I just like totally idolized. I just thought he was absolutely fantastic.
So let's talk about your time at Marvel. I mean, you worked on some of the most iconic characters, but I mean, your run on Hercules, like that was a character that at that time maybe wasn't moving the needle as much as it had in the past. So tell me about.
There was no needle.
It's true.
I mean, what happened was the word came out that they wanted to try miniseries. They wanted to try, and I had been on Iron Man for a while, right? And I told you, I always wanted to work as a writer, so I saw this as an opportunity for me to work as a writer. Also, I was really kind of burned out with the whole dark Marvel universe. I mean, after the Dark Phoenix and the Frank Miller's Daredevil, and things were just really kind of gloomy there. I wanted to do something stupid, something fun, And I remembered those old Thors I used to read as a kid, where Herc would show up like once a year, and they would trash New York for no particular reason. He would just get drunk and trash New York and beat the crap out of Thor. But that was always kind of an inspiration to me. It's like, okay, why is Hercules like this? Let's explore that. So I pitched the very first miniseries. I beat Wolverine by a couple of weeks. So I actually had the very first miniseries in Marvel history with Hercules, Prince of Power.
And then that led to more work with that character for sure. And that story sounds to me very similar to the story that Larry Hama tells about G.I. Joe. I wanted to do something fun, so I did it, and look what it did.
Yeah, I mean, I've always had one rule in doing anything: is when it ceases to be fun, stop, because that's the whole point of being in the entertainment industry. I get to work in my jammies, I mean, it's like, it's, you do stuff that you're passionate about and you have a blast. And, because I've walked off stuff because it just ceased to be fun. I mean, I had that with X Factor. X Factor was a Charlie Foxtrot from Boo. And, even though it was like, it broke all-time sales records, after 5 issues, I was done, because the politics around it was just untenable.
Sure, absolutely. I mean, and the people who worked on that book, I mean, you look at them now, and every one of them is considered a legend. Every one of them's a massive star. But when they talk about that book, they always go, and they start talking about it, because it was such a. Well, I know it was such a political game,
because there was the office politics about it, because it was the first X book not done by the X office,
right?
And they set out to make my life a living hell. And like I said, and poor Jackson, I mean, I feel bad for Butch, because he hung in there through the whole thing. But after just having plot after plot after plot bounce, because you can't use this character, you can't do that character. Well, it just ceased to be fun. And, so it's like I moved on. Unfortunately, I got drafted into the Secret Wars because, I was on contract and I wasn't doing anything, and I had a quota to fulfill. So I always joked that I was the only person in that war that was drafted.
I like it. I mean, everybody wound up in the Secret Wars, but you were the only one who was there because they made you.
Drafted. Yeah, I didn't volunteer for the job. I was definitely conscripted.
So you have one of the unique experiences, I think, and it was more common in that era at the mid to late 70s, of you were working for both companies kind of at the same time, right? You were working for Marvel and you were working for DC kind of at the same time.
You were scrambling just to get work because, like I told you, the page rates are so low. I mean, it's one of the really painful realities of now, because when you're doing this stuff, you don't really think that it's going to be considered classics or anything like that. And if I did a cover like for Iron Man, and I got $200 for the original, I thought I was just rolling in dough, right? And then I had a guy contacted me a couple of weeks ago and says, I have one of your old covers. I want $35,000 for it. You know anybody be interested in it? Sure, I'll help you out. You know, it's like,
Hey.
yeah, I mean, there's, yeah, that part always smarts a little bit, but no, back then you went, $5 more a page, you sell your mother, it's like, it's, the pay rates were so low. Most of those Iron Man that are considered classics, I did for $25 a page. And I got 2 originals back out of every job, because, well, I fought for inkers' rights in the industry too. That was the other thing, because one of the first things I did when I got to Marvel and I was established at Marvel, during Iron Man, was I started fighting for the credits, because a lot of times most of the time I did finished art. I did embellishment, not just inking. But the bill as so and so artist, Bob Layton inker. And I'm like, am I not an artist? Am I something other than an artist? So you'll notice that in the late 70s, they started changing that to both guys as artists, or, penciler, embellisher, blah, blah. The credits started to change, because I just felt it was like, not an insult just to me, but to Joe Sinnott or Tom Palmer, or you go down the list of guys who just add so much to what they do. Terry Austin. I mean, I go down the list. It was like, it felt like artist, non-artist. So,
Sure.
I rocked the boat there. But
well, and speaking about inkers, I think you're talking about inkers' rights and inkers' credits and that kind of thing. And I have this question. I'm talking to Scott Hanna later, and I have a question. I was going to ask this question to him. I'm going to ask it to you. Comic books don't look right if they're just blue lines, so you need an inker. So what is that process like? You get the blue lines from someone else, and you just...
I don't even know what you're talking about, because when in the old days, we didn't have blue lines. People drew on the page
pencils.
with, a big horse leg number 2 pencil,
Right. Right. Pencils.
No, it was, but part of wanting to develop as an artist, and something Dickie pushed me toward, was when it's better to add, to actually embellish onto something. First rule is, if it's drawn wrong, fix it. I mean, so a lot of guys think their pencils are etched in stone, but if the foot is drawn wrong, you don't ink the foot the way, badly. You fix it, right? And the really good inkers are also really good artists. If you go and look, you'll see the difference. The whole thing, how they do comics nowadays, just escapes me. I don't even know how these guys function.
Sure.
But inking's kind of a lost art too. But back then, it was like, because you got guys like John Byrne or John Buscema or whatever, who were knocking out 5 books a month because they were doing breakdowns. But you needed a guy who knew how to draw to go in and finish this stuff. So it wasn't just a matter of tracing lines or whatever. It was really a matter of adding to it. I mean, like with you, I know you guys are going to talk to John Romita Jr. later, who I loved working with. I started at Marvel with on Iron Man, and after a few issues, JR just got he knew what I was going to do. He anticipated. He knew I was going to do all the shiny stuff and all the Zipatone things. So he left that to me. He told the story powerfully and left all the embellishment to me. But that's what you do when you collaborate.
Well, that was what I was going to ask. So is that something that, at first you would go to him and say, hey, can I do this? Or is that something that you just did and he was like, yeah, let's do more of that? Well, how does that collaboration work between a penciler and an inker?
Iron Man, I had a vision for since I was a kid. Okay. I mean, I used, the story Doom Quest. I drew that when I was 11 years old on notebook paper. Because the book always made me crazy, because I mean, I hated it. I always thought it was like a redheaded stepchild that Marvel just abused all the time. Okay. To me, I had a very distinct idea of what that book should be. And fortunately, like when David Michelai and I came over from DC, when we escaped just before the implosion, one of the books that they had on the chopping block that they tried new talent on was Iron Man. And so we were pretty much given carte blanche. I said, can we change some stuff? And they're like, Yeah, we don't care. We're going to cancel the book in 6 months. And that's how we got it. And David was a DC guy. He was never much of a Marvel guy, so he had no preconceived notions about Tony. So between the two of us, we were able to really just, well, you know, we came in the midway of the story, and Dave and I are looking at the story, and we couldn't figure out what to do. I said, well, let's just set off a bomb on page 5 and kill everybody. Which, if you go back and look at it, it's like 116. That's what we did. We actually just blew everyone up. You know, and then we proceeded to retool the book, the way I had always envisioned it, with him looking like metal, with the book being the emphasis on Tony Stark, not on Iron Man. Because I got to tell you, as a 15-year-old boy, I didn't want to be Iron Man. I wanted to be Tony Stark. I wanted to be the coolest guy in the room with the coolest clothes and all the toys and all the girls and all the money. Right. That's an achievable fantasy for a 15-year-old, as opposed to putting on armor and flying around and fighting with the Avengers. So to me, Tony Stark should have been a rock star. He should have been like Mick Jagger or somebody, or David Bowie. When he walks into a room, everybody goes crazy, right? And that was kind of what I wanted to bring to that rock star Tony Stark.
And it's I would say too, and you can speak to this certainly. That era of when you were on Iron Man and then going forward was when you first started to really see what I know as a graphic designer is the gradient kind of style of art, not the 4-color. Tony Stark is red and yellow. It's Tony Stark is red, but the red's got a sheen to it, and the yellow's got a sheen to it. Or
that was using shading films, the zips and stuff too. I use Zipatone as a color, and back in the old days, I miss that stuff, man. You can't get it now. Because of computer color made it extinct.
Right.
But, man, Zip was fantastic. But in terms of doing metal, it was a perfect tool to use.
The people over at Copic make a nice blender that'll almost get you there.
Really?
Almost. Yeah, they make a nice blender.
Because every so often I'll do a recreation or something, and I can't reproduce the gray.
Yeah. They make the alcohol markers so that they're not.
I have Copic markers. I have been using my time in house arrest here to actually start coloring. I taught. It's so funny because I taught coloring for years at Valiant with the knobs there, but I never actually sat down and did it myself. So my daughter, who was a colorist at Valiant, has been tutoring me. So the last 10 months, I've been actually doing some coloring on my own. I just never had the time to sit down and do that. So I figured I'm going to use this time wisely and develop a skill that I haven't really honed yet. So,
they make a nice blender over there.
I'm adding colorist to my resume.
Hey, it's never too late to learn a new trick, right? We're going to see the complete Bob Layton written, drawn, colored, lettered. It's coming. I'm telling you.
No. No, Kyle, unfortunately, my days in comics are over. As much as I love doing it, I mean, I got out of the industry when they started the first Iron Man movie. I went out to Hollywood in 2008 to work on the DVD for Iron Man. And I stayed out there. So I started working in Hollywood. And then I started my own production company. And we were just about getting ready to go into pre-production on my first film when the COVID crisis hit. In fact, I was in Dubai with my business partners there. And my business partner there, who has diplomatic credentials and is a member of the royal family, he comes to me. He says, I just got word that you have 48 hours to get out of here, or you're going to be living here for the next year. And so I had to scramble because I was there for the Bloodshot premiere. I was the special guest for the Middle East premiere of Bloodshot. And so I had to scramble to find a flight out. And so here I am. But as a result, pretty much my very first feature film, which is called The Helix, is put on hold until we can start production again, because we're shooting in Sweden, and as you know, right now Sweden's being just absolutely hammered with COVID. So because they tried herd immunity, it didn't work. So now they're really like they're in a bad way with that. So But we have all the financing in place. We have a star who I can't mention, A-lister involved with the project. So it's just a matter. We're hoping that we can get the cameras rolling by September.
So, give me the pitch on the Helix. What's the concept? What's the?
I actually originally I wrote this movie for Edward James Olmos and his production company. When I went to work for, as much as like Dickie was my mentor in comics, Ed Olmos was my mentor in Hollywood. Eddie kind of took me under his wing, and the very first project I wrote for him was the Helix. But as you know, in Hollywood, it's one thing to write a movie; it's another thing to get it funded. Especially at that particular time, it was very difficult. So as a result, it didn't get made, and the rights reverted back to me. So, but that's I've written 9 movies. All right.
Wow.
All of them placed at one time or another, and that didn't get made for one reason or another. In one case, there was a movie where we were literally in pre-production when the finance company went bankrupt. So I had terrible luck. I had another one placed at Summit, and it sat there for 6 months waiting for them to do the development on it. And just about the time where they were going to get started on it, Lionsgate comes in and buys them and tosses their entire slate out. Stuff like that makes you wind up on a ledge wanting to jump, brother. Let me tell you, okay?
It's true, man. Have you ever seen have you ever seen the movie, I think it's called the TV set, the film set, the TV.
You thought
the tagline is
The Big Picture. The Big Picture with Kevin Bacon.
Well, this one, the tagline is Hollywood, where dreams go to die.
Well, that's pretty much it. Yeah.
The whole premise is that if you just keep plugging, you'll get there eventually. But you're going to get kicked a few times.
Well, when we finally make this movie, it'll be 10 years in the making. Okay.
Yeah.
But that's why I started my own production company, Box Monkey Pictures. Me and my partner Michelle Grant, we just decided that because I got tired of playing the Hollywood game. Like I said, I wrote 8 or 9 movies that are TV shows that never made it, for out of political reasons as much as anything, And finally, I just the only way to really do this is take control myself. So when I moved back to Florida here to spend time with my grandchildren, I also started my own production company and then started flying around the world. Because if you know anything about me, you know that me being home here for 10 months is just like hell on earth because I am constantly on the road, whether it's Comic Cons or a business. I'm looking for financing in Japan. I'm in Dubai, I'm in London, whatever, because I love to travel, but also, between doing cons and raising money for my production company. But to get back to your question, Kyle, the Helix is a psychological drama. Something I always wanted to do. The genesis of it was really quick. I came out of a movie theater after watching District 9. Do you remember District 9? Good movie,
do.
Right? But the trouble is, I'm a science freak. If you know anything about me, I'm a real science freak. I read Scientific American, since I was a kid. And so much of my Iron Man technology was based on that too. And if you know anything about what Stephen Hawking said about meeting intelligent life from another world, he said it'd be the worst thing that ever happened to us. And the movies always portray them as a version of us. Aliens are a monster version of us, or in that case, they were a dehumanized, marginalized version of us. But that's not what meeting life on another planet would be like in reality. So the Helix is a microcosm. It's the 4 people that are on a survey ship that runs across inescapable proof of life elsewhere. And what happens inside the ship as a result is a microcosm of what would happen on Earth on a large scale. It's an interesting psychological drama. It's very, very people-driven thing. But what I do, and how I do with 4 very divergent characters, is I show what would happen if our cultures clashed. what would happen to us as a civilization. It basically turns into Lord of the Flies inside the ship. It's a very interesting drama.
I'm very excited to see it. Once you can get it running and get it going, let me know, man. I'm first in line to buy a ticket.
I tell you, like I said, I can't tell you who the star is, but he's terrific. Everybody knows him and loves him. He has been in a Marvel movie. I can say that much. All right. I'm very, very excited about it too. It's been so long in coming. So, and again, this is I think it's the best thing I've ever written. It's not comic book material, but it's me telling a story with my sensibilities and my sense. You will see Bob Layton's sense of humor. If you read Hercules, you will see it in the movie, okay? Because the movie has some very funny moments too, as well as incredibly dramatic moments.
That's something that's interesting when I talk to other comic book people or people who come from the comic book industry and who have moved into film and television, that those sensibilities that they picked up from having to work with these established characters and the sensibilities they brought to those characters really do translate well to that medium of television and film.
But comics themselves don't. That's the interesting thing. What people don't realize is like, oh, well, it's like comics, but it moves. No, it's not. Because there are totally different constraints. For instance, in comics, there's no room for nuance. Now, I know most comics nowadays are just nothing but talking heads anyway, but that's not the point. The point is, when I was doing comics, there was never room for nuance. I could not spend 3 pages talking about my character's obsession with steamed broccoli. Like, oh my God, he loves steamed broccoli so much. It's like, that's all he eats. What's wrong with him, right? Because you only had 22 pages. In a movie, I can spend 3 minutes on steamed broccoli, if it's relevant to the story, and get away with it. You have room for nuance. And Eddie taught me that these characters move. He went through the first version of the script and just started crossing stuff out. He says, I can do this with my face. I can do this with a movement. It's like all the things that you would have to do in a comic to carry the exposition forward. An actor can do with a facial expression, with a movement, especially a guy like Ed. So I learned so much that they do not translate exactly.
No, and it's interesting too when you see people who go the other direction, who come from film and television into comic books. Oftentimes they can't pull it off.
They overwrite.
Yes.
Terrible. Yes.
A guy like Aaron Sorkin could not write an Iron Man story because it'd be 160 pages and he wouldn't do anything.
There wouldn't be room for art.
Right. So it's why I find Neil Gaiman's work so interesting, is that he has figured it out, but he might be the only person ever.
There are guys who have figured it out, and it's like I said, hopefully I'm one of the guys, Yeah. But like I said, I spent almost 10 years out there. And I did a lot of work. I worked as a ghostwriter. I did production art. You name it. And I was fortunate because Hollywood is a culture, and like any culture, you have to learn the language and the customs. And so I spent that time learning the language and customs of Hollywood. So I can sit there and I can talk bullshit with the best of them. All right, but it's and that was invaluable. But I don't really want to deal in bullshit. I basically I want to be able to do a product that's pure. I don't want someone sitting there telling me my kid likes dogs, so why don't you give him a robot dog? It's like I'm not playing that. So that's one of the other reasons why I have my own production company. So I don't have to play those games anymore.
So you talked about how Edward James Olmos was your mentor in Hollywood, and you mentioned Dick Giordano was your mentor in comics.
Right up to the day he died, man.
What was that like? Do you have any great Dick Giordano stories?
I have a million Dickie stories.
And here's why I ask. He is maybe my favorite Batman artist of all time. I can pick out a Dick Giordano Batman from across the crowded convention, at 1,000 feet. So
You can half the merchandise has Dick Giordano T-shirts, right?
Mm-hmm.
Half the OG merchandise on Batman is from Dickie, right? Yeah, absolutely. And he loved that character. He didn't like superpowered characters anyway. It was something that he could relate to Batman because what he wanted to do his whole life was westerns. He loved westerns because that's what he grew up with as a kid. But nobody was really doing westerns as a genre. That kind of disappeared from comics. But he absolutely loved doing Batman, and I was so fortunate to actually do a couple of Batman Elseworlds with him. Once we both retired, once I quit Valiant, it's so funny because the whole time I was running Valiant, he was running DC, right? And when I was at Marvel, he was in continuity. We never got to work together, even though he was my mentor from the time I was like 19 years old. We never actually got to collaborate on anything. So finally, when he retired from DC, I immediately hired him at Valiant to work there, but I was too busy to do anything art-wise with him. So after I stepped down at Valiant, I took a few years off, and then Dickie says, we need to do something together. So we went up to Denny O'Neil and pitched a Dark Knight of the Round Table, which was so much fun to do with Dick. I mean, he had the time of his life. I mean, between being able to work with me and work on a Batman story where they had horses.
Right?
He's like, we got to do something with his horses. He liked to draw horses.
I remember reading that book going, this is one of the this is someone's passion project. This is something that somebody's been dreaming about for years.
Yeah, exactly. That was just, this is what we wanted to do. It's just like do something together that something that interests me, because King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table was what got me hooked on Iron Man. Because I read the Arthurian tales when I was a kid, and I really saw Tony Stark as that tortured king, and his kingdom being Stark, Industries. So, yeah, that was quite something. But he was, even once when he moved down here to Florida and I was here, we would meet every Wednesday, first Wednesday of every month. We'd meet in Orlando halfway, because he was in Palm Coast near Daytona, and I'm over in Tampa. We would drive in and meet and have lunch once a month, just to talk and keep up with each other until he got sick.
I'm always interested when people talk about their mentors, and you've had two legendary ones that you've mentioned in Dick Giordano and Edward James Olmos. The best advice they ever gave you?
Dickie?
Either one or both.
Well, the story with Dickie especially was we were on a train going into continuity from Connecticut. Here's 19-year-old little Bobby Layton, and Dickie was there reading his New York Times, in his business suit and all that kind of stuff. And I'm sitting there next to him on the train. I think I got a copy of like the Avengers, and I'm reading my comic book. And I remember Dickie kind of reaches over and pulls it out of my hand. And he kind of looks at me and he goes, "Young man, what is your intention?" And I'm like, "Well, what do you mean?" He goes, "Is this going to be your hobby or your job?" He goes, "Because if I'm going to train you, I'm going to spend all the time teaching you. It can't be both. You'll never be good at it if it's both." He says, "You'll never bring anything new to it. If the only thing you're assimilating is more comic books." He says, "If you want me to spend the time training you," he goes, you're going to have to find another hobby." So I got rid of all my comics. I sold them. People ask me, it's like, what about my collection or whatever? You're looking at it. It's like from that point on, and I think that he said, because as long as I keep bringing things from the real world to comics, like I would have a long career. I mean, it's been 45 years now. So it's like he was right. That he told me to learn every aspect of the business, which is exactly what Eddie said. He said, "Don't just worry about being a writer. Understand the medium that you work in. You know, it's like, it was so important. And he said, you got to understand what things cost, why people do the things they do, you know, you have to understand, because it's a very complex business. You have to understand all aspects of it. So both of them pretty much said the same thing one way or another, you know, to me.
It's true.
And
that's a great piece of advice for people who are trying to break into any industry. Learn everything.
Ed's so great because not only is he a great humanitarian and social activist, but I mean, he's a brilliant storyteller in his own right. Eddie understands the editing that he did on my scripts just changed the way I looked at everything. You know, I was just so impressed with him, and his heart is bigger than all of Mexico, man. He's like I met his son first, Michael. Michael and I became friends before I ever met Eddie. And Michael, I remember the first year I was out there, it was Thanksgiving, and I'm sitting at home in my shabby little LA apartment, and I get a call from Matt Olmos. He's like, Bobby, what are you doing? And I said, well, I'm sitting here. I'm going to watch some football and, you know, eat some TV dinner turkey or something. He goes, no, you're not. He goes, get in your car. He goes, you're coming to our house. So, you know, he had me come out to Encino where he lives, and I had my first Thanksgiving in LA with the entire Olmos clan. It was fantastic. He just made me part of the family. That's why, you know, it's like I keep in touch with him all the time. And whenever I get a chance to get out in LA, you know, we get together. But it's like Ed's an amazing guy. I was so fortunate to have time with him.
So we haven't really talked about it yet, but it was Valiant Comics. You know, it's a company that has been around for a long time, and you helped start that. What is it like to see Valiant now with its movies coming out, and this company you started with? Let's not sugarcoat this, with some other legends in Jim Shooter and Barry Windsor Smith.
Well, what do you mean not sugarcoat it?
Well, no, it's like let's not skip over the power that Valiant came into the industry with.
Well, yeah, but you know, the stories vary and depend on who you ask. You know, my advice to you, seriously, is like, you know, who has the true Valiant untold story is Fred Pierce, who's there now. But Fred, the original VP of manufacturing there, Fred was put in there by Triumph, the people who owned us originally, as an overseer, because basically, you know, the money kept disappearing, evaporating without much product. And so Fred came in to basically oversee where the money was being spent. But Fred will tell you, because he was there from Boo. But it was the best of times. It was the worst of times, Kyle. But Barry came over because Barry and I were like best friends. You know, I was divorced from my daughter's mother, but Barry lived in the same town as her up in Woodstock. So we worked together at Marvel for a while, but Barry and I became like best buddies. So I would go up on weekends and stay at Barry's house and have visitation with my daughter, you know, and Barry's villa was like, you know, there's suits of armor and swords on the walls and stuff like that. I mean, it's like crazy. It was exactly what you think Barry Windsor Smith would live in, right? So he and I were very, very close. So when we started Valiant up, you know, he had really no desire to work with Jim. You know, the deal we made was that he would come there as long as he worked with me, because he didn't trust Jim. There was a lot of guys that didn't trust Jim. So, you know, Barry came up there primarily because I assured him that you know, things would be okay. And for a while they were.
And so what is that like we're starting a new thing here with the comic book shopping experience, the experience that we're calling it. What is it like starting a new comic book company?
Well, it's nearly fatal. I mean, I put myself in the hospital twice from exhaustion. I was putting in 17 hours a day, 7 days a week. because you're always shorthanded, especially with a startup like that at that particular time. Plus, like I said, we had problems with getting people to work there because, Jim's reputation had preceded him. So a lot of guys just wouldn't work with it. Okay. So I got the idea of just growing a lot of our own talent. So we found, I was raiding Kubert schools and I was working there and I found people like David Lapham, and Bernard Chang and Sean Chin. And a lot of these guys, we were just taking right out of the Kubert school and we're putting them there and teaching them on the job. That was the way I figured the best way for us to get it done is kind of do a mix of up and coming guys with established artists.
And you co-created Exo Manowar. You kind of I'm not even gonna say kind of.
Harbinger. I co-created everything except Harbinger.
Right. No, that's where I was headed. If you see it from Valiant, your hands were in it, with the exception of Harbinger. But I wanted to ask about Archer and Armstrong, because that's a book that's taken on several different forms, but it's always kind of maintained that original playfulness and sense of humor that was part of it.
Barry's genius.
Well,
no, I mean, because when originally that was supposed to be the book that Barry and I would do together, and I don't want to get into it, but basically Jim broke that deal. And so the Steve Mazarski stepped in, and the solution was let Barry write it himself, and Bob will be his editor. So I wrote the first issue, even though I'm not credited. I wrote the first issue of Archer and Armstrong. It's just doesn't have my name on it. But after that, the resolution was to have Barry write it, which I was fine with because Barry's fantastic. So what I used to do as his editor, and the fact I would go up there, every weekend, is like I would sit down with Barry and we would kind of just talk out the next issue. And like for instance, I remember I came up with the idea and I pitched to him about the Ninja Nuns, like in issue 4. And he went to bed that night. He just hated it. He goes, "That's just ridiculous." And then he wakes up the next morning and he's like, "That's brilliant." I mean, he would do that. He would just have to mill on things, but we would sit down and we would talk out like where the book was going or whatever. And then Barry would just come back with the most outrageous, hilarious stuff. And again, the drawing was very unique to Barry. It wasn't his usual style either. It was very whimsical. It was probably one of the most fun 13-issue runs I ever had ever worked on with somebody. But it is uniquely Barry.
Well, guys, we got about 10 minutes left with the legend Bob Layton. If you have questions, put them in the comments. We'll pop them up. We'll try and get him to tell you stories and answer those questions. But one of the questions that I have and I wanted to ask about is your time with the Batman stories that you did separate from Dick. Particularly Hollywood Night and
no, that was with Dickie.
That was with I didn't realize he was credited on that. I apologize.
I was just the writer on that.
Okay, well, because that was going to be my question. Is I knew you wrote it, and my question was going to be having studied with someone who literally formed the character the way we know it today. How is it writing that character that's so precious to your mentor?
Well, again, it was like his enthusiasm for the Batman was palatable. I mean, you could feel it. It was just his energy level would rise doing a Batman story compared to anything else he was working on, because he was always a journeyman. I mean, he would never turn down work. I mean, I have a mantra right now that there's not a day that goes by I don't think about it. But you can ask anybody who knows me, and Dickie's mantra was do something that furthers your career or makes money every day. That was his mantra. So Dickie was not opposed to pretty much inking or drawing anything that people put in front of him, without question. Did he love it? No, not necessarily, but he did it because he was, it was always about the work. To me, it was always, I loved seeing his energy level rise. And like I said, when we got to do Batman, and when I told him the story of Hollywood Night, because he grew up watching those old Batman serials. So the whole idea of basing a story on those Batman serials just tickled him to death. You could tell he was very enthusiastic. You can see from the art he was very enthusiastic.
Yeah, I mean, and I'm thinking about it now, and I can see his fingerprints all over it, and I can't believe I didn't realize that was him when I was.
I also had a chance to put a horse in it, if you notice.
Hey, if we take nothing away from this day of convention, it's that Dick Giordano liked horses.
Just so he could do the horse. Yes, I added an old prospector to the thing so he can draw horses for one issue.
That's awesome. One of the other things I kind of wanted to ask about is that your time at both Marvel and DC, you took on some characters that were a little bit outside of what you would call the stereotypical character. So I'm thinking about Claw. I'm thinking about LAW. I'm thinking about Star Hunters.
Oh, the stuff I did at DC. You mean the stuff I did when I was struggling to make a living?
Well, I'm just talking about, and then, at Marvel, you have, again, we talked about Hercules, but John Carter, Warlord of Mars, and you worked on one or two issues of that? And then
I did the Dick Giordano thing basically, because I was on contract. Once I came over and was on contract with Marvel, I had a page quota I had to fulfill every month, right? That was part of the regular paycheck and the insurance and all that kind of stuff. So a lot of times, because I was very prolific, I'd wind up with free time. So I'd wind up picking up a book here or a book there to do. So if I remember correctly, John Carter was just one, because I grew up reading Edgar Rice Burroughs, and two, it was Ernie Colon, who I'd never worked with, and I was always anxious to work with somebody that I hadn't worked with before. I don't care who they were, as long as they were competent, but I was always very excited about working on a new penciler, because every time as an inker, you absorb something. Like somebody will figure out, like if I have trouble drawing a hand, or something, one of these guys will have a way of writing the glyph, drawing the glyph in a way that suddenly makes sense to you. I mean, the biggest revelation of my career as an artist was when Barry had an automobile accident and he was confined to a wheelchair for a while, and he couldn't really, because he worked at a standing artist desk, an old 1800s standing desk. So I said, well, why don't you ink an issue of Iron Man over me? I said, I've already got it laid out. You could just, for you, that would be nothing. And he went in and he just automatically fixed everything that was wrong with my drawing, everything that I did wrong. And getting these pages back was like Moses and the tablets. I could hear choirs of angels singing, because I suddenly realized all the things I was doing wrong. You can see almost a total change in my artwork from the time that issue came out, onward. It was just like, it was a revelation.
So we have a question from Kevin Stahl. He says, do you have a big regret of any book you chose not to work on, or character you maybe didn't get to work on?
hey, two things. Yeah, two things. One, just before I left left Marvel for DC, this is like 1977. Dave Cockrum, who was a buddy of mine from the fanzine days, okay, he used to send drawings to us when he was still in the Navy. All right, but Dave Cockrum was working on a bi-monthly book, which was every 2 months, right? It was the X-Men. He was like, he really wanted me to come over and ink it. So I did one issue. I think it was issue 105. And I'm like, first of all, I was consigned to team books the whole early part of my career, because none of the A-list guys wanted to do team books because there are too many characters. So I did it, and it's like, these aren't the X-Men I know. It's like these costumes are all hard. Only some of them only a mother could love, or Dave Cockrum. and I can't make a living doing one book every 2 months. And so I took the deal at DC and I left. So I left the X-Men. 6 months later, it's like the #1 book in the world, right? I mean, it just it takes off, and it's obviously Marvel's biggest seller for how long? For decades, right? So yeah, and when I was at DC, I wanted to do Adam Strange. Adam Strange was my Hercules at DC because I thought Adam Strange, growing up as a kid, was the dumbest premise ever. Where he was an archaeologist who would have to put on his costume and stand in front of the Macy's Day Parade as it's going on, get zapped to this planet Rand, where he fought giants, tennis shoes, and vacuum cleaners. And just every time he's about to get the girl, he gets cock blocked and sent back to Earth. But they never explored the 28 days that he was on Earth, right? At all. And the fact that he pretty much was behaving as a crazy person. So I always wanted to do that. I never got a chance. I pitched it, but they never let me.
We have a question from John that I think is interesting on a couple of levels. With Bloodshot being out and a lot of people loving the movie, is there another Valiant character or comic you'd love to see be a feature film? And I'm going to add to this, since you're doing movies now, is there one that you would love to get your hands on and turn out yourself?
This is going to be hard for you to accept, Kyle, but please bear with me. I have very little interest in doing superhero movies. All right, because I have done that. I've climbed all those mountains. I mean, I have, according to the comic book database, 6,400 comic book credits. What mountain is left for me to climb? Plus, most of the concepts I have for film are not based on superheroes or superpowers or anything like that. So they're sci-fi, or there's elements of sci-fi or stuff in them, but they're not necessarily what I would call heroic fiction.
Absolutely.
I think Bloodshot. Everything's moved over to Paramount now, so I have no idea what Paramount's going to do next. Because I know Archer and Armstrong was on the slate or whatever. Personally, EXO Man of War. I mean, Iron Man's gone now. It's like, Conan in a can, man. Who doesn't like Conan in a can? If people are now familiar with Iron Man, here is the antithesis of Iron Man. Everything that he's not, but they would get it. So to me, EXO Man of War would be I think the one that would really take off. I mean, I'd like to see Ninjak just because we don't have a really good spy now that James Bond. It takes him 10 years to make one movie. A real good spy thriller, with a super action guy. So it's like, Bruce Lee and James Bond mixed together. That would be fun to do, but EXO definitely, because I think the audiences are ready for it.
So we got just a couple minutes left. Tell people where they can find you on the social media. I especially want make sure to plug the production company so people can get updates with that kind of thing.
All right. Yeah. The production company is Box Monkey Pictures. And the website's up, although we're adding to it. We just went up recently. Again, we didn't really add much to it yet because obviously we're on hiatus until the COVID crisis has passed. I have my own website, as you can see on the scroll, boblayton.com, but you can also, I'm on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. So I'm really easy to find. So that's not a problem. Plus I post art. I try to post artwork every day because I've been spending the 10 months just going back to doing commissions. And some of them I've been doing in full color now, so there's commissions information on my website. If people are interested in that, because what Dickie said, do something that makes money every day.
Yeah. So if you head over to bit.ly/EXP guest, there's links right now to Bob Layton's website, and there will be a link to Box Monkey Pictures website in just a moment when I can click the update button here, and we will get that live for you. Bob, I want to thank you so much. It's been an honor meeting you, man. This has been one of the highlights of my weekend. It did.
Fast. Oh my God.
That's why I love talking to comic book people, is because we could just talk for hours and it feels like minutes.
Oh man, I got stories too. I didn't even get into this muddy stuff.
We'll save that for the after hours, Con.
Well, okay, gotcha. All right.
Interview
Hey,
later.
listen, give my best to everybody. You know, when you talk to Johnny, give him my love, give him a big hug for me, okay?
Will do. Absolutely. Absolutely. We will be back, guys, in just about a minute with Brian Silverbacks, Charlie Stickney, and Eric Palicki from Scout Comics. Assuming my internet doesn't freeze here at noon. We're back. We're back. This is our big panel for the morning. This is Scout Comics. We got Brian Silverbacks, Charlie Stickney, and Eric Palicki. Jen King is rejoining us. I'm gonna go. I'm still shaking from getting to talk to Bob Layton. So why don't we start? Go around the circle. Everybody, tell everybody where they can find you on the social medias. We'll start at the very beginning and go from there. So why don't we start with Brian? I realize it may be different for everybody. So,
all right. Can you hear me first off?
Yeah, I can hear you great.
All right. So Brian Silverbacks on social media, just anywhere you go.
Eric?
Oh, I'm Eric Palicki. Can you all hear me? I hope.
Yeah. Yep.
All right. Eric Palicki at .com or at Twitter or Instagram.
And I'm Charlie Stickney. You can find me at Charles Stickney on Twitter or at scoutcomics.com as well. And Jen, thank you for having us, and congratulations on this new adventure. I think we're all really excited to be part of it, and it's already amazing from what I've seen earlier this morning.
Our entire goal is to get the love of comic books out there for everyone to be able to enjoy, have it be super accessible to even people that don't know anything about what the medium is like, take the mystery out of it. So we thought we'd start with like a huge amount, 36 hours of content, let them get a good idea of what it's like to be part of the family. So thank you guys for joining us. So I want to talk, let's see, who should I go to first? Eric, this is my first time meeting.
Yes.
Kyle talks
Yeah.
to you all the time.
I'm all good, I hope.
Oh, yes, absolutely. I'm like super jealous that he lives close to you and can hang out and talk. So Atlantis isn't built for tourists. Has COVID changed the release schedule of it at all? Has it messed with it?
Well, thankfully, Atlantis Wasn't Built for Tourists was all in the can at the end of 2019. So, we were able to, aside from the production delays on the Diamond side, or rather the distribution delays, we were able to basically follow a monthly schedule once Scout was ready to put it out, which thankfully, they have been fantastic in making sure it's out and doing the promotion. So yeah, I have no complaints on that end.
So I know that you originally had done it all as a self-published. Did it come out as individual books then, or just as in its trade format?
Yeah, I put it out as a Kickstarter trade at the very beginning of everything is kind of blurring together. But at the end of 2020, or at the end of 2019, rather, it came out as a Kickstarter exclusive trade paperback. And then, having talked to Charlie and James, we ended up, being able to put it out through Scout.
So how did they find the material? Did they support the Kickstarter and be like, yes, absolutely, we must have this?
Yeah, and Charlie and I have been mutuals on social media for quite a few years, and the same with James. James's sister owns a comic store out here in Seattle where I live. So, small world that comics is. I was familiar with both of them, and thankfully they were familiar with my work previous to that, and it was just really. I'm glad that we were able to find some material that was, that I was happy to put out with Scout, and that Scout was happy to take from me.
So is this a storyline you've been kicking around for years, or just came to you as an inspiration and you were like, I got to get this down now, and it was a quick process?
No, this is something that I had been working on for a couple of years, and it took a couple of different shapes. Just really wanting to combine my love of Westerns and my love of samurai films and my love of H.P. Lovecraft, and just put it onto a blender and see what happened.
What genre would you call your book? Because I kind of see it as a little bit of horror, sci-fi.
Yeah. I feel like it's action horror. It kind of fits into that sort of the same niche genre as like Buffy the Vampire Slayer or the television series Supernatural. I kind of, I feel like there's a lot of that DNA in the story.
Were you guys all surprised at the huge reception to the get-go? That, I mean, I don't know about every comic shop, but number one, completely sold out from us very quickly, and even all the subsequent printings.
That's fantastic to hear. I was surprised. Charlie's shaking his head like he knew it was going to sell well from the get-go. I've been really excited. The sales are important as well as, and those are the most important, but as well as the critical reception has been awesome too, and everyone's clamoring for more, which is always a good thing, which also means that I should be working right now. But
thanks for taking time off for us. I know it's always been the hardest thing probably for creators to do conventions. This is a little more simple because you can just like take an hour out of your day and you don't have any travel time. But for conventions themselves, I know normally it can take an entire weekend out of your time with your craft and also with your family. Do you see these kinds of conventions now being virtual? Will that be something that's a lot easier for people to do, and that they'll be less likely to go to regular in-person conventions? Or you think it'll be everyone will want to be face-to-face?
I think that once the doors open, then it's going to be floodgates, and people are going to be really excited to have human interaction again. I know that I am, as a creator, really excited to get back out and interact with fans and colleagues and meet people. It was really awesome to just watch, Bob Layton just before us, because the Armor Wars Iron Man story was one of the first things I ever read in comics. So that was kind of an awesome thing to do. And that's not, while these experiences are great, and being able to do it, wear my pajamas is fantastic. There's just no substitute for face-to-face contact.
I feel the same way. And there's nothing like getting to go and, having a creator hand you their craft, their favorite, and then be able to describe what their heart is for it. It's a different experience, and it's one you can put in your memory banks forever. We were talking about it earlier, that like the things that get handed to you from the actual people that create them are more special than the ones you just buy off the rack somewhere, because you have an emotional component to it.
Absolutely.
So, Eric, do you have any other, I know you're still in the middle of this project, but do you have any other projects you just are chomping at the bit to start?
So I did finish Atlantis Wasn't Built for Tourists well, it's not really number 5, but it's going to be a one-shot, and it's going to be illustrated by Stephen Russell Black, who did the variant cover for Atlantis Wasn't Built for Tourists, number 1. Mm-hmm. Can't figure out where my camera is. he's going to do the interiors. It's going to be his first sequential work, and he's pretty excited about it. That'll be coming mid 2021. And then I have some other non-scout projects in the works, which I'll talk about those more on social media.
Yeah, I've really enjoyed Mr. Black's artwork. I follow, so I like seeing the progress of the pieces, and kind of like when I see the finished product, I'm like, wow, it was neat to see it. Like just as the beginnings, like, and I love painted art. Painted art's my favorite kind. So I'm super thankful to have that. That was our variant. So I'm super thankful to have the variant for ourselves, because it speaks to me, that kind of painting. So.
Yeah, all of his variants have just been fantastic so far. So I'm excited to see, where he takes things generally, and then also when he and I collaborate.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. I want to talk to Brian a little bit. Silverbacks, what's up?
Not a whole lot. I'm just trying to deal with the grandkids and all this stuff. So I don't know.
This is real life. This is real life. I love hearing the kids in the background.
I tried to mute it. I was like, hey, give me an hour. Give me an hour. But no.
Even better if they come pop in Pop-Pop's lap. That would work too.
That would be cool, but I've got a gate up, so they'd have to do some American Ninja stuff to get over it, to get down here.
There was no gate that could hold me when I was little, so they're probably at it.
No, so I mean, I'm having fun. I'm doing so much. Like I have to, but I'm afraid I'm going to forget stuff. That's kind of where I am.
I've had to start carrying around. This is my cure for that problem, is I have to write everything, because I got to the age where I thought I could remember everything, but then I'd be like going, did we have that conversation even? So now I have to write everything down. It's a sad state of affairs when you become 50.
Yeah, I'm almost there.
You get glasses, then you have to have a notebook.
I have glasses, but I only have to use my glasses when I draw, because I realized I wasn't having a good time when I was drawing Loggerhead. Like everything kind of hurt. And I was like, what is this? And so I just thought that I was not getting to, I thought my skill set had come down, and I was just accepting the fact that I was stinky at doing stuff. And then midway through doing the Star Bastard Loggerhead team up, I was with my brother at Big Lots, and they have that little rack of like
readers.
Yeah. And I was like, all right, well, let's just see if any of these make a difference. So I put these glasses on. I was like, holy cow, I can see. I took those home. So towards the end of Star Bastard, you can see I got a little bit better I was like, oh, this is amazing. So now every time I draw, I put them on, and just it feels so much different.
I'm gonna have to go back and look at the pages and see if I can tell. So Brian, when you do, are you a practical artist or are you a digital artist primarily?
I have a hybrid method to where I'm not real good at sketching, like in traditional means. So I like to do my layouts in a digital format, kind of just move pieces around to get them to where they need to be. And then I print them out in reverse through my 11x17 printer. I got this technique from Walter, who did Metal Shark Bro and all that. So I printed out reverse, and then I put it on the light table, and I just use that as my sketch from underneath of the piece of paper. Let me see if I can find I have a scout. So here it is. So here's the Frank on the Farm cover that I did, right? So
right.
It's messed up because I got dirty, but that's the layout that I would print out in reverse, and then I'll take it to the light table, and then I can see through my piece of paper onto the other side. So that this is the draft, and then that's the final copy. And so that workflow does me pretty well. And then once I've got it traditionally inked and everything, I'll scan it back in, and then I'll go through and do any digital touch-ups. Like white is very hard to cut into black while you've got the ink on the page. So if I wanted to make like wispy hair or something, it's going to be easier for me to do that, fill it in black over there, scan it in, and then digitally just use the eraser. And then now I've got these cool strands of hair that would have made a mess and just been difficult to do on the table. So I have a hybrid flow. I work both ways.
So Inking, are you a pen inker, brush inker? What do you like?
I'm working on both. So I started with microns. That was my thing. And then I reached out to a friend of mine who's been in the business since like the image inception. So I reached out to Dan Fraga and I was like, hey man, what are you using to ink? Because he lives around here. And he sent me a list of nibs and inks and stuff like that. So I tried using those. So now I work in a hybrid method of those. I'll do a lot of liner pen, and then I use a synthetic brush to get my big black areas because I need the blacks to be very rich so that when I scan them in, it doesn't come out looking gray.
Yep.
So everything's hybrid with me.
Do you have in your toolbox, do you have a toothbrush?
No, what I've done is those little brushes, you fill them up with ink and then you just hit your finger and it kind of all over the page.
That's way fancier than my method.
Well, it's just not as messy. Like I needed to condense the amount of stuff that I take with me when I fly to do shows or something, because I can't bring all of my stuff. So if I've got one brush and a couple of pens, I should be good to do commissions.
That makes sense. So Loggerhead is a crazy character, man. And I love that crazy character.
I came up with Loggerhead because in my world that I was creating, I needed an Incredible Hulk style big guy that could do stuff. And I just wanted to come up with a character that would be fun to look at. So I was like, let's just make him a big turtle. And I thought that a snapping turtle looked very aggressive. And so he's a misunderstood character because of his appearance, but he also looks like he could really do some damage, but he's got the heart of gold, but he's not quite educated. So I just wanted to have fun with it. And with the guidance of James Hike at Scout, like he was like, try to tell like a horror story with that character to like lure people in because he looks like a horror character, and then kind of softly expose the fact that he's more than that.
Yeah, everyone can tell you that I'm a sucker for a damaged character. They're my favorites because they're complex and they feel like more real, even if they look like a turtle. You feel like they feel more real and accessible.
A big turtle wearing dentures.
Yeah, I mean, the perfect characters are also like those are people you want to be, right? You want to be Captain America, but the broken ones, you're like going, yeah, that guy lives down the street. He probably is a superhero too. I just don't know.
Yeah, I did. I think with the name, like I called the dude Buford, like his real name is Buford and his buddies just call him Junior. Like to me, that feels like some down home Southern Louisiana. Part of the inspiration was I watched a lot of Swamp People. So I really enjoyed watching Swamp People on AMC. And I like the gator hunting and all that stuff. And I was like, well, I'm going to have a character that they would be friends with those guys.
Mm-hmm. Now I keep on seeing you create characters like Apex. Are those figuring into the Loggerheads universe?
They all occupy the same world. So the Kara Prime universe that I'm building, I don't want to take up too much time, guys, but like, so when I came up with a character, I thought to myself, like I go to Artist Alley and I see this guy has his booth and he's got Knife Man, and this guy's got his booth and he's got Fork Man. And I was like, well, what if I created my version of a character? So I created one, but I was like, he's going to have to be he's going to have his thing, and that might not appeal to everybody. So I was like, well, let me make a group of people. That way, if you don't like one character I created, maybe there's something else that I've got that works with you. And that's what led me to building this world that they all occupy. They don't all hold hands in every issue, but it allows me to tell a story like, oh, you got a love story, let's use these characters. You've got an action story, let's use these characters. But they all kind of feel, I wanted to make sure that I could touch as many people as possible with my characters instead of just focusing on, here's my one character, and if it's not for you, then I'm just not going to get any of your money.
Does it help you then creatively not to be like, I don't want to say bored because that's not a real word for what you would be with your own character, but like to give you a lot of different things to think about. Like if you're not writing Loggerhead, you're writing other characters, then you can be creatively stimulated more.
It's fun because you're not like, oh, here comes another ABC story that you're doing with the same character over and over. But I think I'm just so ignorant as to how to do things properly that I don't even know what the heck I'm doing. I'm just doing stuff and to see if people like it. Some people don't like it. I don't know the right way to do anything. I don't know the right way to draw properly. I don't know the right way to talk to people. I don't know the right way to write. None of the stuff I do feels correct, but I think it feels like I'm close. And I think that people, my main goal is to have people learn from what I'm doing, and maybe they can do it the right way and see like, oh, he did it, but golly, he went the hard way of doing it. I'm just trying to have fun, man. I've got maybe 20 years left, so I'm ready to go. I'm ready to get some shit or get some stuff done.
I feel like what you're working toward and the way you present it is very genuine. I think people will gravitate toward you because you're very upfront about your process in your social media. That you're like, well, I don't know if this is any good, but here.
It's true. Like people have asked me, they're like, "Oh, Brian, you're really cool. When is your tutorials?" And I'm like, I don't know enough to do a tutorial because I don't think I'm doing it the right way. And I certainly don't want to educate anybody else to the wrong way of doing something that is the least efficient way to get to the goal. So I appreciate people, but I will never do a tutorial. I don't know anything.
Well, what's kind of interesting is you saying that, and I've met a great many creators that look, they live with their stuff, right? So they know what their intentions were with it. So they see all the flaws. But we, as consumers of your craft, we only see what ends up on the page. And we fall in love with that, whatever that is. So for you, you're like, I don't want to teach people how to do it the wrong way. But we're thinking we want to learn how to do whatever makes what ends up on the page because we like that.
And that's all. But then, see, that's there's no class for that. And Scout, as a publisher, they're looking for people that are trying to express just stories. Like you might not have what they got, the Soul Stream, the 15-year-old creator that's doing the Scout title. I promise you, she didn't read the How to Draw Comics the Marvel Way, or she just said, I'm bored in class and started working, and just through trial and error, through their own, these creators are making cool stuff. And Scout is one of the companies that's recognizing there are people that are just talented and driven and have a great thing that they're trying to offer somebody, but they may not have done it through the traditional means. And it's exciting. It's exciting to just keep throwing stuff against the wall and seeing what sticks, and encouraging other people to maybe take a similar journey. Like that's kind of where I am. Like I want to encourage anybody to be creative. You don't start off good.
No, there's like everyone I've ever talked to said, how do you get in? Like when you ask, how do you get into comics? It's like, if you're going to be an artist, you art every day. If you're going to be a writer, write every day.
Let's discount that a little. Let's add just a little bit of salt and pepper to that and say networking. Holy cow, is networking. Like that's part of what takes place at the conventions that we get to kind of do virtually, but at the conventions I can leave my table and I can go talk to Bob Lawton. You know what I'm saying? Like I can talk to publisher A and publisher B, and I can talk to Scout, and I can see who's going. Like there's so much about networking. You find the writer that is just looking for an artist that matches your stuff, or you're like networking, and not being a good person is a great thing to do.
Oh yeah. And I promise everybody, I'm coming back around I'm
sorry, dude. I'm so passionate about trying to make sure that people pursue their stuff, and stop saying, "Oh man, I should have." There's no reason that me at 45 years old just did one comic book that I've been dreaming about since 1990 something. That's crazy. Like what took me so long to get here? So I don't want the next guy to do that. Charlie, tell him what's up.
There's something I really love about Scout Comics, okay? And one of the things that I love is that they embrace all of their creatives. And if they want to have a bigger role in the company, they're smart enough to recognize those folks and put them in the forefront. And one of them is Charlie Stickney. So like mad props to Scout for choosing the right projects, the right creators, and the right people to put on the team. I actually met Charlie through his book White Ash. I think even before Scout had picked it up, and we've been loving that book like crazy. I have in front of me my secret stash of things that no one can have, and that's one of them, my White Ash book. So it's hidden away, so no one can have it. So White Ash, I've talked to you before about Charlie and about how far forward in the storyline you have things created and how long forward that goes. How long ago did you start with the process of creating White Ash, and how long did it take you to get to where you are now with like the 60 some odd chapters already in your brain ready to go?
Well, just take one quick step back first, and I just want to, say one of the great things about comics in the medium is the passion that Brian was just speaking about. That I feel like comics are such a personal expression of what we're doing, and unlike things like film or television, where you have hundreds of people collaborating together to bring a vision to the screen, where it gets diluted into different permutations. With comics, it's a direct expression of usually a writer, or in Brian's case, the writer and the artist bringing what means something to them to the page. And I think that's one of the things that makes comics really special. And then like Scout as a company, because I know in your store, people really understand some of the things that we're doing. But in general, Scout's been around for 5 years. As a publishing company, but the last 2 to 3 we've really been taking off, and going forward in 2021, we have a huge slate with a lot of titles, between 10 and 14 titles a month that are going to be coming out for the rest of this year. So if people who are tuning in haven't heard about Scout before, now is a good time to check out what we're doing, and you can go back and look at great books that we've already done, like Atlantis Wasn't Built for Tourists or Loggerhead, but also going forward, we have a lot of amazing stuff. Now, White Ash, as you were speaking, I was a creator who came to Scout, and that's another great thing about Scout, is that the principals who are running the company are also creators. And so they're looking to find new creators, to find creator-owned projects in the vein of what Image does. But Image at this point has become a place where it's mostly bigger creators who have already done things in other in other companies, coming to Image with their creator-owned projects, so they're bringing an audience there. At Scout, we help break a lot of undiscovered talent, like Seda Wolf, who is doing Soulstream. She is 17 now. She started out at 15, and but she's doing this graphic novel. It's incredible that she wrote and illustrated herself. So for me, I was doing the series White Ash, and Scout had picked it up. And as we were, talking about how to market it and put it out into the world and doing outreach to comic book shops, there was a synergy between myself and James and Brendan and Don and David Murn. And we realized that, maybe then rather than just me being another creator at the company, it made sense for me to take on a role there. And so, starting in, I think it was end of June, early July, I became co-publisher over at Scout, which for me has been wonderful because it gives me opportunities to help lift up other creators that I've met. Like Eric said, we had actually met at San Diego Comic-Con in 2017, very briefly. And it's such a small universe, the comic world. And so people you meet at one convention where you're on one side of the table, all of a sudden you flip roles. And so I think what Brian was saying about being good people is really important, because it is a small community and people talk. So as you said, draw, write, do these things every day, but be a good person so people want to continue to work with you. Now, very briefly back to my own work. White Ash it's an urban fantasy. The quick logline I like to use is Romeo and Juliet meets Lord of the Rings in rural Pennsylvania. And it's an epic thing that I've scripted out for about 60 issues. And I think different people work different ways when they write. Some people like to, they have a big idea, but then they just sort of figure out where the story goes. I'm one of those people who likes to know everything about where I'm going, who the characters are. So I'll write up a 10-page document about who the characters were, their backstory. When it came to the world of White Ash, I have a history that goes back about 3,000 years that informs what's going on right now in White Ash, Pennsylvania. So I can seed things in the first issue that I'm having to play out in the 25th issue. And so, you know, that is a little bit risky, but I mean, what you do to mitigate some of that risk is you create story arcs. And I think, you know, if you're a new creator coming in, the idea of doing a 20 or 60-page, you know, series is insane because, you know, the economics don't always support that, and finding a publisher who will support that's very difficult. But if you have a giant story that you can break up into individual arcs that you hopefully have natural stopping points, you can keep telling that story as long as there's interest. And that's sort of my plan for a lot of the things that I do. And I think, you know, Eric did that very effectively with Atlantis Wasn't Built for Tourists. It's an amazing story, but it also leaves it open for a lot of other stories going forward. And it's a great world that you want to keep inhabiting. And, you know, like, so I think that's the method and the model that creators should be looking at, is tell a story, but have a bigger picture and have your story come to a satisfying conclusion where you can continue telling stories, though, if there's the interest for it.
I think that all of the creators here have kind of rabid fan bases, both live for the shows that I do live and for my in-store customers. And you can kind of see them popping up here as they're like giving you, all you guys, super love. Do you feel like these works are kind of your like first works that people can fall in love with, or do you guys have things that you've created before that people might not know about that you can point them first?
Me?
Go ahead, Brian.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah. As far as my stuff goes, it's all connected. So I just started with the Kara Prime stuff, and I will find a character and write it for a little bit and see what happens. And then if I want to create a new character, I'll add that into the universe and just kind of keep it all connected. Whereas some of the other stories that comic books do, it's like, here's a cool, this type of story, and then I want to write this type of story, and they're not so much connected. So I'm just trying to focus on keeping everything connected so that it just, for me, that feels fun. So that's what I'm doing.
Perfect. Eric, do you have anything that like a super indie small press that no one knows about, super secret? Give them the hookups.
Yeah, so I did 2 self-published graphic novels when I was first starting out. In print, I don't think they really exist anymore, but they're available on Comixology. Orphans was my very first attempt to do comics. Kind of a hey, look, there's Kyle telling me to talk about Orphans. Which was, you know, sort of a love letter to my big influences, and trying to get sort of that aping the people that I admired in comics out of my system. It's sort of a sci-fi superhero adjacent book. The big influence there was Warren Ellis's Planetary, and also his Global Frequency. Those were the 2 books that really influenced Orphans. And that's available on Comixology. And then the second book was Red Angel Dragnet, which is another urban fantasy horror book. In my head, at least, Red Angel Dragnet takes place in the same universe as Atlantis Wasn't Built for Tourists. You know, that's another character I would love to revisit someday. But yeah, those were super indie. I self-published them, and then was able to get a little bit more visibility on them thanks to Comixology's Submit program, which allowed indie creators to put books online.
Well, it looks like it has enough fans, at least among the people that are watching right now, that maybe a print run might be in order. Charlie, what do you have? Do you have anything that's that you did early on that no one might know
about? Sure. I would also add that Eric did No Angel, which I also think is a fantastic book, which I really enjoyed. So people should pick that up. So I have gone through, like, I started out trying, you know, looking to do comics when I was in college, but ended up moving to LA to work in the film industry. So I've worked in a lot of different permutations of the entertainment industry. So, you know, in terms of things that people don't know that they might really enjoy, I helped create and produce a TV show called Horrible Histories, which was a cartoon series based on Terry Deary's graphic books. So there are 26 half hours that of this show. So if you have kids that are probably between 8 and maybe 7 to 11, there, like I said, there's 26 half hours covering things from like the Rotten Romans to the Groovy Greeks, and it's a great cartoon in that South Park style of limited animation. And it's completely historical. We had a professor, and we had a college professor and a high school history professor both working with us and with Terry's books, Deary's books, to make sure that everything that we were doing was factually relevant. So it's a gory show filled with disgusting tidbits that kids will love, but it's also packed with history. So I'd say check that out. Also, one of the best things that I ever got to work on prior to comics was I produced a documentary on the competitive world of ragtime piano playing. It's called The Entertainers. So if you like ragtime piano playing, there's a contest that happens every year in Peoria, Illinois, where they bring in people. And so I worked with Michael Zimmer, who's the director, and I was the producer and the editor on that project. And it's just a fabulous documentary. It's on Amazon, I think Prime, that you can see, called The Entertainers. In terms of comics, like for me, it's just going forward. So I'm building out the White Ash universe. I have a Galarian one-shot coming out in early February. I have a mini series for that character that's in the works, and season 2 of White Ash is going to be coming out later this year. And as well as I'm also doing another series called The Game. So I have a lot in development, but the stuff in the past, it's more film or television for different audiences. But if either of those things sound good to you, check them out because they are great.
No lie, I did not know this connection. I am obsessed with Horrible Histories as a show. My favorite segment, of course, is like stupid deaths.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Just so great.
We were working with this. So this was like, there's been a couple of different permutations. The one I worked on was back around 2000. And so we were doing it with Scholastic. And when we were doing episodes like the Perilous Plagues, we would have all these dead bodies lying around in the background because people had died from the plague. And Scholastic would give us notes like, could you limit it to 1 dead body per shot on the screen? So like it was really an interesting give or take between the company that was currently doing Clifford and this gory history show, and trying to find the middle ground where everyone was happy about the product we were making. But it's a really great cartoon for kids. Yes.
Let's see. I know that Kyle probably has some questions because I kind of co-opted this as a moderator. No, Scott's for me. Hidden talents. I know that you guys have got to have some of these totally outside the comic book world. Like, are you secretly tap dancers or what? Brian, what do you have? What is your secret talent?
All right, we're gonna have to go back to the I'm not good at much, but I like to try a bunch of stuff. So I don't have any like hidden talents, but I do. I think I am going to start doing improv because I've been told that I can be kind of funny. And I think that I'm pretty good on my feet as far as just my wit, which was partly because I was a police officer, and you have to be very split decisions and commit to something because there's no time for hesitation. So I'm going to start doing improv, and I hope that may lead to me getting more roles or more IMDb credits, because then I'll start getting speaking parts and stuff like that, and not just be in the background going, hey, would you like me to deliver this file to the guy in the background that's blurry? So moving forward, we're going to go with improv, but I've done all kinds of cool stuff.
No lie.
I'm pretty good at basketball.
Oh, basketball. You're a b-baller.
I was. I'm a little fat now, though.
You can b-ball when you're big? What are you talking about? No lie, Brian, I did not know that about you, that you used to be a police officer. And as a almost police officer myself, I went and did the police academy. I just found out I had low blood pressure, so I couldn't go all the way to the end. I did, 6 months of a 7-month police academy and then didn't get to be a police officer. I could feel it in you. It's so weird. We know it.
So I've actually been on set playing a police officer in the I think maybe last year. And they said, you look like a policeman. And I'm like, Well, there's a reason that I signed up to take this role. But so I was doing police work while I was putting together Loggerhead and all that stuff. I was actively patrolling the hood, trying to come up with ideas that I wanted to write about. And then, here we are. No longer policing, always comicking.
Oh man, Eric, what's your secret hidden talent?
Well, even before the COVID quarantine made cooks of us all, I do a lot in the kitchen. So I really enjoy cooking, baking.
Favorite food to make?
I make the best chili ever. So
Ooh, those are fighting words. I don't know.
Yeah, I'll take on all comers when it comes to my chili. So
okay, so next convention it will be a comic book convention chili cook-off.
that sounds
I'm
great.
already writing the production notes. We're gonna make this into like a barbecue pitmasters.
I'm just gonna tell you,
comic book chili.
I was a cook in the Army for 6 years, so I know my way around a bowl of chili.
So, Brian, you can't make chili unless everything's powdered.
No, hey, just canned, not powdered.
That's gonna be a fragrant artist's alley by the end of the week.
Yeah, we're gonna have to tent it. Luckily, everybody's got tents.
I can see it now. Like everyone has at their booth at a con. They have like, here's your comic books and here's your chili sample. Mark which one you like the most. Charlie, what is your secret hidden talent?
I love eating chili. No, for me, this was something I did when I was a lot younger, but I used to do a lot of fencing, and I used to teach fencing to kids. I think for a lot of us who grew up on Star Wars, sword fighting was something that we wanted to do. So I got into foil fencing, and fenced a little bit in college and was on the Junior Olympic circuit for a while. So that was something that I used to do when I was much younger and had a very different body.
Our shopping center is kind of like a big L, and so right I'm in like the pit of the L, and then right next to us is a fencing academy.
Yeah.
Actually owned and run by a fellow who was the Olympic coach this last Olympics. So I hear all the time that little like beat sound of them like touching.
Yeah.
I don't hear it anymore, probably because it's always going on. So if you hear that happen later on, that's what's going on. There's fencing going on right across.
Well, I do feel like there's a natural synergy between fencing and comics. So maybe it's not that surprising, but that was a hidden talent I at least used to have.
Oh yeah.
Jen, Jen, you have to go next. You have to tell everybody your secret talent.
I can secretly rap really well one song.
Ooh.
That's all I've got.
We're all waiting.
I'm not going to do it.
Does it involve checking out the hook while your DJ revolves it?
Actually, it's one of those that doesn't have any music or beat behind it. It's GMC's Fastest Run.
Okay.
Jen.
Mm-hmm. I know.
You're being egged on. You're being peer pressured from inside your own store.
I promise. I'm saving it in case Twisted asked me to do something stupid online. I will do it for them.
Let's see. Mine. Eric's heard me karaoke, so it's not really a secret talent. I guess I coded out. I did all the animations and stuff for this, and coded out the website. I guess that's my secret talent, but it's also not my day job, so it's weird. So it's not really a secret talent. I can cook. That's not really a secret talent because Eric already took it. I don't have any secret talent. I was a really good baseball and softball. I was a really good baseball and softball player until I had to retire. So I played junior Olympic level baseball, and then pro softball. Basically, I was one of those dudes who hits softball a really long way and pretends like he's trying, but all that stuff's fake. So corked bats, corked balls, it's all great. So I have some questions. And these are questions that are fun with groups of guys like this, with groups of people who all kind of work for the same publisher. And I'm going to put Charlie on the spot because it's going to be real interesting because of his role. What's it like working with a publisher who's a creator? Do they try and nitpick, or do they just let you guys go? How does that play out?
Well,
Anybody.
I'll start. As publisher and creator, I'm hard on myself. But I think in general, we try to let creators do their thing, depending on the creator and the editor they're working with. And some editors are more hands-on, and some editors are, let the creators kind of just go. And it also depends on what stage the project's brought to us. If something is a pitch versus a finished book. And so if it's a finished book, it's how can we package this the best way to put it out? If it's a pitch, then is this project appropriate for us? Does this project need some finessing? And again, that just depends on the individual creator. But like my personal thought is if it's something that we're putting out, we want to support the creator, but we don't want to alter the vision of what they're doing. We want to help them make the best vision of what they're doing, or help them sell the thing that they've done the best way possible.
All right. Well, because he came with a real answer and not just jokes, we'll move on to just jokes. I've asked Eric this question before, so I'm going to give him I'm going to let him go last so he can think of new answers.
Okay.
You have the ultimate pop culture garage. You get one car from all of pop culture and one spaceship from all of pop culture. What's in your garage? Brian's like, oh.
Yeah, I need more time for this. Like, holy cow.
I got it.
Go, Charlie.
For me, it's the TARDIS and the Back to the Future DeLorean.
Okay, I guess you've broken the game coming up with two time machines, but okay. We'll give you the DeLorean.
One goes through
TARDIS.
time and space, and one is definitely a car. So
I got one.
Technically broke the game, but we're going to give it to you. Judges rule it's okay. Brian, what's up?
I want Ghost Rider's motorcycle. I think as far as like my vehicle would go. And then for space travel, it's not exactly a spaceship. I'll take Lobo's motorcycle so I can drive around in space. Or no, Cosmic Ghost Rider's motorcycle.
That is an answer I've not heard. Brian wants motorcycles exclusively.
Brian does not own a motorcycle.
There you go. Eric, what do you got, man?
Well, since Charlie's already got the DeLorean, I would take the Keaton Batmobile and the Millennium Falcon.
There you go. The Batmobile and the Millennium Falcon. Jen, Ultimate Nerd Garage, what's going in it?
I've been thinking about this for a long time, just in my own nerdness. Like, this is a no-brainer for me because I think about it all the time. I want the 007 Lotus, but the one that can also like turn into a submarine.
Mm-hmm.
I actually really want to buy that actual vehicle. I would have had it already, but it won't fit. My driveway's like this, and I can't. It's a low slung car. And then just for the power of it, the power of it, because I think it could beat everything, including the TARDIS, the Deep Horizon.
So my answer, I'll just tell you my answer because I've asked this question to hundreds of people, and I've never actually given my answer. So my spaceship is the Slave 1. I like the fact that it's storable. Like, it's big when it comes out, and then it stores nicely in the overhead rack on my garage. And then my car is, of course, Speed Buggy from Hanna-Barbera.
Smart.
It was between that and the Fooey Mobile from Hong Kong Fooey, but I've decided that I want Speed Buggy. So that's my answer. So
I thought you were going to go with that Spider-Mobile, that Spider Dune Buggy. But
well, and then there's the big wheel from Spider-Man. Like, there's a lot of Spider-Man vehicles, but they all seem a little counterproductive to getting done what you need to get done.
Use
Like,
van, Spider-Man.
The big wheel, like, it's just somebody T-bones you, you're done. It's over. It just falls over. So, but no. So dream collaborations. Everybody in the industry's got them. Who are you guys' dream collaborations? If you could literally put it out there in the ether, like today is the secret, who is your guy, or who is your girl, or who is your person who you want to work with? Every question I asked, you got Brian like over here, steam coming out of his ears.
Man, that is anybody cool. Like that's a big thing, man. I'm happy just to collaborate at the level I'm collaborating now. Like this, to me, the fact that anybody would want to work with me is awesome. So let's pretend that like super cool heavyweights want to be cool with me. I think the relationship would be cooler than the actual product. But I would love to write a story and work with, I don't know, like Mark Silvestri. I like that. I like Arthur. You know what? Arthur Adams is going to be my answer.
Barrett?
Frank Quitely. If I had to pick any artist working today to work with, it would be Frank Quitely.
I would buy that book. Knowing both of you guys, I would buy the crap out of that book. Charlie?
Okay, so I'm going to say a really sappy answer. Connor Hughes, who I'm working with right now, is the artist who I would pick first and foremost. I feel like he fits what I'm doing so well, and his storytelling is so good. Now, if I can't have Connor, and I had to have someone else who wasn't the artist I already get the pleasure of working with, you know, I think as a kid, you know, I grew up in that Jim Lee, Todd McFarlane era. So, you know, like those were the first artists that I noticed. And then I went back to notice some other people. So I would either, you know, want to do something with Todd McFarlane or Jim Lee, or actually, no, I'm going to change that answer. I would like Will Eisner to come back from the dead and draw something for me, because Will Eisner is probably, you know, the most influential artist in terms of when I was learning about comics, and I got the pleasure of speaking with him at San Diego Comic-Con about 15 years ago, back before the panels were crazy. Maybe it was 20 years ago. And like I went in and there was almost no one there for the panel for Will Eisner. And he, you know, after people left, it was just me and Will, and I talked to him for about 10 minutes. So having him draw something that I wrote, that's the real answer, Will Eisner.
So we've got like just a few minutes left here. So everybody go through and hit us with your social media links again, your handles, that kind of thing, so people can find you. If they head over to bit.ly/EXP guests, scrolling there at the bottom, there are links for all these guys there if you don't catch them now, but go ahead and give everybody their where they can find you. Since we started with Charlie the first time and Brian the second time, Eric, you're going first.
Sure. It's just at Eric Palicki on the socials, both Instagram and Twitter, and ericpalicki.com is my website.
All right, Brian?
Just go to silverbacks.com. That's silverbax.com. Stay creative.
And I'm at Charles Stickney. Yeah, I'm at Charles Stickney on Twitter, which is the best place to find me and interact with me. But I also suggest you go to scoutcomics.com and sign up for the mailing list and just, you know, get involved. We have so many amazing titles. Someone had asked what's coming out. You can see a bunch of what's coming out there. Get on the mailing list so you know when we have new things coming out. Go into your LCS, set up pulls, especially Gen Shop. You know, like there are amazing stores that support us. So go to your local comic book shop, see what we have on the shelf there, and support the stores.
All right. Last couple minutes, Scout or otherwise. And I know this is a Scout panel, so I don't want to be that guy. But Scout or otherwise, give us one project to look for you guys in the next 12 months. Charlie?
It's going to be a White Ash spinoff called Glarian. I'm working on that right now. You might see it coming out. Might do a little self-published version first to make sure that you know that there's an audience there before we bring it to Scout. But that's going to be coming out really soon. But there's also a one-shot coming out before that.
Brian?
I'm putting together a Carol Prime anthology project that hits Kickstarter April 13th. And there's 15 different artists and 15 different writers on this project.
Eric?
Much as I don't want to talk about non-Scout projects, my Atlantis Wasn't Built for Tourists collaborator, Wendell Cavalcanti, and I are doing a book at Ahoy Comics coming out in the summer called Blacksmith. It's a pun title, and I'm really excited about that.
All right, cool. So, I like I said, we just want to give people a little taste. I know this is a Scout panel, so I wanted to get that out there. But let's talk about this for our last 5 minutes here. Scout is one of the leaders in the industry at getting books placed in Hollywood. I mean, they have more titles actively going into production and having deals made than anybody I've met so far or we've talked to. So what is that like from a creative standpoint? Do you start seeing things in that regard as you're writing, or is this what's that like adapting your work once it does get there?
We're not talking to me on this one.
Well,
as a big CG turtle is probably not in the works.
Hey, the giant turtle could happen. All right. I know animators who love to draw turtles.
Yes.
So let's. I mean, but when you look at creating the next issue of something, do you think about that possibility down the road, and does that influence the way you create?
So I have had a lot of meetings and calls about another of my projects lately, and nothing drives home the fact that I am a comic book creator more than sitting through those meetings. I want to make comics. And if someone else wants to do a TV show or a cartoon or a movie or anything else, I'm excited to see that. I'm excited for that to happen, if only because it gives me more resources and put more eyes on the comic books.
I think for me, from a process point of view, because I've written for animation, because I've written for film, when I'm approaching something, I'm approaching it as something that could work in a variety of mediums. So I do have a permutation that could be a TV show, that could be a film. But when I'm writing the comic, I'm focused on writing a comic version of it. And I think that's the important thing when you're developing something, making sure you write the right version for that. And but yeah, in general, Scout has a lot of reach in the multimedia world, and that's something you're going to see, I think, a lot more of in 2021.
Brian, I mean, in terms of process, with the potential out there for something to happen, do you think about it or no?
Not due to the specific Scout getting cool stuff to happen but I am very visual, and I did filmmaking for a while. So I already think of myself as 3-act plays, as, you know, what the angle is going to work. Like I picture my stories that I'm writing them as a movie as I'm writing them, and try to turn them into panels and to dialogue bubbles. But in my head, it's already a movie. I'm a movie guy. I watch movies a lot and have crying babies in my house. But so I'm always movie first in my head. Don't expect anything, but that's the way my thought got.
So we're just about out of time, and Brian seems like he's completely out of time there. With somebody's not happy, they're not getting their attention. So one last time, guys, head over to bit.ly/EXP guests, where there are links for all of our great guests, so you can follow them there. There's also a link for Scout Comics there. I want to thank you guys for being here. I want to thank you guys for being some of the first to be like, we'll be there. We're in. Let's do this. When we didn't know what this thing was even called yet. So I want to thank you guys for that. And I think my screen is froze, so I don't even know if you can hear me.
Yeah,
but there you go. So we are gonna see these guys very much. We're gonna see them later. Thank you so much. We'll be back in just about a minute and a half with Dr. Chris Bland and the gang from All Yeah Comics.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thanks,
Thank you, Jen.
guys.
Thank Carl.
Thank you so much for doing this.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Thanks for sticking with us here on the first ever EXP Expo. We're going to bring in now Dr. Christy Blanche from All Yeah Comics in Muncie. There she is. She wasn't quite ready. I saw that jump. And we're going to let her introduce the people that she's got on her panel. This is All Yeah Comics.
Hey. How is everybody today? Hey,
Hi.
looky here. There's Franco. There's Scoot.
What's going on?
We're waiting for one more.
Long time no see, Franco.
I
can't
know.
hear you, Scoot. Oh, wait, maybe it's me. No, it's me.
Oh.
That was me.
Oh, okay.
Long time no see, Franco.
Ooh, lots of echoes. I love it. This is why I only go by one name, because they spelled my name wrong, even the one name that I did use. So
Lots of echoes.
Yes, there are. And make sure we're good.
I think so.
Is it echoing still?
Slightly, kind of, maybe.
Slightly, kind of, maybe. Kyle, we
I
good?
fixed it. I'm sorry, Franco.
Kyle.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, it sounds good to me. I was busy. I was over there figuring out, realizing I spelled his name wrong and fixing it. So
That's right.
I'll let you guys. I'll let you guys do this. Art was here for a second and then he dipped out, but
That's what he
I'm
does.
sure he'll be back.
It's party. That's what we expect.
Yeah. All right, have a good time.
Yeah.
Well, hi, everybody. Welcome to the All Yeah panel. I guess that's what we're calling them. I don't know. Gathering. Virtual gathering. We are here with artist and writer extraordinaire,
Scoot.
Franco.
Oh, me. Hi.
I'm getting to him. And I tell you what, Scoot, your art, you do your cartoon art, which is amazingly awesome, like your comic shop tales, all of that. But when you do other art, it's like looks so much like Darwin Cook. It just blows me out of the water.
Compliment.
I can't get enough of it. It's so good.
I truly despise and hate Scoot, because we actually did a show sort of last night where it's called Catching Up with Franco, where we talk about pop culture stuff, and in the span of about an hour and a half, I drew one vision picture, and Scoot drew like 6 pictures and colored them with crayons, and so I hate him.
It's for the people. It's all
with that way that you draw.
Yeah, like this.
Yeah, like this. It's amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Which
he
is
draws like that.
Yeah. And it's awesome. Well, anyway,
all you guys and be able to work with you guys because I'm better for it. So thank you.
Oh, you guys are sweet. How have you guys been holding up during this whole pandemic thing? Have you heard that that's happening?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't usually leave the house except to go to work, sort of sometimes, unless they shut it down. But I like being at home. Is that weird?
No.
Weird, but
yeah, that's my friend C3PO back there. He's not doing too well.
He's seen better days.
Yeah,
he's been quarantined too long.
Yeah. That's quarantine guy back there.
Yeah, it's been interesting. The only thing that I really changes for me is conventions. I miss going to conventions. I thought at first, it'll be all right. And then I'm like, I really miss seeing my friends, So Baltimore hurt bad.
Yeah.
Because that's like my family there. And it was like, that one was tough. Because I see you there every year, Franco. And it's been interesting. But, and if you don't know out there, Franco teaches art. So that is where he leaves to go to work to do more art. Not Art Balthazar, art.
Yeah, no, that would be a completely different thing, and my wife would be upset, I think, as well.
Yeah. When you say you teach art, oh, I do every day.
He works with art and he teaches art.
Yeah,
it's like artception.
Yeah.
Oh, like my shirt. It's catception. It's like a cat looking at a picture of his own cat. Yeah.
I have a cat on my shirt too. It's not a cat.
Ooh, it's the same. It's the same cat.
That's an action cat. Yeah.
Action cat. Yeah. People have been wanting more plushies. I got to get more of those. So projects that we're working on. I know you have a couple, Franco, that you and I have talked about. So what's going on with you right now?
Quite a bit. We just and I just had Art Baltazar and I, not me teaching art. Art Baltazar and I just had Archimaniacs come out from DC Comics. Thank you. So it's only been out about a couple of weeks now, I think, or a year. I can't tell time anymore. But it's been out for a couple of weeks, and people seem to be digging it. I have 2 more projects coming up from DC that are in various stages of being worked on. I have other things I can't remember. I'm working on so many other things right now. There's properties out there. Are we working on something? We're working on something together, Scoot.
Yeah, Franco and I are working on a couple things, but this is the stress of there not being like a convention, because we're working on stuff, but we can't like share half the stuff because the publishers want to and make the announcements, but everything's being delayed because no conventions and everything else. So it's like we have all these projects piling up that we can't talk about.
Hi, puppers. It's good. It's
Sorry.
good.
Yeah.
Dogs are always good.
I'm in the studio. They're always in the studio with me.
I saw Action Cat back there.
Yeah, we did do something. Art and I think we could talk about this. I don't care. We just sent to the printer Oh Yeah Comics issue 13, Oh Yeah Comics issue 14, and Oh Yeah Comics number 0. And they're all going to be shipped out to you guys relatively soon at the stores. And you can buy them from us online if you're outside of the store zones. So we'll have them in Skokie, we'll have them in Muncie, and we'll have them in New York. But if you want to get them from us, you should find a way to get them.
I think I have a short story or two in between
you have
those.
some?
Yeah, in those Oh Yeah Comics, I think I have some stuff in there.
That's you'll make so many people happy, because I have kids coming in going, okay, I need some more Oh Yeah, and I'm like, well, just gonna have to wait a minute.
Yeah, that's the other thing. The good thing about quarantining is that, like, I think if we were in a normal year going to conventions and working on different projects, I don't know that we would have gotten these out this year, or we wouldn't have gotten 3 out all at once.
That's awesome. That's awesome. And Scoot, besides your stuff in Oh Yeah and the stuff you're working on with Franco, tell us a little bit about what you're doing, because you keep pretty busy.
Yeah, I'm working on a few things right now. So I'm working on another book with Dave Scheid, who you may remember I collaborated with on Wrapped Up. And this is going to come out through Oni. And it's a graphic novel, 150 pages. Like Wrapped Up, it's got action, comedy, everything you'd expect from Wrapped Up, but it's a whole new story, a new world, and I can't really say too much else about it, but I'm getting close to finishing the inks on that. So I think we're shooting for a 2022 release. They like to release everything about a year ahead, so the book has to be done so they can promote it for a year before it gets out. And then with Source Point Press, I have Cthulhu Jr. coming out. And that was a Halloween Comics Fest back when we still had Halloween Comic Fest. That was one of those books. Yeah. And then I, like Franco and I have been working on, I worked on something with him, but then we've been working on other, I don't know, what would you say, Frank? More like books that are still comic books, but we're just kind of trying something different. So I can't really obviously talk too much about that. But
is this the one that we talked about, Franco?
No.
Okay, it's different. Franco's got, there's Franco and Scoot everywhere.
Yeah, that one I talked to you about. I don't think Scoot even knows about that other one, so don't tell him about it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Scoot, just forget that. You didn't hear anything. These aren't the comics you're looking for.
Uh-oh.
Hey!
There he is.
All right. I made it. My speakers decided to go out at the 57 mark of the hour. Like, I couldn't get them to work, so I had to reboot, and I'm back. So I missed the first few minutes of the show. I apologize, but I'm here for you. But I've been listening on my phone.
Oh,
so I'm not lost.
Yeah, Christy says the panel's over anyway. So
yeah, it's over.
Oh, good.
We only had till 1:10. So
I'm kind of like the surprise guy. I'm like the Avengers extra credit scene. You know.
Yeah. Where's your shawarma?
Mm-hmm. I gotta cover my face because I have a beard.
All right. Well, you catch us up, Art. How have you been doing, and what have you been doing with throughout this whole pandemic?
Oh, I've been. You know what? I was kind of used to it because I've been quarantined since about 2003. First, we had babies, and then I start working on Tiny Titans. So I rarely leave the house as it is. But the cool part about it was all the publishers slowed down, all the conventions slowed down. But I took advantage of all that downtime, and I got rid of a lot of my deadlines. So I have a whole bunch of books that are coming out between 21 and 22, and I just been making things, man. I just been so busy. I was working on around 7 or 8 books at one time. Now I'm working about 3 or 4. So I cut it in half.
Wow.
But it's working, yeah. And mostly it's just online presence, doing these videos like we're doing now. And I started my own little talk show, Famous Cartoonist Says Things, and just drawing online. And me and Franco and Johnny and Scoot do podcast with it goes up on I Like Pink Very Much, Lois, and we've just been doing stuff. It's just about the online presence and hustling. Don't let the pandemic pull you down. Take the positive and spin it and work it to your advantage, you know.
Oh, one thing, Artie, you forgot to mention, the real reason you kind of cut everything down is because you're trying to make more room for Harold's Chicken.
No, yeah. There's always, you definitely need a day off for Harold's. It's like I take advice from The Rock, because The Rock was saying every day, like, he saves pie for Sunday, you know, pie and pancakes. So you work hard all week and then have that one day to celebrate. You congratulate yourself, award yourself, if you will, with some Harold's Chicken or some late night boxing or just something like that. You know, you can need one day to reboot, just like my computer had to do right now. Computer's like, I've been on for 2 weeks, dude. My speakers wouldn't work. So there we go. I'm good now.
All right.
But I've been listening to you guys while I was off. So it was good. Yeah. I heard you on my handy dandy trusty phone. Yeah.
Okay, on your trusty phone.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm sure people are curious. You know, Art and Franco, you kind of go together like, you know, peanut butter and jelly.
Yeah.
But how did you're like a Reese's cup? Perfect. How did you guys like meet and decide you were gonna, you know, create this partnership?
We met at a convention. And we didn't really, I don't think Franco liked me much at the convention. He was irritated because there was a kid editing, criticizing his comics. So when Franco yelled at the kid and said, if you don't like my book, leave. You don't have to buy it. Get out of here. And so.
That's my sales pitch.
Yeah. And then I just arrived to my table and I heard him say that. And I said, you sell a lot of comic books that way? And so. Yeah. I irritated Franco right away, and then there was no one at this show. So we, I'm like, can I see your books? What do you do? Let's trade books. And so after he just got ridiculed by this fan, I asked if I could read the books too. So he goes, I don't care, just read them. So I read them, and I think these are pretty cool. I said, you want to trade? I'll trade you 5 of mine for 5 years. So we traded comics, and then at that time, I found out that I was only living 20 minutes from the guy's house. Because for about 2.5 years, I lived on the East Coast, and we used to hang out and eat pizza and watch wrestling and bring sketchbooks and drawings in his basement, and that's kind of where it started. And then we both draw comics and do comic book conventions. We started jumping in the car together and doing all the same shows, and that was it. And it just like we just started writing comics. We didn't decide to; it just happened. It just like. Mm-hmm. You know, we're writing down stuff and like, hey, look at this guy. And then Frank would say, yeah, what if he did this? And I would say, what if he did that? And it's like, cool. Then we'll put him in space. And yeah, that'll happen. So
the fun thing about hanging out was just all the laughs, you know, and we knew that the more we laughed, the funnier that we thought it should, you know, it is to us. We're like, it should be funny to somebody else. So then we started putting it down on paper. And we just went from there. So luckily, people liked what we were doing, and then they eventually, you know, we've done the roller coaster up and down, where people, we were kicked out of catalogs. They weren't going to carry our books anymore. Mm-hmm. We were selling comic books out of the trunk of the car, hand to hand, in different bookstores, and you know, just when we're like, maybe we're not going to do this anymore, you know, we started selling books, and then after a while DC came calling, and then we did Tiny Titans, and then it just kind of snowballs from there, and we haven't stopped, really. We haven't stopped at all. The
DC phone call was like, we want you to do comic books like Patrick the Wolf Boy comic books, but for us with our characters. So I said, I know how to do that. And then that was it. That was kind of, we never really pitched the job to them. They kind of called. So that was kind of cool. Yeah. It was awesome. And then we just kept making comics. That was 2006, I think, when we started Tiny Titans. Yeah.
Wow, it seems like yesterday, man.
Yeah. 50 issues. We did 50 issues. It made the New York Times bestseller. We won 2 Eisner Awards. And then we moved on to Itty Bitty Hellboy, and that won an Eisner Award. So we have 3 Eisners. We have New York Times bestseller. We have a Harvey Award. So it's kind of like everything happened at once without really campaigning or trying or pitching series. We just like, people always tell me, Franco and our other friends tell me I'm like Forrest Gump. I just back into stuff and things happen. But it's all the hard work you see, like staying up all night and driving 12 hours to a convention and all these things. And I remember when Tiny Titans came out, we had a real long line of people, and people said, where were you guys? Where'd you guys come from? And I told them, so we've been in Artist Alley for the last 15 years. We've always been here. Like all of a sudden now we have a line. So
yeah,
it's kind of fun.
That's the joke. We always tell everybody it took us about 15 years to become an overnight success.
Exactly. That's what I was just going to say.
Mm-hmm.
15 years. That's all it took.
Yep.
I know the Beatles, it took them. They just had to open up the airplane door. That was it. They were successful. They didn't even get on Sullivan yet.
We didn't have an airplane. That's why.
That's right. We had to drive around.
We had to drive everywhere.
Get a van.
And then Scoot, how did you find these two? Or did they find you?
I don't know. It's kind of, a little bit of both, I guess, because I was always in Artist Alley too, doing cartoony stuff. And my story is pretty similar to Art and Franco's in the sense that I would always take my portfolio to these conventions and I'd be told I was too cartoony and I should do my own cartoony books. So I met I was working with a coworker at the time, Corey Barba, who worked with Art in Chicago at an animation studio, and he would talk about Art all the time. And then I kind of knew Art who Art and Franco were from the shows. And this is around the time that Tiny Titans really took off, 2007. And I would go to the shows and like talk to him. Well, then finally in like 2011 or something, I was working on a comic with Corey. And I handed it to Art and I said, we have a mutual friend, Corey Barba. And that's what Art like stopped. He's like, oh, he's a good man, sir. Yeah, and then he looked through my comic instead of just when I give it to him before, they kind of look at it and say, thanks, and just kind of put it back there. He actually looked at it and took it home. And then the next year I saw Franco wasn't there, but Art was there at Wizard World, Chicago. And Art remembered me and he was talking to me about, oh yeah, comics. And
then, when I saw you, I go, hey, Super Kings.
Yeah.
Super Kings guy.
Yeah, he remembered. So yeah. And that's how I got to, and then we found out I lived 4 hours away from Art and 9 hours away from Franco. So
yeah, right in between,
hang out all the time on Skype. So it worked out.
And then we said, let's, at that time, we were making comics. We had an idea to make the comics just for our own shops, So the weird part about the comics, the way it developed was we were painting the walls of the Skokie store. And I'm painting the walls and I'm drawing a big action cat because we had the mascot and everything, Action Cat Adventure Bug. I'm painting this thing and I'm thinking, man, we need to make comic books of this character. I mean, he needs to be more than just a mascot. He needs a story and comics so kids are going to want to read them. And so I thought, let's just make like Kinko's books, like black and white, like Artist Alley kind of mini comics. That's what I thought in my head. And then our friend Zod, he was there saying, well, why don't we do full color comics? And I'm like, well, I don't have any money to do that. And then he said, well, I could run a Kickstarter. I'm like, what? And then as we're painting the walls, I'm thinking, yeah, that's a good idea. So that's where it came to be. And I just thought about printing up books just to sell at our one store, but now there's 3 stores. And so all of a sudden our books they're in 3 comic shops, exclusives, But when we were making that, we went to the comic show, and that's when I met Scoot. And it just so happened to be Scoot came by, and I said, "Hey, Super Kings guy," and I said, "Hey, you want to make some comics?" And it started. The plan started forming. The team started to come together, and Scoot was one of the first recruits, one of the first guys to join, and that's just how it started. Everything we do.
Yeah, there were no guidelines or rules. I'm like, you sent me a character sheet with all the characters, and I'm like, well, who's this guy? What's he do? I don't know. Just do whatever you want.
Yeah, I said, draw whatever.
Yeah. Well, if you're not creative enough to figure it out, we don't want you in the book.
Yeah.
Well, I sent him a 22-page story about them trying to open a jar of pickles, which ended up in like issue 12 or something. Yeah. But at the beginning, they were like, "This is great, but we only need like a 1-pager or a 2-pager."
Yeah, don't go epic.
So I had to go back and make more comics. So then, I just started sending them like stacks of stories.
Like 4 pages,
every week I'd send them a new story. So
because we figured like each issue is only going to be about 28 pages. And I know if we let Scoot go, he would just fill up the whole book. And we're like, well, we need to be in it too. So at least give us 4 pages. We'll spread them out. But those comics were so much fun to do. And at the moment when we were thinking about making comics, we were working on Superman Family Adventures, and we really didn't have a lot of time to create our own stuff because the DC work was really coming in. We were under contract, so we had to do 2 books a month, and then we had to write a 3rd one or something. So we were working on Superman Family, and we were writing the Green Lantern books, and I was working on Super Pets. We did the animation for Super Pets at that time. Mm-hmm. So we're really
the
busy.
ones that were on Cartoon Network,
Yeah, the Cartoon Network ones, Mm-hmm. And so it was perfect timing. And I don't know if the gods are listening, a baby Jesus is up there saying, "You've been praying to me for 25 years. I'm going to help you out." So Superman Family got canceled. It ended, and it was unexpected to us. But right when it got canceled, our Kickstarter launched like a week later, and the audience embraced it. Like, they're like, "Yeah, man, go independent. You don't need them." And we're like, "Whoa, that's not what we intended," but that's what the vibe was online. So I think that that motivation progression kind of helped us launch the Kickstarter, and it was just cool. It was a good time. And then
Christy, you did some stories in there for us as well.
Yeah.
Yes, I did. Scoot was the artist. We did a Parallelogram.
Yeah, it was a cover story too. Art put it on the cover.
Art did the cover.
Yeah.
It is still one of my favorite things. People come in and get my Tales from the Crypt stories, and I'm like, "Oh, and look at this," and they're like, "That doesn't look creepy." I'm like, "No, but it's very punny."
Yeah, something for your kid. Yeah.
Every time I see Christy at a show, I do a sketch card of Parallelogram.
Every time, I love it, and I've missed them this year. I have all of these and then just stop. It's like everything stopped.
You're gonna have to write another story now because we're doing more comics.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, we are.
That's what I was gonna say about comics too. As like someone that was like brought into that world, I met Christy working on a story. I worked on a story that Brother Bear, Mark Hammond, wrote. Kurt Wood and I worked on stories together, and that's the first time I worked with Dave Scheid, who I work with all the time now on Wrapped Up and our other book coming out. So it was like a networking thing, like Justin Castaneda, all these people I met through comics, and I still talk to them, and
we're all friends. That's the weirdest part.
Alejandro Rosado.
Yeah.
I know that when you guys came down and were like, "Hey, do you want to be a part of our family?" We're like, "Yeah." Yes, we do. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, you do.
Art, when you came down, I still need painting on the walls of the new shop, but quarantine. But you were painting, and we had introduced you to tenderloins.
Oh my God! Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the Harold's Chicken of Muncie. Yeah.
Every time I would say, "Hey, Art," he'd go, "Oh yeah, tenderloin."
Tenderloin? What? Yeah, I'll go to Muncie.
It's 9 a.m. Art. They don't open till noon. Okay. He's like, "Oh, okay. Oh yeah, tenderloin." And I'm like, okay.
I know. I spent 3 days at Muncie painting the stores every day, and Kyle, your guy Kyle, would bring me a lunch from a different place every day, and it's so weird because I don't know what's going on outdoors. See, I don't know what's going on outside the doors of Comics in Muncie, but Kyle keeps delivering all this awesome food to me, and he goes, and he's real proud, he's like, "Here you go." And then I'm eating. He goes, "What do you think of the tenderloins?" I said, "These are great." And he goes, "Yeah, yeah." I said, and he's a big guy, so you got to trust a big guy when he says, "I'm going to go get lunch." I'm like, "Okay, dude, I'm going to leave it up to you." He's not going to disappoint. So that was awesome.
Muncie may not have a ton of stuff, but man, our tenderloins.
Yeah, you find them. I know it's worth the wait.
And now we have more restaurants. Our downtown has totally changed since you've been here. So
cool.
When all this is over, we're going to have a little. Well, when we do our Muncie Comic Con that we were going to do this last year, that of course, but when we do that, we'll have we'll bring you guys out and do a whole section, and we'll get tenderloins.
Oh yeah, we will. It's kind of fun because when we have like appearances at the store, or like we have a mini con in the store, and it's fun if it's just all of our friends, and even if nobody comes to the show, we still have a great time. We're drawing and stuff.
It's always a good time at the store. I miss coming up there and visiting, and and the Harrison store is lovely. Also, I've only got to be there once, but
I just that's the one thing I do miss is we have. When we talk to Brother Bear, Mark Hammond, about all this stuff, and with you, like it's well, we want to do a signing, and I would always say, yeah, but is it going to be the way? Like we need to do the way, So I miss having those get-togethers. Like I think one of the last big things we had at the Harrison store in New York was the Die Hard themed Christmas party, and I missed it. Like Mark is like, you have so many things to do. Why are we doing this? And I'm like, because it's fun. Like bloody footprints on the floor leading to broken glass in the corner, and Hans Gruber falling from Nakatomi Plaza every time someone opens the door. It's just a lot of fun. Like, we had a Harry Potter party, and I literally made hundreds of candles and hung them from fishing wire from the ceiling. So when you walked in, there were hundreds of candles, and people were like, "When did you do that?" And I put them all up in the afternoon before the party. And I just I miss doing stuff like that. I miss going to the parties and stuff. Yeah. But COVID.
Yeah.
We're getting there. We're getting to it's changed a lot, and it's changed, business. And I know I'm super proud of all three stores for hanging in there. Because this has not been easy.
Me too.
It's when I'm like, ooh, it was just a 16-hour day today. Awesome.
I see you like working your butt off all the time. You're on camera all the time selling stuff. So I'm
we do in a comic shop.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how we survived. We were doing, when we were closed down, it was 10 shows a week. And then now we're doing 5, but soon that will be 7. So, because I'm adding more for the experience we're doing. I'm honored that they asked me to be one of the people that come on here and sell alongside Jen and Jesse and Aaron and some other people. So I mean,
so that's a big endeavor. What's this whole thing?
It's just kind of so it's gonna be selling comics, but the whole idea is to get people hopefully at some point it's going to be a 24-hour thing, just all about comics, and to get people to come into comic shops.
Yeah.
So here's what we have, and you can buy it from us. We're all comic shop owners, but look for here's the comic shop locator. Find exactly where things are. There's going to be game shows. There's going to be talk shows. We came up with the name What We Do in the Comic Shop for my show, which is totally awesome. And you, Franco, did the amazing art, which is these little. Here we are.
You're like a vampire lady. Yeah.
It's awesome. We have T-shirts. We have pins. I'm sending you guys pins. You too, Art.
Oh, I need one. Yeah.
And Scoot, send me your address and I'll send some to you.
No, it's okay.
Did you say it's okay? Okay, fine. I won't give them to you. They're super awesome. Look at those.
Oh yeah, I do want that. Yeah. I put them on my art bag that I carry to conventions when I do go to conventions. So
thank you. 2023 we'll be back.
Exactly.
I'm going to interrupt for 1 second because Christy's too good at this to do the job that she needs to do. You guys can see Christy on the experience on Wednesdays and Saturdays
Mm.
You can see Scoot on episode 2 of our forthcoming talk show. That will his episode will debut the first week of February.
Oh my gosh.
Ooh.
So I'm gonna leave now, but somebody had to plug you guys because you're too nice to do it yourselves.
Oh yeah, man. You're a good man, Kyle.
This is like a whole like QVC for
It's like
comics.
a QVC, and
Wow.
then I'm gonna do on my show. I'm super goofy. I mean, I wouldn't hang out with you guys if I wasn't, goofy.
We wouldn't let you if you weren't.
Yeah, and
You
so
would learn. You would learn, Goofy.
I'm doing like stories where I'm going to do reading time, story time with the doctor, and where
Nice.
I'm going to read the romance books, the older romance books.
Oh, cool. Yeah.
Nice.
The Lois Lane books, where Superman, like unplugs her oxygen in space, and
Yeah.
that'll show her for not wanting to marry me, or when she's
Yeah.
marrying 16 other people. And then like there's a really great Stranko story in one of the horror books. It's just a tiny little story. It's so good. I'm going to read that. And I've got a little secrets behind the comics from Stan Lee. So I'm going to read stuff from here.
Nice.
And it's just going to be little 15-minute things with my Gandalf pipe, nothing will be in it, but it's still there. And then, unboxing videos and just kind of the What We Do in the Comic Shop came from, as you all know, I'm a huge fan of What We Do in the Shadows. Like it's the greatest thing in the world. So we're going to do things about what we do in the comic shop, just like trying to, here's unpacking boxes, or here's getting ready for the show, or here's this, and just little 15 minutes because, people, have short attention spans anymore. Because there's so much out there, especially now, because virtual is all we have.
Yeah.
So little things like that. I know Source Point Press, which is my favorite. They're doing a little reality show, and Kyle's hosting a game show. There's going to be.
Oh yeah.
Source Point Press publishing.
Yeah, Source Point Press is awesome. I'm a little biased, but
Yes.
But yeah, so it's going to be things like that. And I know there's going to be Jen's doing her Minute to Skim It with the new books, and there'll be sales, and so all sorts of things. It's going to start off smaller, because seeing what happens. And then there's going to be interviews. So I know there's some interviews that I've done that are going to be coming up. So, you guys, I'll hit you up for interviews here soon. And just so that people can have somewhere to go. Like you want to watch something about comics? Here you go. Here it is. You can watch a show. You can watch, a game show. You can watch a sales show. You can watch an interview. So all sorts of things like that. So we'll see what happens. It's kind of, throwing spaghetti against the wall. And
Yeah.
Jen and Jesse and Nick came up with this idea and asked myself and Kyle's pretty much the linchpin. He won't promote himself either, but he's the one who's putting all of it together and doing all the hard work in the midst of, COVID and surgeries. And yeah, he's pretty tough.
I know Kyle's the guy that we met him at C2E2, and I asked him if he liked MMA, and he said, yeah, because there was an MMA fight that night. That was pay-per-view or something was going on. And I told him, we should go to school, ditch this party and just go into your room and let's go watch MMA. And I just met him. And it's such a strange thing for tell a random stranger, let's just go get some drinks and go to your room and get pizza and stuff and watch. And so I think I might have scared him. But then Scoot told me that he was real happy. He goes, was he serious? Did he want to do that? Like, yeah, I would have. I even forgot who was fighting, but see, that really happened, right? Because I remember you're the guy.
I'd have been there. I'm always down for an adventure and for a story and for a good time. And Art's a good time, Franco's a good time, Scoot's a good time. So like hanging out with you guys, if it would have been, hey, what we're gonna do, we're gonna go knock over a liquor store, and then we're gonna go to Harold's. I'd have been like, all right.
Yeah, and then eat it in your room. That's what I wanted to do.
On your bed. On your bed.
On your bed.
Yeah, that was probably part of it too.
Yeah, that was probably. I probably went more detailed than I did right now. It's very colorful when I'm off camera.
Yeah, Yes, you are. You're colorful on camera. You're all sorts of colors.
I use the whole palette. Yeah.
Gosh. You guys make my cheeks hurt when I'm around you because I laugh so hard.
That's good.
So, one of the great things about the stores is that we have the original, the OG in Skokie. And Art, how did you end up in Chicago? Because you were on the East Coast, and then
I was born and raised Southside Chicago, and
Okay.
I lived on the East Coast for just over 2 years because I moved there to work in a Warner Brothers coloring book studio. So
Yeah.
I worked there. For
I like to tell
bit.
people. I like to tell people he moved here just so he can meet me.
Yeah.
Yes.
So if I never moved there, I wouldn't have met Franco. So it's all, everything goes in order and leads to other events. Like if you squash that worm in the 1970s, something in the 1990s will not happen. So I made a worm. I don't know. Yeah, I never squashed worms, but I moved there to
No
work.
worms were harmed in any of this.
Yeah. So I took a risk that was around 97 maybe, because I know Sting, the Crow Sting, just came down from the rafters, and I missed the Wolfpack stuff because he was red paint, but I was in transition. I didn't have a TV, so I know I had to watch that later. That's how I know Wolfpack. That's how I know what year it was, because I missed his debut with the red and black. I'm like, so that's when I was on the East Coast. I had a little apartment, I was struggling, eating peanut butter and cottage cheese every day, trying to stay alive. And
not mixed together, right?
no, separate. No, one was lunch, one was dinner. So, but I worked in an coloring book studio. We did coloring books, children's books, activity books, worked on Bugs Bunny stuff and Mr. Potato Head and just random things. And so during that time, I met Franco. But when I left there, when I went to move there, I just took a risk. Let's just do this. I'm just going to do it. I had a warehouse job in Chicago that was awful. And so I moved out there and then eventually went homeless and had to come back home. So that's just what I took a risk as a artist. So I've always been Southside Chicago guy. I'm born and raised here. My whole family's here. I live here now still. But I have a house in the suburbs now, but I've always been a Chicago guy. So I don't know what the question was. Oh, Skokie. So being in Chicago, we have like the best show, like one of the best shows in the country is C2E2. So every year, all of my guys would come. Franco, Scoot, Brother Bear, you would come. Everyone would come. And so Brother Bear, I remember this, he would take, during the show, he would just go walk the city, just go. And at this time, he was just our buddy. He was just a guy we knew from Florida. So he would walk the city, and then he would tell me that he loves this. He loves Chicago. He would love to live here one day. I'm like, oh, that'd be cool. And so then one day, Tiny Titans came out. It was number 28 with Super Pets. And in the background of the comic book, I drew Brother Bear and Todd from the store in Florida, because we became friends with them because they flew us out to the store and we would hang out at MegaCon with them. I know this is a long story, but it's getting there. Okay. And so I called him up on the day. Hey, did you check out Tiny Titans number 28? And he went, no, what is it? I go, just read it. And then I hung up, and then he called me back. He goes, is that me and Todd in there getting stomped by a Titano? I go, yeah, that's you guys. And he goes, well, I actually said, oh no, watch out, giant monkey, whatever. And he's on the same panel as Clark Kent and Lois, and Dan DiDio is on that panel. It's a real cool. And so later on that day, he called me back again, but he was down in the dumps. Something happened to him that day. He had the most glorious day of having his comic, himself in a comic book. And then he went from down in the dumps. And then he said, I don't know, I can't take it no more. I can't do what I want to do at this comic shop. And then I said, something like, he said, man, I can't wait one day. I just want to own my own store. And I went, ding. And I went, wait, hold on. I'll call you back. So I called Franco and then hung up with Franco and told him what happened. And then Franco called Brother Bear and called him. And then Brother Bear called me back. Hey, I'm moving to Chicago. We're going to open up a comic shop in Chicago. I'm like, what? He goes, yeah, you and Franco will be my partners. I'm like, okay. And that was it. And so he loves Chicago so much because he got used to walking around. It just loves museums and a lakefront. And then one day at first I thought, all right, that's a good idea. Because a lot of us have brainstorms. So like, I'm going to take over the world. And then you go back to bed and nothing happens. But with Brother Bear, it kept going. So one day he showed up in my house. And then he says, I'm here to look for a location for the store. Like, and he's been doing research online. He knew where he wanted to go. So we went. And Skokie is way north of Chicago. It's probably the next, like Evanston is touching Chicago and Skokie's touching Evanston. So I've never been to Skokie in my whole life. I've rarely been on the north side of Chicago because I was a south side guy. That's where Harold's Chicken is. That's where the White Sox are. That's where I do my shopping.
Everything's based on Harold's.
Yeah, everything's
so
on.
Long story short, the store is close to Harold's, which is why we opened it there.
Close, 2 blocks from Harold's. But anyway, we drove around
inside Harold's.
Yeah.
Brother even asked me, "What do you want? What do you imagine Aya Comics being?" And I told him I imagine Aya Comics being in that town that Marty McFly was in, with the clock tower, and it's got to be on that street. And he's like, okay. So when we went to Skokie, we found a place that reminded me of that. It's the old downtown area of beautiful downtown Skokie. And we just picked a building and called the owner, and that was it. It just happened so fast. And it was so easy to do. All I had to do is sit back and wait for the phone to ring.
But it was years of you and I talking about it'd be real cool to own a store, but neither one of us could work at it, because we're just busy doing other things. So that day when Art calls me, he goes, "Hey, Brother Bear's thinking of leaving the store," and I'm like, "What?"
There's our guy. There's our guy.
Yeah, that was my next call. I'm like, I gotta go, and I called him, so it had to happen. Yeah, you gotta seize those opportunities when they come up.
Yeah. And I know we opened that store with we had nothing. We were still painting the walls, but once we got our certificate, the occupancy certificate, we hung it on the wall, unlocked the door, and we didn't have a cash register, but we had a calculator. And I remember the only merchandise we had was like a folding table with Star Wars figures on it, like those old green cards and orange cards they had. I had a bunch of those guys.
Yeah,
so
we filled the store basically with my comic collection because my son was getting older and he had some interest in comics, but not like us, and that's fine. He has other interests, but I'm like, why am I holding on to all these things? If I'm just going to have them in boxes. So Brother Bear drove from Florida with a big giant truck. He ran over my tree out here on my driveway when he backed into my driveway to take all my comics to go to Skokie. So that's how we actually got stock for the store. We had nothing when we opened it. So
that's the oldest tree in Pottersville. What are you talking about?
If you come to my house, next time you come to my house, there's a pine tree right in the corner of my driveway, and half of it is missing, and that's because Brother Bear took half of it off with the truck. So that's my reminder.
Yeah, it's so weird how we built it from bare bones, and it just, I don't know. No, but then it took about 3 months, or was it 3 months before we can order new books or something? Or 3 weeks. It happened pretty quick because Brother Bear's been, he knows everyone at the distributor, Diamond, from working at the Florida store, Acme Florida Superstore. He worked there for whatever it was, 20 years, however long it was. But he built a relationship with the industry. So everyone kind of helped us out. So we didn't have to pass the credit test and all these weird things. So we got our comics pretty quick. But then, of course, we don't have money to buy them, so we only could get a few a week. So we got $20. All right, let's get these 4 books.
The hows and whys of things, we never really venture into that. We're just let's do it. Then we'll figure it out later.
Yeah.
And now we're going on.
Yeah, right.
When did we open? 2012, 2011.
7 years ago. 7, almost going on 8 years now.
Yeah,
in
Skokie.
Wow.
Yep. It's nuts. The things that freak me out is like we have people working, and not only they're working, but we're paying them somehow. And I'm like, that's the part that you mean we're paying that guy to be there? Yeah. Like how? I don't know. That's the part. That's the part that's weird. Like, we got a guy. We have a schedule. We have employees. This guy works Monday. This one guy's Tuesday. This guy's Saturday. That's the part that's weird for me.
Yeah. Oh, well, all I know is I'm glad that happened because we wouldn't be without.
Yeah, you were the
And
Yeah,
Muncie's the second store, right? Or was Muncie the
Muncie
third?
was the second store.
second, yep.
And then we all got together and opened the one in
New York.
New
Yeah.
York. Yeah, that's right.
I don't
But
want
love
to.
that they're
I
all
like being in a world with
Yeah.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, I cut you.
Oh, I was just saying I like the Marty McFly thing. I like the small town feel.
Yeah.
Muncie got that same little small town feel with the cute little downtown.
Yeah. And
so
same
it's
with
kind of-
Harrison. You got
it's the
the
same
train
way.
across the street, the
Mhm.
bank down the block.
You guys got to come here now. They built an entire complex across the street. Remember how you could see everything was
Yeah.
wide open?
Yeah.
They built an entire complex. It's all apartments and
Oh my
stores and a parking garage. You can't see
Wow.
anything anymore except like all these buildings now. It's weird.
Is that one pizza restaurant still there we went to?
Yes.
Okay, good. As long as that's still there. We're good.
I know we got pizza, we got tenderloins, we got Harold's, we got
Yes,
tacos
that's
and
how
Ohio.
we pick the locations on the food.
That's the secret. Yeah, is you got to get that food.
You gotta
So-
get what specializes in the town.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we're gonna open one up in Ohio near Scoot, so we could get Paco's hot dogs.
Tony Pacos, yeah.
Oh yeah,
Oh yeah, tacos. Mm-hmm.
exactly. Yeah,
And like it,
go ahead.
what you were saying, you like Franco said too, it's all about the family being there. And like I always find myself too, as the cartooning career, venturing out, working for DC, Dark Horse, Archie Comics, Super Pets, and then it always like when you get downtime, you come back to your own characters and working on comic stuff. Like I heard Franco say earlier, we're waiting for 3 books. They're getting printed. number 0, number 13, and number 14 are going to be arriving pretty soon.
Mhm.
They're going to be dropped off on our driveways. So I can't wait. So Muncie will have 3 new books pretty soon.
I'm so
I'll
excited.
send you some
Well,
books. Yeah.
one of your biggest fans made these little bracelets for me as a gift, and they're all in the colors
Oh,
of
it's awesome.
Yeah.
the characters.
Nice.
And there's Parallelogram.
Oh, there it is.
But she made all of these for us and drew little pictures, so I have them all hanging up in the front. So the people you inspire, and it's like the kids, they're just drawn towards. I mean, I was like, did not expect it. Things they really hurt because they've got the little ends on them.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So,
And then you keep it on the outside.
she was here, and I'm like, okay, now I'm going to take my bloody stump of a hand off now. But I keep that because it's a really good. It's a good reminder of like how much kids. She didn't have to do that,
Mhm.
Right.
She's going to get her comics no matter what. So, but you guys really do inspire people, all 3 of you, just so much. And
Oh, yeah.
so thank you for what you do as a retailer. Thank you. As my partners, thank you.
I'm going to try to inspire you right now creatively. Like you need to expand the Parallelogram universe and take other farm animals and turn like a cow into a square or a sheep into a rhombus or something like that, or do a rectangle.
Are you up there, Scoot?
Wrap.
Sure, yeah.
Okay.
We got to come up with some more puns.
Yeah.
Parallelogram.
That's the key. It's got to be
Mhm.
punny.
Yeah, exactly. It has
Parallel
to be
cow.
funny.
Yeah.
I every time I see Stink Up, this is a Stink Up. I just
Yeah.
I know it's there, but I still laugh. I'm like, this is so dumb, but I think it's so funny.
Yeah. Well, everyone repels from the squirrel. They see a squirrel in front of the house. They go, oh, get away. It's like a bumblebee. They see the bee and they all run away in terror. So
It's funny, Christy, that you say that because, like, occasionally, like, we work on so much stuff and we're so busy from day to day doing whatever it is that we're doing, retail, work, and all this other stuff. Occasionally, I'll pick up an issue that we wrote or we drew, and I'll read it and I'll start laughing, and I'm like, oh, this is funny. This
This is good stuff.
we did okay. I
Yeah.
forgot I did that. That's funny.
Yeah, it's funny. Yeah. I read Itty Bitty Hellboy, I think some of the funniest stuff, and Grimace Island that we did. Grimace
I
Island.
love
was so
Grimace
funny.
Island. Yeah.
And it's just fun. Just making stuff is fun. And a lot of times when we're writing it, it's like, oh, this is dumb. No one's gonna like this. This is stupid. And then I read it back. Like you got to put it away and then bring it back out and then read it, and it's like, oh, it is pretty good.
I came across the big amiibo the other day.
Oh, did you?
Oh boy.
I was cleaning through some stuff and I was like, oh my gosh. I sat down. I'm like, oh, Rose. Oh, So
Yeah.
it was precious. I
Based
love
on the
it.
truth. Yeah, that was a good story.
Yeah.
I have 2 sequels to that I'm working on. That eventually I'll probably publish them on my own. And one of them's called Scraping Plastic, and it's like one of those, when you're so poor that your deodorant stick has gone down so much that all you're doing is scraping plastic on your armpit.
Yes.
Because you can't afford to buy a deodorant. That's what it symbolizes, scraping plastic. But it's a real fun story, and I got several, and I got another book called Imitating Art that I want to do. They're kind of sequels to that, but not direct sequels. But it stars me. They're autobiographical, so they're fun. I wrote those already, and it's real cool. So yeah, I can't wait to get those. But again, all of these things on the list.
Oh yeah. Well, you have so many, but I'm excited. All Yeah Comics is the comics are back, not All Yeah Comics. Really, but I'm glad that the All Yeah comics are back. And man, seriously, your Parallel Ham is one of my favorites. I just dig it so much. I just giggle because it's just so ridiculously funny.
Yeah.
And you just brought it to life, and it's always fun seeing. You don't do this as much because you create, and Franco, you draw and create, and you draw and create. But for those of us that don't have that, the ability to draw, which I'm extremely jealous of, seeing your character from somebody else is just like it's like having a baby, except less work. It's like
well, I can speak for these guys too. Probably it helps when you work with someone, and like when I was working with you on that one, Christy, and you had the story down, but you gave me freedom to kind of design things. And that's what makes it fun, because then it really feels like a collaboration. You're not just telling me how to do something specifically. You gave me the story. I understood the characters from the story, and then you gave me the freedom to kind of like set up the panels the way I thought made sense. So
well, and that's what makes comics so spectacular, is when you do have that collaboration, because that's what it is. As soon as you hand your story over to an artist, it's not your story anymore. It's both of your stories.
Yeah, together, right.
That's what makes it so special, and it's just super fun. I just love it.
I love seeing how other people draw Action Cat when we get stories from other creators too. It's just so much fun, and people always ask, is there a style guide? Should we draw them like you? I'm like, no, just draw it however you want, And then we say no origin stories, just. No, don't add anything new to him. Just make it whatever. So it's kind of cool to see what people come up with too with Action Cat.
Well, I know Grace actually was starting to. My daughter was starting to draw. Who also, you want to feel old? She has a baby now.
I know, she's a new mom.
Yeah,
he's almost a year old.
Yeah,
crazy. And he is.
Congratulations, Grandma.
Thank you.
Now you're Dr. Grandma Chris.
He actually he's going to call me doctor, because
awesome.
We're going on. So there's too many connotations with that.
Well, now you have to get a TARDIS.
I want a life-size one, and we're going to get little matching shirts. Mine's going to say the doctor, and his is going to say the companion. So,
that's awesome.
he's the biggest nerd already. Every time he sees me, he crawls over to his baby Yoda, because I always play with the Grogu. Excuse me.
Grogu,
But he's.
Does he have hair yet? Is he still bald?
No, he's still bald.
Oh,
Grace
awesome.
was bald until she was like 2.5. So
awesome.
Oh, I was going to say till last year, but yeah.
I don't know if she's just pulling her hair out. But it is funny how she'll just call me and apologize for things, because I'll go, hey, can you imagine him being out all night, not knowing where he is? And she'll just start crying. Oh my gosh. It's very fun. What time is it? We need to start letting people know where they can find you and your work, your podcast, your Catch Up podcast.
Oh yeah.
We must not miss that. Sorry.
It's all good. All things Franco, blindwolfstudios.com. I'm Franco on Facebook. I'm Franco on Instagram and Twitter. The Catching Up with Franco. Scoot was on last night, but I'm going to have everybody on. I'd like you guys to come on at some point, where we just talk about silly stuff. That's going to be live streaming on Facebook, on YouTube. We have the Comics channel on YouTube. Art's videos go up there, my videos go up there, and we got a whole bunch of stuff that goes up there that you could see.
Yeah, that's all true.
Oh, head over to the everybody that's watching. There's a little bit.ly X guests there, and you can. I'm like, where is it now? Where is it now? Thank you, Scoot. Follow the bouncing Scoot. And you can go there and you can shop. There are links for everybody there. So for Scoot, for Frank, I'm the wrong way. Franco, Scoot, and Art. You can get links and you can get things from them. So you can go there. But Scoot, where can we find you?
You can find me at Scoot Comics on Twitter and Instagram, and scootcomics.com if you want to just take a look at my work, and scootcomics.bigcartel.com if you want to buy some drawings I've done recently. Otherwise, you can get my books wherever, Amazon, Sammy the Samurai Squirrels at Barnes & Noble and Target and all those places online. So,
and at your local comic shops.
Of course, that goes without saying. Oh yeah, comics too.
Oh yeah,
comics.
Yeah. We have a whole little, we have a whole little section for and it's beautiful.
That's awesome.
And Artie.
I'm everywhere you need to be on the internet. I'm on everything. But the best probably way to find me is artbaltazar.com. Under my links, I have YouTube, I have t-shirts, I have Facebook, I have Twitter, Instagram, I even IMDb page. So I'm all over the place. So if you just go to artbaltazar.com, and I have things for sale. I have an eBay store. I have a lot of stuff. And I do the Famous Cartoonist Says Things videos, like usually Monday through Friday, and around noon Chicago time. So I'm on my online presence is all over the place. So if you could Google me, just put my name, you'll find me. Yeah, it's all true. I would never lie to you either. I'm like Superman.
True story.
Don't lie. Yeah. True story.
Superman is a jerk in Lois Comics. I just want to say though.
Yeah, he's frustrated. The girl won't. You got to tell a woman how you feel, and you'll get your answers. It's like, hey, I really would like a relationship with you, and she'll tell you.
Yeah.
That's what he doesn't do. He tries to impress her. Here, I brought you a camel. I brought you a horse. How about a lunch? I brought you flowers from Africa. She's like, oh, what's he want? See, you got to tell her what he wants. You got to say, hey, baby, I just want to go dancing.
See, this is why it's fun working with this crew. This is it.
And if all of you out there, if you've never watched a live video of somebody drawing, or even if you haven't seen these three, it's a completely different experience. Just the sound effects and and everything that goes into it. It's so entertaining. It's some of the best TV that's on.
And if you want to see us get yelled at, tune into the Oh Yeah podcast with also Mike Nagan and Mike Campobasso, Skokie Spidey are also on there with us. And get yelled at. Yeah.
Our crew is ever expanding all the time. And it's kind of cool. Like, we never know who's going to end up in the crew next. We'll probably get a few guys this year. We'll probably gain some people. And it's always, we always meet people like at conventions. That's how we met Kurt Wood. I saw Kurt Wood hovering in front of my table at the end.
Literally, he was hovering.
Yeah, he was like, dude. And I said, hey, man, you hungry? Yes. Want to go get hot dogs with me and my friends? Yes. And I said, come on. And that was it. That's how we met, kind of. I knew him from Artist Alley, but I brought him into the group. And then it was kind of cool. Like, I brought him and I didn't have to talk to him. He just talked to everybody and we all became friends. And that's kind of how it happens. Or we meet guys who come to the comic shop, like Michael Campobasso, who would come to our store dressed as Spider-Man. Now he's on our podcast. So I don't know. Like, things happen. So I don't know who we're going to get next, but I know it'll be someone else. And the coolest part about that, like when we do a podcast and I can't show up, I'm not missed. We have enough guys. and I watch it.
You're always missed, Art.
Thank you.
Well, we need to wrap up because there's more people coming up. But,
have fun.
Wrapped up, exactly. Oh, that was good. See,
we got this too.
Brilliant.
If you're a fan of me, I send this to you. It's a
Buy these books. Buy these books.
Buy these books.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much, Art, Franco, Scoot. You guys are the best. Everybody, stay tuned for more stuff with the experience. We'll see y'all later.
everybody.
Thank you to Dr. Christie. Jen is back. We're going to bring in our next guest. Oh, that was a wild panel.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to bring our next guest, who is almost, his story is as wild as those guys were. So we're going to bring him in, guys. Welcome in, James Van House.
Hey, everybody. How's it going, Jen?
Doing really good. Welcome, everybody that is watching us out on all our different streaming. You're watching the EXP Expo, part of the experience, or the comic book shopping experience. This one, what you want to call it. We just use the shortened version because, you know, we're lazy about putting the whole thing in there. James Van House and I have been like friends for a while because he lived much closer to me in Dallas, but sadly is not so anymore. But yeah, where did you move to? I totally forgot.
I'm near Washington, D.C. I'm in Northern Virginia.
Yeah, so you're not hopping in the car and coming down to Cadets Con.
No, I'm not. Yeah, it was. You can do the drive in 2 days. I did it in 3. It's not. Yeah, it's not around the corner like it used to be.
No, it was always so excited for any event we had, because you were always game for coming down, because it was a link to, you know, the Texans. We're all Texas people, so I used to just like think it was the best thing ever because my staff was so enamored with the book, and so for them it was like, Miss Jen, invite that rock star over to the store with him.
I can count the number of times I've been called a rock star in my life on one finger. So, you know, that's the way it is with this industry, right? Like different books resonate with different people, and those people are retailers. And so, you know, when the book hits with a retailer, they talk it up to their customers, and so then your customer base gets to be, you know, much larger in one store than it is in another, based on whether or not kind of resonates with that crowd. It's fascinating to me how this industry works.
Yep. So in your real life, you are not by nature a comic book creator. You have a totally other career. Tell everybody what you do for your normal 9 to 5. My
normal 9 to 5. Yeah. Well, for the last 22 years, I was a theater teacher. And this year is my first year to be a full-time school administrator. So I'm the director of fine arts at a great school called the Flint Hill School. And it's interesting because people don't assume that those things are related. But my life in the theater, I started out as an actor, was all about storytelling. And as I started directing plays and started to look at a bigger picture on how stories are put together, I started to also be a playwright. So I had these 3 things going on in the theater: as an actor, and as a director, and as a playwright. And, you know, to me, comics were a natural extension of that because it's one more format that we tell stories in, right? So people always say, oh, your other life is so different than this one. I was like, oh, not really. They're all about really, really cool ways to tell stories.
Oh, absolutely. All right. I got to shout out to my girl here. Hold on.
Okay.
Hi, Miss Tina. Sorry. I saw her come in. I love her. She's so much fun. So in regard to your early career in the theater, was it something you always wanted to do? Is that like were you a theater person on stage or behind the stage in like high school?
Yeah, you know, in junior high, I took a lot of art classes because I had a lot of free time as a young person. Just so drawing was like the thing that I did. And when you're by yourself, you don't know if you're any good or not. And then I had a best friend who was like such a great artist. Like anything he could sketch looked so great, and I was like, oh, this is not my thing. But again, that was that visual storytelling that I think later led me to comics. But I'd signed up for an 8th grade art class, and art was full, and they stuck me in drama, and I was so bitter because I really wanted to be in art, and I was so mad. And in a way, I have been in a theater classroom as a student or a teacher for the next 30 years after that. I've not really left the theater classroom, but what got me hooked was, I don't know what we did. We did some assignment, and being kind of shy and having not a lot of friends and not fitting into the popular social groups. If you get on stage and you get a laugh, because something you did is funny, you are hooked. You are absolutely hooked. So yeah, there's that. Again, we go back to that, like that power of storytelling. When you really hook an audience, yeah, you're there for life.
So in your origin story, instead of having like a dirty, dastardly person in an alleyway with a gun and there's pearls, yours is the school counselor saying, nope.
Art is full. Yeah. So, no, the cutest girl in the 8th grade in the back of the room laughing at something I did, that was my radioactive spider that bit me and gave me superpowers at that point. So,
So when you look back at those times, was there a production that was your favorite, you really loved?
Man, so many. We did a few shows. One in high school called Done to Death, and it was this murder mystery. It was a group of mystery writers that had gotten together to try to write a TV show together. And each time one of them came up with an idea, it would be acted out on a side stage. Their ideas come to life. And I played a variety of different parts, including a gangster who had to murder his wife. And so, yeah, that was just, again, I think playing different characters and getting on stage and being somebody else is like the ultimate shy kid release, right? You get to really, really invest in those characters and tell those stories.
I think theater can really impact you. To my father's credit, if I showed the tiniest bit of interest in anything, he used to totally take me to those things. He took me to the symphony and to the theater and just any concert that I wanted to go to. I think it was to kind of see, what inspired me to want to do things. And I can remember going to see in Austin, they have this little tiny theater in Zilker Park. And I went to see Brigadoon there, and it affected me deeply.
Wow. Yeah, no, I think everyone has one of those stories, right? Their first theatrical experience, their first thing that they sat and watched. We had a school field trip when I was really young to see, I think, a production of The King and I, the Roger Hammerstein musical. And I think the thing that amazed me, I don't know why this stuck with me, was that it was one of those shows where they didn't do blackouts in between the scenes. They just sort of dimmed the lights and you could see the stage crew moving the scenery. And that was kind of part of what you were supposed to see. And I was fascinated by that. Like, actual people are moving actual objects and creating different spaces, and that it's okay for us to sort of see that and peel that back. That's a weird thing to remember for your first theatrical experience, but I was hooked by set changes. I don't know why that hooked me, but it did. Yeah, it did.
And I'll tell you, the other thing I learned from that experience is that you usually think that like what you want to be is the main characters, right? Everyone's always trying to be the main characters in there. But the thing I remembered about that production specifically is there was a woman that played a part that was, I don't even know if she had a speaking role, but I watched her specifically through the whole play because she was so good at emoting, and her body language and everything she did made it more real. So I was like, I'll never be able to, I don't remember her name. I don't know how to get in touch with her, but I hope that she went further because it's like those, don't think that because you're a side character in any industry that you're not like the lifeblood of it or being noticed or like someone's favorite thing ever, because it was what I learned about that.
I did a production of Death of a Salesman in college, and the main character, Willie Loman, has two sons, Biff, who's considered sort of the lead of the show, the co-lead, and then Happy, who's a much smaller part. And of course, I was going out for Biff. Everybody was, and I ended up getting Happy. And the director said, "You don't say a whole lot, but your face, you were reacting the whole time, and I need that in the show." And I have, to this day, still don't know if he was just gently letting me down or if that was a real thing. But I took it to heart, right? Like, everybody on stage has got to be in that moment and processing the information the way your character would. And everything happens through your face. Everything happens through the way you react to what's going on. It draws people into the story because they're reacting to it too. So those smaller characters get to be like the avatar for the audience. And you get to see the play through that character's eyes. And that's an important part.
So I'm sure you've had lots and lots of students over the years. Is there anybody that kind of like, maybe not that went on to be famous, but like stuck in your mind as being like really talented?
Yeah, several. Yeah, a lot of them from my most recent experience are musical theater kids, and some of them are are straight actors, in plays and movies, and that they all have just a love of theater, whether they do it community theater, or whether they're doing it professionally, or whether they're just season ticket holders at, the Alley Theater in Houston. Like it's just that lifelong love of theater and storytelling that interests me. But yeah, I've had some amazing kids. The kind of students that I think every teacher will admit, maybe not on campus, but in situations like this, we can admit it. You meet those kids, you're like, this kid's going to be good no matter who their teacher is. I just happen to be here when this kid walked through the door. And you hope to be able to sort of help them through their 4 years of high school, or, whatever time you have them with, and facilitate their, moving on to the next step. But they're going to be amazing no matter who their teacher is. So those stick out. And the kids that are really helped, the kids that will come to you later and go, well, if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have made it through high school. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be doing this. Those, you remember those too.
I think teachers probably need to hear it more often when they've impacted our lives. Sometimes it's just too late for us to be able to go back and say, because we didn't know until way later in life what the impact of their involvement in our early life was. The teachers deserve a lot of credit for being there for us when we're in the most awkward phases of our lives. We just know who we are.
Well, now that I'm in a position to mentor teachers, one of the things I tell them is you're not going to hear that as often as you think you should. Like, how much work you put into making sure that kid was successful. But to them, it was school. And especially younger kids, they don't really know how much effort the teacher puts into creating a positive atmosphere in the classroom. They just know that they went to school that day and it was fun, or it was rewarding, or it wasn't. And the teacher's role in that's a little fuzzy to the kid. And when they get to be teenagers, and developmentally, it's very appropriate for them to be very, very self-centered. They accomplished everything. And they're not fully aware of the role their parents and their teachers had in creating that positive atmosphere. So, you sometimes hear thank you from the really aware kids that are sort of cognizant of that and can think about other things. But most of the time, their success or their happiness is all the thanks you're going to get. And that's okay, because that's appropriate too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I just think you probably have a lot of things to deal with as a teacher, because you don't know what happened right before they walk into your classroom. They got tripped in the hallway, or someone pushed them into a locker, or they just broke up with their girlfriend, or, they just got great news and they're so excited they can't focus anymore. So you have a lot coming at you, like stuff's crazy going on at the house.
Yeah, it's the home stuff really that you get a lot of, and you learn. I think that's part of your training as an actor. So theater teachers or performing arts teachers in general, choir and band, those teachers can get a really good sense of reading the room. Mm-hmm. And just, I'm not going to call on that kid today because I can see that they're having a hard time, and let's give that kid a break, and let's come back to that kid later. And that, again, kid is sometimes completely unaware that that's what you're doing. But you learn to do that over the years. And that's that acting training. Like I can see by the look on their face how they're feeling and what kind of day they're having.
So how much is like script writing for the theater like script writing for comics?
Well, that's a great question, because to me, I don't see a big difference, because that's the way I write scripts. Like, I write scripts that are very dialogue centered. For some people have heard the story, you've heard the story before, but I sort of broke into comics by just deciding I would make comics today, right? So I had this idea, and I read every article you can possibly read on how to break into comics, and they all say the same thing: make comics. And it's a little bit different for artists who can have a portfolio, and very, very good unpublished work will still get you noticed. If you know how to draw characters and you know how to draw expressions that communicate emotions, and you can do sequential storytelling as an artist, if you're good enough, you will get noticed. But as a writer, like, everybody has a script, right? Everybody has an idea, and you can't just shop your script around. So, I did the Kickstarter and got a comic produced. And when I was looking at the script, again, the internet is filled with people's advice on how to write a comic book script. And most of them will tell you this is the only acceptable way to write a script, and no one will take you seriously unless you format it this way. Most of those people have written books that they're trying to sell you, but that's okay. That's, that's their thing. But if you actually download actual comic scripts that authors have been nice enough to publicly, post on their websites. There's no one format. So, I went with the format that I knew best, which was playwriting. And I wrote dialogue, and I wrote, stage directions, which told the artist essentially what to draw. And then as I worked with artists, I learned what I needed to go back and explain more of. So we worked on Night Owl Society as a 3-issue series. The script that I gave the artist for issue 1, when he came back with questions, it led me to think, okay, I obviously need to put that in the script. So the script for issue 2 had a little bit more detail, and the script for issue 3, where we started to come up with a language that we used. But yeah, to me, the storytelling is storytelling, and characters are characters, and every good story has an arc and a beginning, middle, and an end, and I'm writing them in the same way. To me, what makes it different is not the script, it's the story. Like a playwriting professor told me years ago, why is this a play? Why is it not a movie? Why is it not a book? Why is it not something else? What's inherently theatrical about your idea that makes it have to be a play? And as a playwright, I was working with this. I'm working at a private school, working with kids who had a lot of privilege and a lot of a lot of resources, a lot of money, a lot of free time, and a really, really strongly ethical sense of what was right and wrong. And I was like, I would love to write a story about what these kids would do if they ever really finally pulled the trigger on using their resources, a lot of unsupervised time, a lot of money, and an overdeveloped sense of right and wrong. And what if they went out and fought crime? Well, that's not a play. That's a comic. That is just in the essence of that idea lends itself to comic books. So I didn't start to write comics because I wanted to write comics. I started to write comics because I had an idea that needed to be a comic. And that started this incredible journey that leads us to where we are now.
So you brought this up, and that makes me really curious that they pointed out, like, why is this a play? What about what happens in a play makes it a play and not workable as something else per se?
I think what's theatrical about it. Like in movies, it's a little harder to time travel, or obviously we have science fiction that's really, really good at that kind of stuff. But just to think back and have a memory, or to be really dialogue centered, and to be one central location, the unity of time and place, where you sort of, a 10-minute play is 10 minutes out of somebody's life. That sort of doesn't work as well. But I think about things that are theatrical. Death of a Salesman is a great example. He's having a really hard time mentally, and we see his memories live on stage. And the fact that there are real people on stage with him and not a flashback in a movie, when those actors are in the same room as the audience, then we realize that memory or that delusion that he's having is really, really real to him. There's a great play called Proof by David Auburn, who won the Pulitzer in 2003, I think. And it's a woman who is having processing the grief of losing her father. And the dead father is a character on stage that talks to her, and she talks to him. And in the movie that they made with Gwyneth Paltrow, which was good, in the movies, the dead person can fade out, or be a ghost-like figure. On stage, that's a real person in the same room as the audience. So when we find out that he's a ghost, or he's dead, or he's a figment of her imagination, we are freaked out as an audience because he was with us too. Right. So to me, Proof is an idea that works better as a play, and really, frankly, doesn't work as a movie. There's a theatricality in that idea.
Mm-hmm. A lot of sense. So we have a pretty big audience today that may not be familiar with your work in Night Owl Society. For those characters, for that series, did the characters come first, or the bare bones idea of what the book's hook was going to be?
Yeah, I think the hook came first. Like I said, the idea that kids with privilege, kids with a lot of unsupervised time and a lot of money, and kids from a school, like I taught at an Episcopal school, and ethics is part of the curriculum. And as young people, they don't understand how complicated the world is. So to them, it's very black and white. And this is wrong, and someone should fix it. And it was the hook. It was, what if these kids did go out and try to fix it? So that was the hook. And then you got to build the team. And And that's the most fun of writing a team book, in my opinion. I think everybody who's ever written Avengers or X-Men or JLA starts with who's going to be on my team. And I thought, well, who would do this? It would be a kid who, maybe suffered a loss or had a reason and had nothing to lose, right? Like his family situation, his friend situation. The person with nothing to lose is going to push the story forward. And he's going to need certain people. He's going to need muscle. He's going to need a computer expert. He's going to need a person who knows how to get things. He's going to need, somebody who's really good at fighting. And so I started to look around my own school and see, these kids are all here. Like a super team exists in every school if you know where to find them. And it was really, really fun to put the characters together. So yeah, hook first, character second. And I thought, what would they fight? Who would they go after? And because mobs are such a fun things to write and fun movies to watch, and their families too, and they have their rules and they have their, sort of organization that goes in deep. I thought, yeah, they would fight the mob. There would be a mob issue that that they would need to find a reason to stop this guy. And from there on, yeah, it was just fun writing. Really, really fun to write.
I find it interesting that, yes, you're right. All of those characters, you need all their skill sets. But I think about them in terms of people in high school. Like, I think it would have taken more pages of convincing than we had.
Yeah.
I assume there's other stuff that happens between the panels.
Yeah. And good comic book writing, just like good playwriting, the audience imagines the stuff you didn't write and fills in the blanks, but you've created the framework that leaves it open to that. One of the things that made Night Owl Society so much fun when it came out was just that it was, from a sales point of view, it didn't blow the roof off, but from a customer engagement point of view, like everybody loved this book. And I'm not trying to, toot my own horn, but it just was so well received because people just resonated with these. But everybody said, I want to hear more from these characters. And I very rarely hear, I want to know what happens next. I heard, I want to know more about these characters. So yeah, Night Owl Volume 2, Series 2, that I have partially scripted, but mostly in my head is an issue devoted to each character. Because I think there's a lot of stories there.
Mm-hmm. I think you're right about that. I think, so are you going to try, this is the M. Night Shyamalan problem. He did such a good job of having like this crazy reveal in the first series that it's one of those jaw-dropping moments where you're like, what? Are you going to try to have those moments for these characters in their books or just explore them interestingly?
I think there are the answer is yes and no, which is like the worst answer ever. Because you don't want to get trapped. I think you bring up a great example. M. Night Shyamalan got trapped in that, right? Like now everyone in all of his movies is expecting a reveal. So now they're looking really, really hard. So you have to make that twist extra unrealistic to actually surprise anybody. Or you make it a decent twist, but because people were looking for it, they discover it early on. I sat there and watched, what was it, The Village, which I thought was a great movie. But the whole time I'm like, yeah, this isn't real. It can't be because it wouldn't be an M. Night Shyamalan movie if it was. And so, you can get caught into, well, my thing is crazy reveals. I guess I have to have a crazy reveal. I think when the story lends itself to that, you do it, and then you don't if you don't. I have 2 secrets in this universe that haven't been revealed yet, that they're characters that I have secrets. They've already met the characters. I think will reveal more, that there's more to this world than people think. And that's going to be fun to write. It's going to be a lot of fun to write.
Yeah, I think that specifically in that movie, there's a masterclass section that happens in filmmaking. That it's just like that moment when they take all the sound away and the character looks down and sees him in the chest is just masterclass.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's gotta be motivated by the story. It can't just be, well, here's the time where we put this in. But yeah, when it works like that, like what you described, it's incredible.
And to your credit, when the stuff gets revealed in your book, it feels like that moment.
Yeah.
It's like going along just fine. And then
damn. Well, thank you. That's really great to hear.
Yeah. I think I yelled out loud, honestly.
Yeah, if you write those reveals well, and I tried really hard to do this. I mean, panel by panel, looking at what clues are too many and what clues are too few. That people should say either I never saw that coming, or I should have.
Mm-hmm.
It was all right there in front of me, but I didn't put the pieces together. Because if your reveal is too unrealistic, people will go, well, that doesn't make any sense. It's just got to be, plausible enough where you go, oh yeah, no, that would happen. That's exactly where. And then there were clues. I didn't see them. So yeah, that's fun to write.
I think it would be really hard to know what the thing is that you're going to reveal and try to know where and how much to put stuff in to let the audience feel smart.
Yes, right. Yeah, and the same is true in comedy. I've studied a lot about comedy because when I write plays, I try to write things that are funny. You set up expectations and you subvert them. You do that comedic twist. You're expecting something and then you get something else. But the best jokes or the best funny moments is when the audience makes a little bit of a leap and connects the dots themselves. You don't just tell them that, and yeah, then they feel smart, they feel engaged in the story, and they feel like they're part of it because they figured it out. So yeah.
I always feel like the best comedians are the ones where they bring something that happens earlier in their act back at the end. So, yeah. I mean, everyone in the whole room was there the whole time. It's not like everybody isn't in on this second joke that's tied to the first one, but it somehow makes everyone in the room feel like they're the smart kid in the room because they remembered, aha, I know where this fits.
Yeah, right. Yeah, you reward your audience. You assume your audience is smart. You assume your audience is paying attention. And you assume your audience cares about the same things as you care about. And that, yeah, you and your audience will go down that path together, and it's really fun.
All right, so you did mention that there's going to be a second series for Night Owl Society. Will these explorations into the new characters, will they be called Night Owl Society, or will they be named for the characters themselves?
I like the way British TV series don't do seasons; they do a series. And I love that you could have a 6-episode series that tells a story, and then they put that out there, and then when they're ready to do another one, there's another one. Because to me, the idea of a monthly ongoing book is really, really intimidating. I need to break it up into story arcs, take a break between story arcs. And so, and IDW and some of the indie publishers are really good about those kinds of things. I look at 30 Days of Night, which just had several 30 Days of Night series. And they felt like they had a new story to tell. So yeah, Night Owl Society : whatever my subtitle is after that. But the idea is that it's the same adventure told through each of the 5 characters' point of view. So each chapter is told from one point of view. The next chapter backs the story up to the beginning and tells it from another point of view. But each time you get a little farther in the story and you get some reveal about this thing that made no sense in chapter 1 now makes sense because you saw it from someone else's point of view. And so yeah, the scripting is taking a while because there's a lot of moving parts.
Yeah, you have to make sure that when you go back to another character that they don't mess up another one's storyline that you're hoping for.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you got to have the whole thing plotted out before you can start. But I draw a lot on my school experience. I've taught at 3 different private schools, and there's each of them have a different culture and each of them have a different identity, and there's just some things that are really unique to that. When I had the idea that there would be a mob boss as one of the central figures of the story, there was a school that I worked at where the rumor was that one of the parents was connected to organized crime in Dallas, and he owned a chain of car washes. Because in organized crime, anything, and I did some research on this, anything that's a cash-only business is really easy to go. Well, it happened in Breaking Bad. They ended up buying a car wash at the end of Breaking Bad in the last season because it was an easy way to launder money. You don't know how many washes you gave. Most people pay in cash. So anything coin-operated laundromats, car washes, where the authorities couldn't tell you how many washes there were. You just make your deposit at the end of the day and you say it's all from car washes. And apparently back in the 80s, video arcades were mobbed up like crazy.
Oh, that makes sense.
I know, right? So it's all quarters. So yeah, we used to joke that they would pay their tuition in quarters. But but the idea was, and then we had at that same school, Don Henley's kids went to that school because he decided that it was a good school and that really not a lot of people had heard of it. It was tucked away in a little neighborhood. It was a small school. It was a good school. And that his kids would not be, and he could come to school when he could, and there would not be photographers. Because there are some, like there is in Houston, like, you know, there's some very well-known, very well thought of private schools. So if he lived in Houston, he's not sending his kids to Kincaid. He's not sending them to St. John's. He's going to send them someplace else. So this is the way it was in Dallas. And what it led to was that other musicians in Dallas got the word that this place is cool for your kids to go.
Mm-hmm.
So Andre 3000 and, you know, some of those people were sort of on the admissions tours every once in a while. And so they're like, there's the way to build a really, really cool universe in this that would bring in all kinds of incredible characters. I also met a woman who's the mom of one of my daughter's classmates. She walks with a bit of a limp, and I asked her one time, what's the cause of that? I don't remember how I asked it. It wasn't like that. And she goes, well, I was shot in the line of duty. And I went, really? What did you do? She goes, oh, well, I look really young. I went undercover in high schools. And we were looking for a particular drug guy, trying to get a connection with him, and I made friends with his son. And I was like, oh, that's going in the book. So I don't know if that's in series 2 or in series 3 or at some point like that idea that there would be that the people, that the leads don't know who to trust because we don't know who's connected with what. We don't know who's connected with the mob. We don't know who's undercover, like that constant sense of danger. And that the lead characters in the book suddenly realize I'm not at the school I thought I was, or my friends aren't who I thought they were, or my world is different than what I thought it was. So their reality sort of changes, you know, at various points throughout the saga. There would be some time where the rules for the lead characters completely change.
I love that the universe is going to just keep opening and unfolding to the reader. That idea is really impactful. Now I'm all jazzed. I'm always jazzed. I'm always bugging you. Like, when's the next book?
I know. You know what it's like with publishing though, and that I think this is a fascinating part of what I learned, because what I learned about writing comics, I also learned about publishing at the same time. And then when the comic came out, then I learned all about your end of things. I learned all about retail. It's a fascinating industry, but if you are a creator and you are doing creator-owned stuff, you are taking 100% of the financial risk.
Yep.
And that business model to me is not my favorite business model. And I worked with great people at IDW. I loved the people I worked with at IDW. But their creator-owned thing, and I imagine this is true with many publishers, you need to produce a fully produced, lettered, colored, formatted book that you just simply upload to us. We will print it and distribute it to comic shops all over the country and put it in the Diamond Previews catalog and in-house ads and other things. We'll do all that. And then we'll split the money at a rate that I imagine is different, you know, from creator to creator. But I'm not a writer artist. I'm just a writer. So I have to pay an artist, and I have to pay a letterer, and I have to pay a colorist, and I have to do all of the financial risk. And if my royalty income doesn't pay me back, then I lose money. But my editor, who's a wonderful man, is on salary. And whether my book succeeds or fails, he gets a paycheck every month. And so like that model, and I'm not saying it's anybody's fault, but that just sort of pushing the risk down to the creator is something I'd like to see changed, which is why the projects that you and Kyle and people are working on, just a more direct connection between creator and customer, a more direct involvement with comic shops in how the business, how the industry works. I'm following that closely because I think that's something needs to change.
I just want to, I have a feeling that there's an awful lot of really great work out there. That's one of the things I learned from COVID shutdown, when we made just this mega group called Plan C, which is just all the creators and publishers and retailers that we could find, throw them all in one room together so we could still, you know, make things happen. The thing that I've realize is that there's a lot of really amazing self-published work out there that I would have never known about.
Yeah.
They would have had to know about me and sent me an email that I had time to open up and give the time to. Although I want to do that for every single thing as a store owner, it just becomes impossible. But that slowdown, as much and as horrible as COVID has been, that slowdown has allowed a great many small projects to be seen by small publishers. And I can kind of see from that group, there's stuff that got grabbed out of there and is now, I see announcements about it showing up at small press, which makes me so happy that it's going to get to a larger audience, because there was some stuff that just blew my mind that it hadn't been picked up by a publisher.
Oh, the number of artists out there that are very, very good is a much bigger number than the artists who are actually getting published right now. And of course, then there's the artists who aren't good yet, that all want to be published. And so we've got to, make sure that there's still a system where we're helping people get better. The number of gatekeepers that there are in the comics industry between someone who has an idea for a comic and someone who wants to read that comic, there are so many obstacles along the way. And some of them are good. Some of them make sure that the best quality product eventually reaches the market. And some of them aren't so good. You get some diversity and equity issues with, if you can only produce comics if you can afford the cash to make the comic, then there's going to be a certain demographic of people who makes comics and a certain demographic of people who don't. And that doesn't feel right to me either.
So here's a crazy question. You had to go out and find an artist and an inker and a colorist, all those things. And there's not like the artiststore.com where you can go and find them. How did you hook up with your team?
DeviantArt, and just sort of looking for things like that, and scrolling through people's portfolios that they have online. I know there's a Facebook group now connecting comic artists and writers, and it's a really good Facebook group because the rules are really, really clearly laid out. If you're a writer and you're looking for an artist, you must publish if this is paid or free, or you must publish a page rate. You must publish, and so you're connecting people in a way that's semi-moderated, so that you're not getting people who are trying to take advantage, and also just educating new people as to, if you want to hire an artist, this is what it looks like, or if you're an artist and need someone to write your script, like here's the right way to go about the professional standards that they have. But yeah, just the legwork of the internet. And I found Pius back, who wrote, who did the art for Night Owl Society, through his DeviantArt page. He lives in Lithuania, had not done a sequential story before. He'd done some character designs and some comics. This was his first comic. He's since done comics for Boom and for Dark Horse. He's doing covers for the Stranger Things. He got started with Night Owl Society, but living in Lithuania and doing everything over the internet, we still have never met.
Yeah, I've been to so many conventions where you see a panel and everyone kind of like goes to sit down in their chairs and they're kind of like, aha, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. And you're like going, these guys have been working on the same series for years and years, but you don't realize that they don't ever have to be in the same city, country, room at all to make an entire book happen. And that sometimes it's years and years before people meet each other in person. That's mind blowing to me.
Yeah, Pius told me one time, because back when the book first came out, we were hoping that he could come over to the United States and we could do some shows together. And he said, my dream one day is to come to the United States. You think, wow, like what we take for granted, sometimes it's a little bit of a reality check. And now with COVID, like, I'm not sure, how that would ever work. But, he lived in London for a while to get work as a commercial artist and as an illustrator. And then at some point he realized, all my clients were using email and FaceTime anyway. Might as well go back home to Lithuania where he can be with his family, and it's a whole lot cheaper than living in London. So, so he's able to be very, very successful. And there's a lot of artists in Malaysia, and there's a lot of South American artists that are working in comics now. And I think electronic communication has really opened that up.
Mm-hmm. About your letterer, how did you find them the same way?
Say again?
Your letterer, did you find them the same way?
Yeah, I don't remember where I found Marshall, but some sort of, I think there was another either Facebook group or I'm showing my age, bulletin board, electronic bulletin board out there somewhere. He's like, yeah, I'm available. And I think Marshall put me in between projects. He's the letterer on Animosity, which is a fantastic series from Aftershock, right? And a very, very well-regarded guy. And I needed him at a time where he had a hole in his schedule. And bam, he was great to work with.
I always think that letterers are that kind of like magical part of comic books that we always see, but we don't ever register in our brains that that's part of the magic that we're viewing. Because when you find like really truly small press people that don't have a letterer, that they just like type in stuff into the computer and you can see that it's like a cut and paste, that it takes you out of the story. You just don't realize how much it pulls you into the story, the lettering does, or can make or break a story if it's not great.
Yeah, and I think it's one of those thankless jobs. Like in the theater, lighting design and sound design are like that. You should never notice the lighting. You should never be sitting in the theater going, wow, those are great lights, because it should just help tell the story. But you really notice if it's bad. So if you're a good letterer, your job is to tell the story and sort of not be in the way of the story. And if I'm really, really impacted by a story I read in comics, I don't think, wow, that was great lettering. So yeah, you really only get noticed if you're bad. And if you're really, really good, you're not noticed at all. So I think it takes, some experience to really find the good ones. Because yeah, they're not noticed.
It's a skill that I'm amazed by, because to my eye, those letters look like they have to be, they're so uniform in the style they're using that they look like they have to be typed or something. I know that they're hand doing every single one of those, and my mind just cannot wrap itself around the fact that it's so perfect.
Yeah, and that's the hard part about making comics, because it is such a team effort. I have to write a story that fits into a certain number of pages, and the artist has to fit my idea on a page, and the artist has to make a panel that has enough room for letters. So if you have an artist that's also a letterer, that's great. But if you don't, the artist has to at least know, well, there's a lot of dialogue that's going in this panel. I need to put the character in a corner and leave some space for the letter. And the letter's got to make your story fit. And it's really interesting. I did in playwriting, you don't worry about every single word, but in comics you do. Mm-hmm. Like I would look at a panel and go, oh, that's too much. Can I have this character say what they need to say in one sentence instead of two? Or I hate the hyphen. I hate a word that doesn't, it's like, can I pick a different word here that means the same thing, that has fewer letters, so it can fit in this word balloon, so I can see the full character? Like, yeah, I don't think people understand the level of detail that you go into if you really want to do it well. Like I have things that within the issue, I want little reveals to happen. And I know that when a reader is looking at they're looking at both pages. Even though they start over here, their eye can still see all of this. So if I have a big surprise, it needs to be saved for a page turn.
Sure.
So that you don't see it in the first part of that 2-page spread. So there will be times where the artist would say, well, you've scripted this for 2 pages. I think it would be better for 3. I'm like, well, it can't be 3. It has to be either 2 or 4, because I need the next thing that happens to be on a page turn. But to me, that's part of the fun of it. Of crafting it, because there's the artistry of writing and drawing, and then there's the craft and the technical side that's just as fun for me.
Absolutely. All right, I'm going to get to the fun questions now, because I like these questions.
Okay, good.
I just like to know because I'm nosy. But I'm just going to remind the audience that's watching us, this is a fully interactive show, and we can put your questions up on the screen. So if you have any questions for our guests, you can totally type them in, and we'll see it, and we'll make sure that they get answered. So. All right, so here's my question. Outside of doing now administration, and I'm sure you still do your work in your spare time,
Yes.
And writing books, is there something else that you're into that you do as a secret hobby?
Yeah, I still write plays. And earlier in the pandemic, a theater company in Montana reach out and say, who's got a play that I could do via Zoom, and one of my scripts was a good fit for them, and so they produced that play, and they said, would you write us something else? So when you're in lockdown and your 8-hour-a-day job is on the screen, and then after that there's time and you're with your family, and that's great. But spend a little time each morning, set my alarm a little earlier. And I wrote a play called Bitterroot, which is an adaptation of The Tempest by William Shakespeare for this theater company to do in lockdown. So it was like a lockdown friendly play. And so, yeah, I mean, all forms of entertainment are shifting toward that, right? Like how can we do things that are pandemic friendly? So if I'm not, working on my own creative stuff, I'm working with our choir teacher now on how to do some like drive-in movie choir concerts where the choir is singing on a stage and the audience is in their cars, and we have an FM transmitter taking the choir concert and everyone's listening to it through their car radio. So, even in my day job, I'm on Amazon looking for the best FM transmitter you can get to do parking lot concerts with. So yeah, the pandemic, it caused everybody to shift. And what kind of coverings do trumpets need so that they're COVID friendly, and what kind of drive-in concerts can we do with the choir, and what kind of theater stuff can we do via Zoom? And this is, it's artistry, and having the fine arts fit in the pandemic that's my day.
Give me 1 second. I am sorry that I'm going to make a big point. Miss Jenna. Yes, ma'am. Try this thing up here. Ah! A staff member looking for something, and I'm like trying to like.
I'm kind of busy right now with the thing. So.
Or in the office, maybe there's a section over there. Ask. Oh yeah, this is what a live comic book store is like. You're helping customers all the time.
Hey, no, you're a retailer. Like that's what you do, right? You're helping somebody. You're helping someone give you money. Like that's not a bad thing. Yeah.
I love giving the joy of reading the comic books. So that really, it's like a secret thing that really all we're doing as comic book store owners is like getting you to like the things we liked, so we can talk about it later and have like chats. It's like making a larger group of us nerds so we can like hang out.
Yeah, and there are certain retail things that are like that. Like everyone in the yarn store loves knitting. Like everybody in the comic book store loves comics. Like I love that. And if you ever go into a comic shop where nobody there seems like they're having fun and nobody really likes what they're doing, I always think I'm going to check back because I bet this store's not going to be here after a while.
I would assume they just had a day that I didn't know about before I walked in. I always at least go back one more time to see if like everything is okay. Oh man. So okay, what was the other thing I wanted to ask? Oh, my other fun thing I'd like to ask is, do you have any hidden talents that we don't know about?
Oh man. Yeah, I think I'm one of the lucky people that like everything I do, I get to do as part of my day job and my hobbies. Like there's so much overlap between the two. But I heard you ask that at the Scout panel, and they're like, I used to be a police officer. I used to play baseball. I'm like, I've just been doing this. Like, this is what I do. I act in stories. I write stories. I read stories. I help people tell their stories. Yeah, no secret. I don't know. I don't think I have a secret.
Don't secretly collect rocks or have a bug collection or.
No, not a thing. Yeah, no, I mean, comics, I think people in the theater world don't need to see the connection with comics, but I've had long boxes full of comics in a closet since the time I was old enough to read. You talked about your mom or your family taking you to see theater for the first time. My sainted mother took me to a comic book convention when I was in junior high, and I remember because I wasn't old enough to drive myself. And if you ever, talk about geeky, going to a comic book convention is one thing. Having your mom drop you off and pick you up from a comic book convention is like a whole other level of nerddom. But this was back in the day. Marv Wolfman was there. I don't think very many issues of New Teen Titans were out yet, maybe the first 10 issues. He was not a featured speaker. He had a little table in the corner, where I went. I think I had all 10 of my issues signed by him. And he was like, yeah, next time we're just going to do one. And so, and David Prowse was there, the guy who just passed recently. He was in the Darth Vader suit for all the movies. And he traveled around with a film canister that you have to have a film projector that was the Star Wars blooper reel. And that was one of the reasons he got invited to so many cons back in the day, is he had great stories. He is a cast member of Star Wars, but that he physically owned the blooper reel. And if you wanted to watch the Star Wars blooper reel, then you got him to come to your comic book show.
Amazing.
Yeah. And the featured guest was Chris Claremont. And he was like, I want to talk about certain things that had happened in X-Men recently. Just kind of, we want to move on, because at that time his run was very controversial. Any questions? And this little kid, I'm sure prompted by his dad, got to the microphone and said, "Why'd you kill Phoenix?" And he was like, "Oh, come on."
Okay, so this is so kids, hit the kid or the dad having this reaction about Phoenix. Like, to me, Chris Claremont is the reason why I fell in love with comic books, because he could write character development so that I cared about the characters so deeply. Like, he's affected me so deeply that to this day I hate Cyclops, because it was in the way of Jean and Wolverine / Professor X. I didn't care which of those would win.
Yeah.
He made me, like, I was bought in. Like, I still hate Scott because he was not a great character as he went on. They wrote him to being a really bad guy.
Yeah, they've taken that farther since then. But he was, and then I think New Teen Titans was kind of a reaction to that of let's make these character driven. And I love Justice League, but when you can put the word panel on any character and still have the story make sense, it's too much story, not enough character. But yeah, Chris was one of the first people to go, yeah, let's give these people problems. Let's give them relationships. Let's make them complex. And those two series growing up was, could not wait to get to the comic stop or the stop and go and see the next issue. Like, they just really had you hooked.
Oh yeah, just the storytelling that happens in comic books is kind of this weird world between theater and movies, in which they show you everything, and novels where you have to imagine everything.
Yeah.
Somewhere in between, you still have to imagine everything that happens between panels, or the action that's happening in the panel that you're not seeing the motion of.
Right.
So you get to still use it. The comics become you because you're making part of it yourself.
Yeah, if you've ever heard someone say, well, I didn't like such and such actor playing, Wolverine because in my mind, that's not Wolverine's voice. You're like, wait a minute, there was never a voice. There were words on a page that, as we just discussed, were done by the letterer. There's no voice except the one that you as the reader put in your head. And to you, that's just as real as the writing. Like, it's a collaborative art form between the reader and the creative team. Because like you said, you fill in information on your own. And you hate Scott, and Scott's not a real person. And so, but there's a level of it that is real to you. There's the hook. That's the hook that good writing and good comics can do. And unlike movies and anything else, the sequential episodic nature of it is just a blast. Mm-hmm. That I'm still a big fan of the floppy because I want to see each little chapter evolve, and I think the waiting in between is an important part of the story, and crafting it that way.
Comics to me like floppy comics will always be to me what X-Files was to me back in the 90s. Where on midnight, no matter what happened, you went and got your box of Taco Bell, tacos for $5. I'm sorry, I was a poor young person then.
Yeah.
We go and sit in front of that TV. You did not miss it. And every single episode, especially this season cliffhangers, had like crazy, like you screamed at the TV because you knew it was a year before you were going to find out what was next, or
right.
what was next. And that's what comic books are when you have them as individual monthly titles or bi-monthly titles.
I think Disney's doing a great job of, because we're in this age of television now where we're a second golden age of television, right? I think kind of started with The Sopranos and The Wire, and it's like continuing. And we've done a little bit with, okay, well, let's release the whole series at once and let people watch it on their own. But Disney was like, no, Mandalorian, one a week. 1 week's all you get. That episodic nature of it, they know that that's part of how much fun it is. Have you seen WandaVision yet? Have you seen those 2 episodes?
We haven't, because I was going to be basically doing this all the entire weekend. I'm going to have to try to convince my husband on maybe Tuesday or so on to turn it on, because I was waiting. I haven't seen Mandalorian, but it wasn't because I didn't want to see it. It's because I was waiting to turn it on until Division and Bucky and Sam's shows came on, because those are the ones that I was like, I have to have those. I snippets. Have you got to binge it yet?
Yeah, that's, I won't spoil it for you, but they're both half hours. They're small, little chunks for WandaVision. It's hooked. People are saying, well, it's not enough information. It's not a movie. It's not a beginning, middle, and end. It's a chapter, and some of those chapters just get you a tiny bit hooked. If you have no idea what's going on, I think that's great. I think that's great storytelling. And I think Marvel is in a position now where they can afford to do that. They can put 2 episodes out that have absolutely no forward progress in the plot whatsoever, and they know that all of their audience is coming back. And they're then therefore afforded. They've used the loyalty of their audience to afford them greater artistic freedom to take some more chances, because they know their audience is going to stick with them. So yeah, it's a brilliant move.
Yeah, they've done all the legwork they needed to do in the right pacing to introduce us to those characters. That they're our family now. Those characters, we feel their pains, and we are with them when their triumphs. We are them. So this, whatever they want to put on, as TV or as movies from now on, I think really anybody that bought in to any of the movies at all is going to be along for the ride.
Yeah, no, I think on the movie side, I think Black Panther and Captain Marvel were, a lot of people saying you can't have a female-centered action movie, you can't have an all-black cast in a superhero movie, and then they did both of them very well because they knew their audience was going to follow them no matter what. Guardians of the Galaxy on paper should not have worked. There's no way that collection of characters should work, and it did. And the audience went, okay, whatever you got, I'll go. If it's got Marvel in front of it, I'm going.
Yeah. Guardians was that first movie that we were like, I don't know anything about those characters. I own a comic book store, and I've been in it since the 90s. I didn't know anything about the Guardians of the Galaxy.
Right.
So taking these characters, like talking raccoon, sure. And we were into that character the moment it hit the screen.
Oh man, yeah. Can't wait to see what they do next with it.
Mm-hmm.
So,
thank you so much, James. It was awesome hanging out. Time went way too fast. I can't.
It always goes fast when we talk. Yeah,
it's true.
But real quick, right behind Jen are some Night Owl Society things that you can get from her. If you haven't read Night Owl Society, you can also get them from me, jamesvinhouse.com. I have the graphic novel, which is a collection of the first 3 issues. I have the first 3 issues if you're a big fan of the floppy. I have some of the variant covers. I know Jen does as well. Support your local comic shop. Buy comics, read comics. Have fun.
Yep. Follow James on all his socials so you can find out when we're going to get the next chapter. That's going to be our character-centered ones. Super excited. We've been waiting with bated breath for a long time for those. Thank you again so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Hey, it's all.
Welcome back, everybody, to Saturday of EXP Expo. I'm joined now by yet another comic book industry legend. Another wonderful, wonderful artist, Scott Hanna. Scott, welcome to the show, man.
Hello, how you guys doing?
Very well, very well. I have to start out by sending my regards from Bob Layton.
Oh, cool.
Inker to inker. You know, it was he and I were talking about it earlier, and so I want to start off with the question I asked him, and I want to ask you too. You're a tremendous artist in your own right, as a penciler, but you're known primarily as an inker.
Absolutely, yeah.
How are the two processes different? And how do you approach it when you get someone else's pencils and approach the process of inking?
Well, it's actually funny. I just had I recently posted an image. I did a sketch cover of the Rhino that I penciled and inked, and one of my fans said, "Wow, this looks amazingly like Mark Bagley." And I've worked with Mark Bagley for decades, literally. So it makes sense that there would be some influence of actually the three pencilers I've worked with the longest are probably John Romita Jr., Mark Bagley, and Tom Rainey, or Ronnie, actually. And all of them have influenced my style to some degree. But when I ink somebody, there are two different philosophies to inking in general. First philosophy is what I call like the Klaus Janson style of basically just ignore the penciler and do your thing, right? So if you look at Kevin Nolan, he inks the same way. Everything Kevin Nolan does looks like Kevin Nolan, despite what penciler he works with. If you're looking at Sienkiewicz, Sienkiewicz inks everything his way. Whereas my philosophy as an inker is that I try to adapt my style to the style of the penciler. So when I work with somebody like John Romita Jr., I don't want it to look the same as when I ink Mark Bagley or Tom Rainey. I ink them all differently and try to get into, essentially I try to get into the mindset of the team member I'm working with. And I try to sublimate my own style to a degree to adapt it to their style. To be a good inker, though, still uses a lot of drawing skill and mechanical skill. I have to know lighting and texture and anatomy. All those things are actually one of the most important things in my mind for an inker is to fix stuff that's wrong. So if an eye is crooked, you have to be able to adjust that. Like Mark Bagley told me for years that he had a tendency to do crooked eyes. It's like, Scott, anytime you see me doing a crooked eye, fix it. Fix the alignment so it doesn't look crooked anymore. So that was a standard thing that I would do. I would also, I'm really good with anatomy. So if somebody drew a shoulder wrong, I would fix the anatomy, but keep it in the style of the penciler so it doesn't look like I fixed it. Right? You don't want it to be a Scott Hanna shoulder on a Mark Bagley figure, because not that Mark ever does shoulders wrong, but it just wouldn't fit if I'm not matching styles correctly. So one of my philosophies is I call myself basically a master forger, that I can forge anybody else's style when I wish to. When I'm doing it on my own, or one of my most fun things to do when I work in comics is a lot of times you'll see a credit that says finisher. And most people have no idea what finishing means. They think, oh, that's just another name for inker. Technically, it's not. What a finisher implies, and a lot of the top inkers in the industry are superb finishers, because what a finisher gets is a rough pencil drawing. Basically, it's unfinished. It usually doesn't have all the details, may not have the shadows, may not have any textures, but the basic forms will be there. So the outlines, the storytelling is there, but the finished pencils aren't done. It's rough pencils. So the finisher has to go in and finish the pencils, that's why it's called finisher, and then ink it. So when I do that, I try to, I'm allowed in my brain to make it a little bit more of Scott Hanna's personality. But it's tricky because sometimes when I'm doing finishes, half an issue was done straight inking, and the other half I'm getting rough pencils. And in that case, I'm like, I don't want this to look like two different artists. So again, I try to match the style of the penciler's finished pencils, even when I get their rough pencils, which is really tricky to do. One time I was working on Batman and Robin, and the penciler had been giving me finished pencils, but he also was giving me, I think, rough layouts of his storyboards basically, and then he would send me the finished pencils. But he got really deathly sick. He had to go into the hospital, and they're like, Scott, we need you to finish the book, and we don't have any pencils at all. So I'm like, okay, well, I could copy his style, except unfortunately at the time I had the flu too, and I was sick. So I'm like, okay, wait, could you get me somebody to give me at least thumbnails to speed it up a little bit, and then I'll do the pencils matching the style of the penciler and ink it the way I had been inking the rest of the book. So we did that. We actually got a totally third artist to do rough storyboards, really rough, what I call thumbnails, where basically it was a circle here, a circle there, and this is a label saying this one's Batman, this one's Robin, right? That's what I was getting from my penciler at that thing. But I had to change those thumbnails into the style of the pencil artist I've been working with, and then ink the whole thing. And I ended up doing, I think, half of the issue was my pencils, half of the issue was my inks over the finished pencils of the original artist. And most people could not tell the difference between the two sections because I matched the styles so closely. And even the storytelling, when I needed to, I would change the framing or whatever to match it closer to the original penciler. So when I'm inking, I try to get into the mindset of the team member I'm working with. When I'm doing my own penciling or my own art, I just go crazy and do my own thing. So like an example is, this is actually just me having fun. Sorry, it's got a bit of reflections on it. But this is a dragon piece that I just did stylistically to showcase what, the details. I love doing wings, so I do feathers. I love doing textures. So the beams, the scales, all that stuff is showing off my textures. It doesn't look like any of the artists I work with. It looks like my own thing. When I do, this is another piece I have. This is also my pencils and inks. And again, I'm doing my own thing. I'm not trying to make it look like anybody else. I'm doing my own version. But because I've had such a long career as an inker, my style can change at will. So I can do everything from very cartoony to very realistic. I've done like true portraits of people, and I've done total anime style cartoons of people. It doesn't, one of the things, working with other people, you learn that style is just a surface thing on top of drawing ability. So if you're a good artist, you develop your own style. But if you're a really good artist, style becomes almost arbitrary. It's kind of like a fun adventure to get into a different style. And that's one of the things I love about inking, is that I can put on different hats of, hey, today I'm doing my cartoony style. Oh, today I'm doing my like really moody style. Today I'm doing my really rough and gritty style. And I fit it to the story. So I always like reading the script so I know what's going on. Also, the script gives me inflection. So if I know that what a character is thinking when they're doing expression, and I match that to what the penciler gives me, if the expression is a little bit off or if it's not reading properly, I might make just tiny, subtle little changes to adapt it to the story. One story, I tell this all the time. Again, I worked with Mark Bagley for years. I love working with him. Super talented artist. Obviously, he deserves to be one of the top A caliber artists in comics. Also, he's incredibly prolific. I don't know how he can be as prolific and as good as he is. But one time when we were working on Ultimate Spider-Man together, I was getting finished type pencils from him, and there was one particular scene where I think Mary Jane was having a confrontation with Flash Thompson, and Flash Thompson in previous panels had been essentially ragging on Gwen Stacy, who had died. All right, Gwen Stacy had died in the Ultimate books, and he was picking on her. And Mary Jane was like, "Why are you always picking on the dead girl?" And then she gets this kind of aha moment and says, "Wait a second, you actually really liked her, and you're kind of hiding the fact that you liked her." Right? That was what was in the script. And when I got the pencils from Mark, the pencils had her basically with like a smile saying, "I got you," right? But in the script, Bendis specifically says she wasn't quite sure, right? She thought she had an aha, but she wasn't sure if he was right or not. So the only difference I made was, instead of doing a straight smile with both lips or both sides of the mouth upturned, I did one side a little bit straighter and only had the upturn on one side of the smile. So it was basically a half smile saying, it's like, I think I got you, but I'm not sure. So it was just a tiny little line change, right? No big deal, really minor, but it tied into the story that we were given. And a lot of times, if I'm doing a major change, I'll discuss it with the penciler before I make the change. But in this case, I had worked with Mark for so long, I just made the change and ignored it. And then a month later, Mark's like reading the book. It's like, he calls me up and says, "Scott, you changed my face." And I'm like, what did I do? What did I do? Like, did I do something horribly wrong? And I thought he was going to yell at me for something I did, which he didn't. He's like, "I love it. You did this little smile thing is just perfect. You nailed it." And that's one of the joys of working as a partnership with another artist, is that you both get to build off of each other. It's not just a solo thing of, every screw up is mine or every benefit is mine. It's a team effort. It's a collaboration where we work together to come up with that end product. And the same thing applies when we work with a colorist. I've had some colorists that destroy my work. I've had some colorists that really benefit and bring my work to a level it had never seen before. So you get to work with the right team member, and everybody's lifting the project up, and the goal is to make it better and better and better whenever you can.
Yeah, collaboration is such a big thing in the comic book industry, especially. I mean, in every industry, but in the comic book industry especially. Absolutely. And so that was going to be my next question is, your process compared to other people's, would you describe it more as a collaborative effort? Do you go back to the penciler when you have questions or need to make a change, or do you just make the change and see if they notice? What does that look like?
Well, I think in my early days, I discussed stuff a lot more with my pencilers when I started out. But weirdly enough, when I started working with John Romita Jr., who, again, I've worked with him for the past 25 years or so. When I started working with John was one of the first pencilers that I worked with that was really old school. Like, he learned from his father. He learned from the Stan Lee school of thing of that. Basically, in the old days of comics, the pencilers would do rough pencils, just do their part and let it go, right? And the finisher, the inker, the embellisher would kind of take that and run with it and do whatever they wanted to or what the editor told them to do. The penciler kind of just began the process, let it go, and it went from there. After that, by the time I started working in comics, a lot of the younger artists were like, "No, I'm going to do really tight, specific pencils and don't change anything," right? And I'm like, okay, what's my skill? I'm not bringing my skill into the process if I'm not being allowed to make an effect, right? So sure. we don't want to be tracers. We want to benefit the process. There's a reason why you hire Scott Hanna as opposed to somebody else, because Scott Hanna should make it look better. That's the point. All the good inkers should do that. So, so when I started working with John Romita Jr., I would call him and say, "Hey, I'm not sure what to do here. How do you want me to treat this?" And he would basically say, "Do whatever the heck you want." He'd say, "I trust you, do your thing." I was like, wow, this is so cool. I'm allowed to do my thing. And when I first started working with John, right before I worked with him for the very first time, he had been working with my favorite inker over him, which was Al Williamson. Okay. I love the way Al Williamson interpreted John Jr.'s artwork because it looked like this cool amalgamation of two phenomenal artists. You had John, who does great stuff, and you had Al, who we know is a fantastic penciler, artist, whatever, as well as inker. So the two together combined to create this real magic. And when I started on the book, I'm like, damn, I'm coming in right after my favorite all-time inker, and I basically had a choice. I'm like, do I want it to be a bad copy of Al Williamson doing John, or do I want it to make it look like a bad copy of Klaus Janson over John, or Dan Green over John, or I have to figure out a way to make it Scott Hanna over John? And John wasn't helping. John just said, do your thing, right? So that's when I started working with John, I started realizing that I can make my own choices, commit to them, and run with it as my own artist. So John was one of the really preeminent guys, and I'll be actually tomorrow, I'm going to be doing a talk with him. So we might discuss some of this together when we're on screen. But he was one of the first guys that basically said, hey, do your thing, go with it. I trust you, use your skill and make me look better, right? And so from that point on, I kind of started discussing stuff less with my co-workers and just kind of doing my thing. And now if I got a response back saying it's like, oh, I don't like this, I would change it. Or if I got a response back saying, wow, I love this, do this more, I would do that more. But I wasn't necessarily okaying things in advance anymore. I wasn't saying it's like, hey, I trust your judgment more than mine. It's like, hey, you started the process. Now it's my turn to run with it and go on from there. And again, as you get more developed and mature as an artist, you start to trust yourself more. And by the time now I've inked something like 21, 22,000 pages in my career, I should be able to trust myself, right?
True. You know, Malcolm Gladwell has his 10,000 hours. I think in the comic book world, it's 10,000 pages.
Right. And I actually, supposedly, this is debatable because we didn't keep records in the early days. Not everybody got credits. But supposedly, I've done more pages of comic book art than anybody else in the history of comic books. So the only other artist who's broken 20,000 pages was Vinnie Coletta, who is considered the biggest hack of the industry because Vinny would like erase backgrounds and put black shadows over stuff so we wouldn't have to do detail. I do insane detail whenever I get it, but I also am really prolific. So I've done, like I said, way in excess of 20,000 pages, which is kind of insane. It means I don't have a life, but I love what I do, you know, so.
Well, I wouldn't say you don't have a life. It's just your life is very specific, and it's a skill that more people don't have.
Right, exactly. And when people say that, you know, you get better through practice, hey, I've practiced more than I've not only done more pages, I've probably screwed up more than anybody else in the history of comics.
See, that's the other part of it, right? If you do more than everybody, you're going to have more mistakes than everybody. Exactly. So it's a lot of chances to learn.
And that's it. I tell my students, because I also teach, that art is about making mistakes. If we didn't make mistakes, we'd be a camera. Actually, cameras make mistakes too, but we'd be a machine. We'd be just doing the same thing over and over again. Art is about making a mistake, learning from that mistake, trying to work on to improve that mistake and keep advancing. And art, in my mind, art never stops in that trying for advancement. I've been doing this for, like I said, well over 30 years. I'm still trying to get better every day. That's part of the process.
Yeah, absolutely. So I wanted to ask you about one of my favorite books of this past year, and I know you worked on it, Ravencroft.
Yes. That's actually, yeah, that's a weird story. But yeah, that's actually a really fun one because we get to do the inside the asylum and see all the bad guys, all that stuff. Yes.
Right. And so my question is that most artists these days are working digitally.
Right.
When you started with John, I know you were, and I would imagine for the bulk of your career thus far, you've worked in some sort of mixed, you know, it's pencils still from some people and some people it's digital.
Right.
So how do you approach it, working digitally versus working with traditional, like somebody has literally put graphite to paper or blue lines to paper and you're coming back and inking, or as opposed to someone who's done something, say on a Cintiq or, something like that?
Well, first of all, because I learned how to work traditionally, I still do pretty much everything you see published of mine is traditional materials. So I tend to ink by hand on pieces of paper, then scan it in to create a digital format for the colorist. A lot of people are now inking digitally, which works great for most people. Actually, inking is a good shortcut because you don't have to worry about controlling a brush. Being able to manipulate a brush is actually a very difficult process to get it to a point, to get that thick and thin line without screwing up. In traditional inking, basically you can't screw up. Yeah, you can use whiteout if you need to, but that makes the original page look bad. It doesn't reproduce well. So my major philosophy as an inker is every line's got to be perfect. You can't screw it up, which is a hard act to live up to, but that's the goal. In digital, we don't have to do that. Same thing applies with digital pencilers. They kind of come up with a different end result. So traditional pencils, you'll usually have like underdrawing still visible. You might have perspective lines still visible. It won't necessarily be perfect and clean. It's frequently a little bit rougher. So the inker's job then, like when I worked with John Romita Jr., we were working together for so long that he stopped erasing most of his guidelines. So his perspective grids that he would put on the paper, for a lot of inkers, he would clean up he'd erase all that stuff, make sure you knew what was the perspective line, which was the building. And for me, John basically just kept his underdrawing there because he knew I could interpret it and figure out which was which without him having to erase everything and double his workload. So part of my job as the inker was to interpret the pencils and say, wait, which is the important line, which is the non-important line? And even in traditional pencils, you can read the pressure of the pencil on the paper. So is the pencil harder? Did he press down harder to make this a defined line? Is this a really light sketch line that should be ignored? In digital penciling or blue lines, it's harder to see those differences. So normally the penciler has to make actually a cleaner process, but it's easier to make a cleaner process because they can actually delete the foundation layers of the perspective grid or their underdrawing lines. They can just delete that stuff. I actually like when I am working with a digital penciler, if they almost keep it in the pencil tool where it's a slightly rougher line. That leaves me more interpretive possibilities I can now affect that line with my ink in doing line weights. I can do thick and thin controls. I can adjust it to fit the need of the drawing or the style without the penciler having to do it exact. If the penciler can do it exact, might as well just print it from the pencils, right? Or darken it and make it look like ink. I like it when it's a staged process and we're all working together and growing through each other. But one of the tricky things is I had a digital penciler. I was working on X-Men a couple of years ago, and I got scans of the pencils, which were digital, and I did traditional inking over blue lines from those scans. So I had original artwork, and the penciler had no original artwork. And he called me up and said, Scott, when am I going to get my pages? And I'm like, you already have your pages. You did all your artwork. And he said, no, what the original art? It's like, yeah, the original art is mine because I did the original art. You did digital art. So you get to keep all your digital art. I get to keep all my original art. So I was like, damn, I didn't know that. So he actually wanted to buy some of my original pages from me so he could have something to hold and frame up on his wall as opposed to just a print of his digital art. So that's one of the differences between traditional and digital, is that like collectors tend to not prefer digital artwork because digital artwork it takes the same skill technique, the end product can be fantastic, but you're not getting a one-of-a-kind piece of paper that you can frame up on the wall. So you can get a print and frame it on the wall. It looks great, but it's not that one it's not one of a kind. Traditional art, I get to not only reproduce my original art, but I get to sell my original art, which for a lot of inkers, that's actually an important part of their income stream, is to actually sell the originals. So if we're doing traditional art, I'll split the originals with the penciler. When I'm doing only scanned artwork or working from digital files, I get to keep all the inks. So it used to be in the early days when I worked with somebody like Bagley or Ramita, I would get back 1/3 of the process. If I inked it, if I did finishes, I would keep half of the original art. Nowadays, if the penciler is sending me just scans of the artwork, he gets to keep all of his pencils, whether it's digital or traditional. I get to keep all of my inks because I'm doing them all over what we call blue lines.
So you said that Ravencroft was a good story. So now I'm interested. Now I got to hear that.
Oh no, that I was actually mixing it up with another similar title, but no,
Yeah.
Ravencroft to me was like doing Arkham Asylum for DC with the Joker and the bad guys. So my first big break in my career was working on Batman, because I was working exclusively for DC for several years in the beginning of my career, and the culmination of that was getting to work on the big guy Batman, right? So, and we had several really cool stories of, Batman has to go into Arkham Asylum, or, all the bad guys within Arkham. And one of the graphic novels I did with Chuck Dixon and Graham Nolan was Joker, the Devil's I'm screwing up in the name. Anyway, we did a graphic novel where Joker gets arrested, put into prison, and half of the story is Joker in jail, right? And it's really cool.
Devil's Advocate.
Devil's Advocate, yes, that's what. Perfect, thank you. So in Joker Devil's Advocate, most of the story is actually happening inside the insane asylum where he's locked up. It's not happening out on the streets and fighting Batman all the time. It's actually inside. So when I worked on Ravencroft, it was kind of like the Marvel version of that. I was like, hey, wait, I'm doing Arkham Asylum again, but that was for Marvel. I'm getting to do all the bad guys and setting up the stories inside this cool environment. So because I've worked in the industry so long, I keep seeing these cyclical effects happening, that like I've done Batman versus Bane the original time where Bane broke Batman's back, and then I got to draw the rematch when Bruce Wayne healed up, finally took back the mantle of Batman and defeated Bane for the first time. I got to draw that. Then 20 years later, I got to do the same thing again because they redid the story of Bane fighting Batman, and I again got to do Batman defeating Bane for the first time 20 years after the first time I did the first time. And the same thing happened at Marvel. I did the original Clone Saga like 25, 30 years ago, and then they redid the Clone Saga and I did it again. So it's weird how these cycles work in comics, because I did that 10 years ago. I did that 20 years ago. It's kind of brings back fond memories, or sometimes bad memories, but usually fond memories.
So for those of you just tuning in, just joining us here at 3:30 in the afternoon here on the East Coast, it's 12:30 on the West Coast if you're out there. We're talking to Scott Hanna, legendary, prolific inker, perhaps the most pages ever done by anyone in the history of comics. Scott, tell people where they can find you on social media, where they can follow you, where they can see your work.
Okay. You can follow me on Facebook is my preferred program, or Instagram. On Instagram, I think it's #InkerScott. On Facebook, it's just Scott Hanna. There's a picture of me with like a Spider-Man banner, so you know it's me. Because unfortunately, the name Scott Hanna is not unique. There are a lot of Scotts and a lot of Hanna, because Hanna is actually a Scottish name. So Scott Hanna is not that unusual. Anyway, so follow me on Facebook, Instagram. I do Twitter, but not very much, so you'll really won't find me on there. I also have essentially an online store on Evan Tenney. So if you look up Scott Hanna on Evan Tenney, you can find all my prints. You can do commissions through that way. I also sell face masks that because we're in the COVID world now. My wife actually makes custom face masks out of fabric, like she makes my shirts. And sometimes, actually, the last convention I did, I actually will do remarks on the inside, on the plain side of the face mask, and we make sure they're washable and reusable. So that's some of the places you can find me. Usually, like I said, the easiest place are Instagram and Facebook.
I started right in talking about process because as someone who I come to comic books as a fan, but I come to art as a graphic designer and really a typographical designer, really.
Okay.
I'm always fascinated by people's process. Like that just, I could talk to for days and days and days to people about, okay, now why did you choose that brush and that particular ink? And why comics?
Well, weirdly enough, I actually, when I went to art school, I did not think comics was even a real job. I grew up reading actually, like when I was about 10, I discovered superhero comic books. I got addicted to it. I love drawing superheroes. I read voraciously, all kinds of whatever I could afford to buy in a month, I would buy, wasn't necessarily a lot, but I would, go to my store and buy comics all the time as I was growing up. And nobody else in my family even cared about comics. Like I have 4 siblings, none of them really care. But I really got into comics. I tried copying the pages and stuff. But as I was getting older, I didn't think you could do this for a job. I thought, comics is a hobby. It's great. I love it. But I'm not going to make a living doing comics. So I went off to art school, and I thought I was going to be a painter. I thought I was going to do book cover paintings. So if you notice some of the stuff on my walls behind me, actually, so this is actually a painting I'm starting for one of my students' classes. This is just the underpainting. I don't have, well, anyway, up on my walls, I have a whole bunch of my painted work. And I thought I was going to do painting as a living, do things like book covers, album covers, which I did do for a short time. But I didn't think comics was a real job. Then I went to school. All my friends in school, in art school, were also into comics. But again, I didn't think it was a real job. So I went out into the real world after getting out of art school, and I found out that art is hard. Art as a business, making a living at it, is really hard to do. And you have to sell yourself constantly and go to different publishers all the time, keep doing this really hard work under harsh deadlines. And I was realizing it wasn't that fun. So I had the skill set, but I didn't have the joy in doing just book covers as I did with comic books. So some of my buddies I'd gone to school with who were getting into comics started saying, hey, Scott, we actually know a comic book inker that needs an assistant. So why don't you go check him out for a little bit and see what the inner workings of the business are. So I actually worked for a professional comic book inker like myself. And in the early days, actually for a very long period, inkers would have assistants inking the background. So all the straight line stuff like the buildings would be inked by one person. The main inker would do the main characters. So I went into his studio. I learned the specific techniques about comic book art as opposed to just general illustration. And I found out I was good at it. So I knew how to ink already. I knew how to pencil already. I knew how to paint already. But I was learning the specifics. And very quickly, I learned I was good at it. I could handle this. So I actually went to a small convention in New York City with the guy I was working with as his assistant. And again, as a background artist, I got no credit. So I was working in comics before most people realized because I was working as a background inker with getting no credit. years before I got my first credit work. So anyway, I went to a small convention, and at a convention, I do the same thing I do now, that people can come up to me and say, hey, draw a Spider-Man, or draw Storm, or draw whoever, and I would draw it for them. Even though I was no name, I was nobody to the general populace, I could still draw. So I was doing commissions at this small show, and to my side was a small publisher. And they were watching me the whole day, and they were like, wow, your stuff is pretty good. How'd you like to pencil for us? I'm like, sure. So that was my first job in comics. Was I didn't go looking for a job. I kind of just did my job. I was recognized. I got work immediately. I started out penciling and inking my own work. Actually, the first book is a really obscure title called Death Hunt. But I was doing penciling and inking. It was a black and white comic book. I was doing it in gray tones, no color involved. Then after a while doing that, I actually had somebody else ink my pencils, and I hated it. I was like, oh man, they ruined my pencil artwork. So I realized how important that inking stage was, because the inking stage is what gets printed. The pencil stage gets erased after the inker's job is done. The inker is what gets to see the printed page. So I found out that the printing, I wanted to have control of the printed process. And at that time, I wasn't really fast enough to pencil and ink a book a month, which is what I was trying to do at the beginning. So I said, okay, if I want control over the finished product, how about if I try just focusing on the ink part, and I'll let somebody else do the pencil part. I also found out I was very quick at doing inking because of my drawing ability. That makes me faster than the average. So I said, it's like, hey, I get paid less per inking page, but I can do more. So if one day I can get X amount for penciling one page, or if I can get Y amount for inking, but I can ink 3 pages in the same amount of time, 3 times Y equals greater than X. Okay, so I did the math, and I said, okay, financially, because of my speed and by getting that end result of what sees the printed page, I decided to focus on the inking process. So I took my stuff to Marvel and DC, got first work at Marvel, or actually at DC immediately, and that started my ongoing process. And because of that unsureness when I was younger, I basically said to myself, I'm going to do comic books as long as it's fun. When it stops being fun, I'm going to go do other forms of illustration. I'll work in animation. I'll work in, painted work. I'll do something different when it stops being fun. 35 years later, I'm still doing comic books. So that means I'm still having fun with it. I really enjoy what I do. And that's one of the reasons why you said before I'm very prolific, is because I love what I do. I really enjoy the process. I feel like I've got a scam going on because Marvel and DC actually pay me to do this for a job. This is so cool. And even though I've been doing this almost, my entire adult life, it still has that inner joy of that 10-year-old kid reading a comic book for the first time. So the fact that I can draw Superman, Batman, Spider-Man, the Avengers as my job is just like mind-blowing and still fun and still cool, even no matter how many times you've done it, at least for me.
Well, it's that whole, if you love what you do, you never work a day in your life kind of thing.
Absolutely. Yes.
It's why I love being in this industry, is that I love the industry. I love the people. I love doing it. I haven't had a job in, a long time. So
yeah. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I was just gonna ask, you talked about you got work at DC. I mean, you've talked a lot about your Marvel stuff. Tell people out there about some of the, you talked about your Batman work there, but what are some of the other things you got to do at DC? What are some of the other characters you got to play with?
Well, I was actually extremely fortunate because usually what happens when you work for the big companies is they kind of start you off with more obscure titles, and if you prove yourself over years, they'll eventually let you on to the big name guys like Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman, Justice League, that type of thing. But they usually start you off with slightly more unusual or lesser selling books, because if you screw up, nobody's going to notice as much, right? So my very first project, I think, just to prove that I could meet a deadline, was I was working on a Doc Savage miniseries right after the Kubert brothers of Adam and Andy Kubert had done the miniseries. It had turned into a regular series for a short while, and I got to do, I think, 2 issues of Doc Savage to prove I could meet a deadline and do my stuff. They liked that, so I immediately got a monthly book. The first monthly book I got was called Doom Patrol. At the time, Doom Patrol was these really obscure characters like Robot Man and the Chief and Elastigirl and all that stuff, and nobody really knew what to do with it. But Grant Morrison was the writer, and we now know, Grant Morrison is a phenomenal writer. Even back then, phenomenal writer. So one of my basically my first monthly gig at DC was getting to work with Grant Morrison, who's phenomenal, not really well known back then, but still phenomenal talent. Richard Case was the penciler. Richard had started at the same small black and white company I did, which was Eternity. We didn't get to work together at Eternity, but because we had that common bond, we clicked and immediately, synced together really nicely. So I got to be really, I'm still friends with Richard, even after 34 years or whatever, just because we love communicating together. So I started out with Doom Patrol as this obscure project, but now it's been turned into a TV series based on a lot of the stuff we did back then. So the characters we were creating with Grant Morrison, Richard, and I are being used in the TV show now. Right? So we thought of it as this really obscure team, but now 30 years later, it's a TV show, you adapting our stuff, which is really wild. So that was my lesser work. I started big, kind of in a weird way. So nobody knew it was big at the time, but it became much bigger over the years. Then I also, because I said even early, I kind of realized I was quick. So right after getting Doom Patrol, I also got a second monthly title, which was Hawk and Dove. Hawk and Dove started as they revamped Hawk and Dove from the 1960s versions. I think Steve Ditko created the characters. I could be wrong. But it was 2 male characters. They revamped it in the late 80s. Rob Liefeld did it with a female Dove and a male Hawk character. So that was so popular, they turned it into a regular series, and they said, Scott, we want you working on it with issue number 1 with a relatively new penciler, and because it's a new penciler, we want you to do finishes on the get-go. So that means, because they were already behind schedule, they didn't want the penciler to take too long doing finished pencils. So my very second, monthly title at DC, I was doing finishes, which means I had to set up a lot of the style and look to it. So Greg Guler was the penciler. I was doing finishes. I think I did finishes for the first several months to get it started, and then Greg started doing more finished pencils. But anyway, so I basically took over Rob Liefeld's reins and started working on Hawk and Dove. Still relatively obscure characters at the time, but I thought it was really well written. Carl and Barbara Kessel were writing the characters. We had a male and female writing team writing for male and female characters, so it worked really well. Really fun project. And I think I stayed on Hawk and Dove for 3 or 4 years, something like that. I was on the book for a long time. After Doom Patrol, I actually got switched off of Doom Patrol because they wanted me on another title, which was Starman, another relatively obscure character. But the great thing about working on Starman was it teamed me up for the first time with a penciler named Tom Lyle. Tom Lyle is really important because he, probably almost more than any other team member, he kind of got me connected to the bigger mainstream world. Because when we were working on Starman, again, we got to be really good friends. We worked together really well. We frequently would do, Tom realized how good of an artist I was. So he had no problem when it occasioned to do looser pencils, let me kind of take up the slack and do finishes. So he basically recognized my strengths, and he was one of those guys that said, Scott, do your thing, make me look better, enhance this stuff. I'm giving you a starting place. I want you to run with it. So he and I worked together really well. We got to be good buddies, really good friends. And then we went from Starman to, I think, the Comet, which was another obscure character. But then Tom got his big break and started working for the Batman offices, and they offered him the Tim Drake Robin miniseries, the very first one. And at the time, because we'd been working together, Tom asked for me on the book. And I've learned this over the years that pencilers frequently ask to work with a certain team member because they know they trust that other artist. We work together. If you find a good team, you like to stick with it. But some editors don't necessarily listen to the artists, and some artists have more power than others. So some pencilers have it in their contracts that I get to pick who I work with, or at least get first pick. Some people, it's totally the editor's choice, and the penciler has no control over it. So in this case, I had never worked on any Batman project before, and Denny O'Neil was the editor. So Denny said, I don't know who this Scott Hanna guy is. No, you don't get to work with Scott Hanna. And so Tom and I were both crushed, but the book, the Robin miniseries, did spectacularly well. I mean, it sold like gazillions copies. It was really, really big deal. So it made Tom Lyle a superstar in this one miniseries. So he went from obscure characters like Starman and the Comet to working on Robin for the Batman books. And it was spectacular, made him a star. So originally I think it was just going to be like a 4 or 6 issue miniseries. Then they decided, wait, this is so good, we got to do another one next year. So next year comes, and Tom Lyle again asked for me. He said, yeah, the other inker was good, but I want to work with Scott. And again, Denny O'Neil says, I don't know who this guy is. No, you get the same guy you had last time. So for 2 years, Tom Lyle was begging to work with me, never got the chance. Then again, that book did really well. And but in between, I think it was that book and the third miniseries, Tom was given another break to work on 3 issues of Batman, right? Again, he asked for me, didn't get me, because Denny didn't know who I was. So 2 issues went by, and for some reason, I still don't know to this day what happened, but the inker for some reason disappeared, couldn't do the third part of the arc, right? It was a 3-issue story arc. Tom was only penciling 3 issues, so they had this other inker on 2 issues, and he disappeared. They needed a new inker. So Tom's like, call up Scott Hanna, call Scott Hanna. So I got the job to finally work on Batman under Denny O'Neil over to my buddy Tom Lyle. And back then, this was way before we had the internet. So we had snail mail for our responses. So if people like something, we had to wait weeks before we get traditional mail through the mail to read the fan letters to see if they liked it or not, right? There was no such thing as immediate response or immediate sales numbers. It was slow. So anyway, I did my full issue of Batman, and everybody in the offices loved it. But more importantly, we started getting in fan mail. And I was the only thing different between those 3 issues. That same writer, same penciler, same colorist, same editorial team. But the 3rd issue had one different factor, and that was me. The fan mail for my issue was way up there. The fan mail for the other issues was okay. The fan mail for my issue everybody was raving about it. It was like, wow, this looks so great. It looks better than the previous issues. And so Denny O'Neil started like, what's the difference here? It's the Scott Hanna kid, right? So that kind of got me into the Batman offices. And from that point on, when actually Tom Lyle got Detective Comics, I was the immediate choice to be working with Tom on Detective Comics. And then to go even further, after Tom Lyle left Detective, I stayed on the book for 4.5 more years after he left with various pencilers. He went over to work at Marvel on Spider-Man, so he brought me with him to Spider-Man. So I started working on Spider-Man because of Tom Lyle and on Batman because of Tom Lyle. And both of those characters are what I'm most known for in my career. So, and both of them started with Tom Lyle. So it's
Tom
weird.
Lyle is one of my favorites.
Yeah, well, and again, super nice guy. You know, we were friends. Unfortunately, he passed away recently, way too young. But we were actually about to start working on a new project together right before he passed away. So very sad that we lost him.
So I got to shout out a comment from Joe Damon, Scott Hanna killing it over Travis back in the dark.
Oh, very cool. Yes, Travis was one of those magic pencilers. I got him right at the beginning of his career when it was first starting. And I mentioned that I frequently communicate with my pencilers, and I'm also a natural teacher. I teach on the side now. I've kind of taught my entire career to one degree or another. So a lot of times people give less respect to the inkers, but the people who know me are like, wait, no, listen to that Scott Hanna guy because he knows what he's talking about, right? So when I first started working with Travis, I was like, Travis, this gorgeous stuff, but your heads are a little bit you're making too big of a cranium. And Travis was amazing because every time I would give him a tiny critique like that, immediately the next batch of pages I got, it would be fixed. So he went from like a good artist to a spectacular artist like within the course of a year. Most people that takes 10 years to do, he did that in less than a year. He went from good to just spectacular, and he's since improved since then. So, but I got to work with him early. Again, he stood out really strongly from the get-go. It was a joy to work with him. Unfortunately, he went off to Image, and I stayed at Marvel in DC. But yeah, he was spectacular to work with. I've actually kept a lot of those early pages because I love those things so much. That's in my personal collections. My Dark Stars pages with Travis.
So, Scott, you'll be joining us again tomorrow at 4 o'clock Eastern.
Yeah.
To team up with someone you've worked with for years, John Romita Jr.
Yeah, just
huh?
I said just a little bit. I've worked with
just a little bit. Right. So, real quick, we've only got a couple of minutes left here. Hit us with the social medias. They're scrolling on the bottom there. Hit us with where they can find you one more time. And then I have one last question if you can give me a short story for it, all right?
Okay, I'll try to do a short story. Okay, so you got the Instagram, you got the Facebook, and the last thing is Evan Tenney is where I have my online store where you can set up commissions, buy face masks, buy prints, all that stuff is Evan Tenney, Scott Hanna.
We'll have a link to that on our guest page over at comicshoppingexperience.com. Or it's bit.ly/EXP guests. So we'll have a link to that up in a very little bit here. So the last question I have, and hopefully you can give me a short story because we're right up against not only our time, but our technical wall.
Okay.
We can only go so long before they're going to kick us off and we got to start over again.
Okay.
So let me ask you this. What was it like to work with Walt Simonson?
Walt Simonson was a joy to work with. He's considered one of the nicest guys in the industry for a good reason. Actually, the best compliment I've ever gotten is that my wife and I remind them of Walt and Wheezy Simonson, which I consider a major compliment. Walt was another old school guy that he basically said, hey, Scott, I'm giving you the starting process. I want you to run with it, do your thing. He was great at communication, talk back and forth. And to me, it was just so wonderful to find. And I never thought I'd have a dream of working with Walt because he had been inking himself for the past 20 years or something. So the fact that I even got to ink him was miraculous. And then the fact that I was able to enabled us to become really good friends. So now that, when we go to cons together, we go out to dinner together or just have fun. It just, any experience you get to have with Walt Simonson is spectacular. I feel so fortunate that I actually got to work as a team member with him, ink over him. He's tricky though, because he does kind of do the starting and you got to run with it. You got to add your thing to it. So it's fun and challenging at the same time. He also has a really strong Kirby influence, which not too many artists have anymore. He's got that Kirby energy level, that graphic sense that I love, and not as many artists do it as I would appreciate. I can't hear you right now. So are we already shut down?
We're good. We're good. I forgot to turn my microphone back on after I coughed. I've had a terrible cough, and I'm like muting my microphone constantly, so I'm not coughing into it.
Okay.
Right. But it's one of those, I got to remember to turn it back on sometimes. So Scott will be joining us again tomorrow to 4 o'clock Eastern with John Romita Jr. We're going to get really into the weeds on that one. I'm so excited. We're going to talk about all the little nitty gritty stuff and talk about a lot of Spider-Man, who's my favorite. So
Yeah.
we're gonna definitely have some fun tomorrow with those guys. We here for the EXP Expo. We're going to wrap up here with part 1. So here's what's going to happen. In just a second, I'm going to say goodbye to Scott. We're going to end this stream. Refresh. There we go. We got a comment real quick here. Really enjoyed the interview. Can't wait to see him with John Jr. tomorrow. Yeah, I can't wait to do the interview. I'm so excited. It's going to be a good time. But to get back to what we're doing, I'm going to say goodbye to Scott here. We're going to end this stream. Refresh whatever page you're on in about 4 minutes, and we will be live with another legend, Howard Chaykin, who is coming in to join us. So we will see everybody in just a few minutes. Thank you so much, Scott. This was so much fun for me. I can't even begin to. So we will see you tomorrow. It's the top of the hour because my computer's freezing. So this is going to be we'll see everybody in just a couple of minutes.